at it because, like you said, after you play the 6, it's not an AC like. You don't love leaving the shots out there.
I mean, the 6 looks like glaringly apparent.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the right play.
I think another thing about this play too is like you're trailing in the race, so you're kind of, it's not the first thought you have is to like make something that feels kind of like a racing play and make some offense. But yeah, this is a strong anchoring game, and we're in a mutually holding game. Strong.
Yeah. Now, belatedly, Mark can make the bar.
Yep. He gets to do that. That's nice.
And belatedly, Mitchi can make the 4-point.
Yep, so Mitchi's still got, there's a little bit of uniqueness to the situation for him in that he can still spend some time pressuring that back checker. You know, Mark's got to get it to safety. And this could be a big swing in the pip count here. But yeah, so being behind in the race, you would think that he would want to maintain the contact back there, but he is still outboarded. And additionally, he really doesn't want to play any of the other checkers that he would have to for timing purposes. So I think just run into the outfield here makes a lot of sense to me.
That's a hit.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for Mitchi to break contact and just escape with his leading race.
Okay, that still plays
No
okay.
good 6s.
Yeah.
So Michi's gotten a clear advantage, and he's got that score situation way down that he should be sending aggressively, but I don't see the cube here.
No.
It's just too much work to still safety that checker and not putting a ton of pressure on the back one. And he has an anchor, right? Mark does. So he should be in this game for a while. Not the best roll here. What would I do?
I think I would have made the 3-point, which would be wrong.
Yeah. It makes sense when you have that blot back there to pressure, but a lot of the, you're challenging a stripped midpoint when you come out. You're accomplishing your goal of escaping and just racing, So and you clean up a blot in the process too. That's pretty nice. Yeah, so I see a lot of merit to this. Yeah. Different game plans, and you can see there's enough merit to that, making the 3 that it's not a large error or anything. This is big. Yeah, this is just the wrong plan. It's not. You do that when you're seeking contact and trying to win more. So, and he figures that out very quickly. He sees that I don't want to leave a bunch of shots and a bunch of ways back into this game. 6s, interesting. Usually, this is going to be a strong racing roll, and it still functions that way, I think, for him. But that racing advantage is worth a lot less when you've made the ace and the deuce and the contact so bad, wastage in the race, all these things.
Yeah. Bring your checkers home.
Oh, the people are demanding interviews. I'll see if I can figure something out with that. Certainly possible that we can do something like that.
We do interviews all the time, but they are not recorded.
Yeah.
We talk with the players, try to get their input.
Yeah. You guys can just come here to Gibraltar and talk to them.
Yeah, just come to Gibraltar, bring a webcam, follow us.
There you go.
Yeah, sometimes I'm talking to players and then thinking it would be great if this were filmed, it would make great footage.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we don't have this setup.
We did find out that the camera that they use to kind of zoom in on the board and show us the Gammon logo, that's like an eye in the sky thing, so they can show us the whole room. So after this match finishes, we can show you kind of some of the other action going on too. So we'll do more of that and then talk about the interviews too, see what we can do. And so again, simple game. Mitchi just wants to, he doesn't have a huge racing lead, so I guess it's actually a little complicated. He the contact's okay. He's not going to want to volunteer shots to clear points or anything like that. And Mark's going to have some timing issues with maintaining his bar point. It's possible for Blue to lose this game. Well, not anymore.
Yeah.
But just by being pulled off the 6-point anchor, yeah. So not a massive lead for White, but this play is going to be clear. Still not going to have big enough pip lead really to send. So even at trailing scores, that's going to be an interesting thing here. You kind of naturally think you want to send the cube more aggressively. But in a low volatility situation with no gammons like this, where it's just going to be a race, that 2 points is just as useful to Mark as it is to Mitchi, so you don't get extra value out of sending the cube early. So it plays a lot more like money play. is what ended up
I
happening.
think that in non-gammonish positions, the three-way player can actually take a little deeper.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
1 or 2 pips deeper than normal, because should he win, he goes to Crawford.
Yeah, yeah. It's very valuable to be at that one away score.
You clear both points here? I don't think so. Yeah, no.
The 4-2,
Yeah, I was thinking about pre-clearing the 8, but that's not correct. You don't want to be
Save the 6.
stripped
Yeah,
on the 10 and the 8.
yeah.
So pretty uneventful game, this one, but
Yeah.
good for both players' PRs.
Yeah. And if Mitchi can ever, I mean, this is close to enough pips in the to think about cubing, but there's just enough. Yeah, yeah. So he does miss a tiny cube.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And now after this, he's, unless Mark rolls really big here, he's going to have an 8 pip lead now in a, in an 82 pip race. I think he's going to find this one. He must know he's getting really close to his window. Still an easy take for Mark here. Yeah, thanks for Michael Krakus on the, well, that's how I pronounce his name. I don't know if that's how you do it, but he's on the transcription for us. He's got a great transcription PR so far, I think.
Yeah.
Proud of him.
It's kind of tough because normally as a transcriber you sit like next to the board and you can maybe sometimes lean in a bit to get it, but he is a bit on a kind of platform and has a bird's eye view over the board, but still, what is it, 5 feet away from the board, so we should be lenient if the transcriber is, but
well,
we haven't had any hiccups from the transcriber.
That's
maybe
Michael
1 or
there
2.
with the hair.
Ah, there he
Getting a
is.
good
Yes,
shot
you
of
see
him.
him sitting a bit higher up
Yeah.
from his.
There we go, and
Nice
as expected, we get the cube in. I'm not sure why Mark isn't just automatically making his decision. He had all of Michi's time to think about it. A little bit of clock management there, but yeah, he
Ooh, a
recognizes
shot.
and immediately leaves the shot, of course. Yeah,
Wow.
it must come from the back. You reduce shots by playing 10-9 there.
Wow.
So
A 2 would make this match really uneventful.
yeah, could be over quick. Just go to Crawford right away.
It's not there.
Oh, Mark can't believe his luck right now, I'm sure. So yeah, it's tough to think about, do I need to break the contact here now? Oh, this is fascinating. I don't think I would have found this play. The 18 to 15, 18 to 12 makes a lot of sense because you've got enough race and you don't want to start deteriorating that by playing your spare checker from the 12 all the way deep to the 3. But yeah, with those 2 blots in there, inside Michi's board, he can just never hit you, so you can play even a little more pure than that. That's an interesting option. We're going to play a simple race. This is the PR dream for these players right now.
Yeah, every correct checker play you make and your PR goes down.
Yep. That's what I think. If you could play 13 games and always have like a clear cube action with the, get an even race all the way down to the end and maybe never have a cube in there, I think that's optimal for PR decisions.
Well, I guess for us and for our viewers, we would root for 2 points for Mitchi here. So we have a 5-away, 3-away score, which is definitely more exciting than 1-away, 7-away Crawford.
Well, that's a good one. Maybe we can get Mark to come down here into the room, or Mitchi afterward too. It's kind of tight in here, but might be able to fit some more people. Yeah? Oh, yeah. I'm getting thumbs up around the room. It suggests to me that I think we can do that. Cool. Yeah, I like that, the post-game interview. We've been missing that.
Sure.
Yeah. They're going to want to be up there looking at the transcription, I'm sure. Maybe we can get them to speed that up and come down here.
I'm sure Mark will be delighted to come over and to enrich his content.
Yeah. Simple game, Michi's hanging on. So we're set to get to the 5-away, 3-away score, which is a more interesting score. It's oddly enough, I guess, because the trailer can kind of taste the victory from there. If they can win a Gammon cube, they get to Crawford. the cube action gets a lot more aggressive at 5-way, 3-way than it is at 7-way, 3-way perhaps. And it's harder to take at that score for the leader too. But again, mostly in gammonish positions. It's going to depend on the kind of game they get. But early cubes get sent a lot earlier and passed a lot earlier.
Sure. But this game is not over. I mean,
oh, true.
I hate to sell the hide of the bear before the bear is shot. I don't know if that's an expression in the United States or in English.
I've never heard it.
You've never heard it? It's a Flemish expression. Don't sell the hide of the bear before it's shot.
Ah,
you know?
I see.
Don't cry victory before you won or things like that.
Yeah.
And we've all seen these freakish late game jokers.
Yeah. I've actually never seen that before.
So, what's that? You've
I've
never seen that?
No, I've never seen Blue win from here. Yeah.
No.
That would be unbelievable.
See, there it is.
Yeah, it's very possible.
Double 4, double 5, double 6.
How about just a couple of ace misses? That's what we need. There we go.
Yes.
So White's got some misses now.
Yeah,
too.
15? No, not 15.
It'll be a lot of fun.
2, 1, 3, 1.
No, Blue's got misses of their own.
Yeah,
this is right. You just got to play for the most
Yeah.
sets to get you off here. So that was illegal. There we go. Same difference. Yeah. Okay.
So 5 bad rolls, I think it is.
Yeah.
No,
And he didn't
no,
find one of them. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so 3-away, 5-away. The trailer can cube more aggressive because his gammon value is higher than normal. It's probably 0.65, I would think. Whereas the leader's gammon value is 0.3 or something. So gammonish positions is what Mitchi is aiming for. He will play 2 down.
Yeah, where it's standard to split usually at even scores. Yeah, he wants to play for gammons. And now Mark has to respond with the down too. After.
No, I don't think so. You think so?
Yeah, I think you actually end up losing more gammons when you split into a down play like this. I think you just, a lot of times after someone plays down, you just follow their lead, you know?
Depends.
Yeah.
If he
sure.
plays
down. Oh, look at this. This is actually running is the best.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, yeah. I was thinking versus splitting.
No, Mochi wrote something about this. I mean, the 2 down plays, you have 4-3, which is best, then 3-2. And then you have the 5-4 and the 5-2. So if you can improve.
Yeah.
So if Blue had rolled 3-2 or 4-3, he should have played 2 down.
Okay. So you actually went for the splitting play, though, thinking about the score situation. I did get word we're going to do an interview with the winner after the match, too. So, yeah, thanks for the suggestions in the chat. I appreciate that. Thanks for all the compliments, too. You know, we're doing our best here.
Compliments?
Yeah. Everyone's saying that the setup's super cool.
Good. Smiles from Mark. They probably said something about double tiger. Because Mitchi played the double tiger play there.
Yeah.
They probably joked a bit about that.
Ooh, what does he do?
What to do, yes.
I guess he can make the 9. Yeah, I mean,
hit on the 5. Make the 9, sure. But best play.
Yeah.
Create a
It
permanent
just looks so
assets.
weird after you go for the double tiger and the hit on the ace and leave the blot there. So this is an awkward position for Mitchi now.
You make the bar.
Yeah.
I think the bar point increases in value the more checkers White has back.
He must be considering anchoring though, because I mean he's against 10 in the zone. He's at a score where he wants to defend against gammons. I get it, but yeah, it's just winning the game is a very constructive way to not lose a gammon too. And so you just make the bar point to do that. Yeah.
Well played.
I don't even know what Mitchi is hoping to do here. This is tough, but he's probably got to get some freedom with one of those back checkers.
Yes. I don't see anything else.
Yeah. The split version, I guess? Like, are you playing 24 to 16? So it's tough to pick between
No idea.
those. Yeah, I guess you don't want to be primed, so you do want to be split here ideally. It seems fine. It seems like a big play. Maybe the score enables it too. But it's a tough one to pick between.
Yeah.
It's nice to keep your ace point just in case you get hit here or attacked and things go really sour, but yeah.
No.
You have to start to think about it when your opponent has 10 in the zone is kind of a hint to do things like that, and I think that's why they come out so close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's surprisingly close to me.
10 checkers in the zone is a lot of ammunition. It can really rain down on you with double fives and things like that once it gets there. Sixes plays a little bit different if we make the correct play, right?
Slightly,
So,
slightly. Yes.
yeah, now we just race. And this is about the best outcome that Mark can have. He wants to get in a really non-volatile position like this and just have something where he can still cash in these three-way games.
Yes.
And I think he's going to be coming up on a cube soon. I don't think this roll, because he still has to produce some structure in front of that ace point. Mitchi still has time to play this, but if he can just make a prime in front of him, this is actually the kind of game where he can send a cube, which is so unlikely. And actually, it looks like XG is telling us that he's going to have a pass already.
Yes, I'm
Wow,
surprised, to be
I am as
honest.
well.
I think I would be tempted to take.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not a grandmaster.
Yeah.
What is this?
Oh, yeah. They're pointing out, too, that Michi's heart rate is a lot higher than Mark's. I don't know if it's high or if Mark's just a really healthy guy. I know he's a professional sports player for a while, soccer guy, but yeah, this is impressive. This is, so you can see the doubling window on this too is very small, where it's not even a blunder not send, and it's not a huge blunder to take either. Yeah, so for money, this is already a pass though. I think I'm with you where I would think to find a take, but that made ace point that Michi's got there too is just like, so in these positions, you can take pretty deep for the contact if your front side's very perfect as well. And here it's just not, you know. But, so yeah, making the 4' and the golden point, as they call it, is going to be pretty strong.
Much
And I
better
think
than
he
hitting.
knows, I think he's going to be happy to have like potentially lost his market here too, if he gets there. That's just a common theme at this, again, 3-away scores. You don't want to, you stand to make a very big error sending an incorrect cube. And you rarely get punished too much not sending it. So it's almost fine strategy just to keep rolling, you know? Here as well.
Well, I'm not so sure, because here the gammons cannot be much higher than what, 18%?
Yeah.
And there are blot levers. I mean,
Yeah.
6-5 leaves
But
a
so we can
blot.
see he's almost too good already. So it's, I mean,
He doubles it.
yeah.
but
I was
I
pretty
like
sure
it.
he would find this cube, and Michi's going to find a pass now. But even if he doesn't for some reason, you know, like it's not going to be a very large error. So it's really, I mean, you have to refine your knowledge of the cube pretty thoroughly to start getting correct cubes in at 3-away scores.
Yes, for sure.
5-way, 2-away. So it's,
That's easy.
yeah.
Mark's take point is low in non-gammonish positions. It's 17%. But the gammon value for Mitchi, should he turn the cube, is 0.7.
Yeah.
So a high gammon value for Mitchi, but a low take point for Mark. These are the characteristics of the 5-away, 2-away score.
And it started off pretty good with the 5 splits, but Mark
Yes.
was able to hit from the bar, and now Mitchi only has those 7 checkers, so he's in a tough spot. This is not where you want your 5 splitzes to end up.
Do you play 13-11, or do you stiffly play 8-6? Or,
Ooh.
yeah,
Yeah, I
or
guess if
this.
you're going to play bold, this looks good, but yeah, it looks like XG likes the 8-6, and it makes sense. It's just your opponent has board and
Sure.
contact, like everything about, you're just trying to play for the
Yep,
race.
Yep, that's
you know?
right.
Yeah. You hate to do it, but what else are you
Ahead in the race, weaker board, playing safe instead of bold
Yep.
seems logical, although it is inflexible. Double 5s would be horrible. Double 5s
Oh, wow.
would put 3 checkers on the ace. Okay.
That's a fun skill to have, finding the
Yeah.
nightmares. Duplicates the ace, okay. Seems fine.
I like it.
Mitchi does-
Connectivity is the
yeah.
theme.
Yeah.
You want to keep your back checkers connected. Okay, and there's the shot.
Guess it must just be 2 down, right?
Yes, I agree.
So there's going to be there's a lot of returns from the bar here, though. You know, entering 6 as well as 5-2 and 4-3 you're going to hit. Mitchi anchors. So now this is the kind of game where if Mark can develop a bunch of structure in front of the 3-point with his racing lead, he'll be able to send a cube. but it's going to be a while till that happens.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. In your commentator, you got Nick Blazier here and Michelle Lamotte. One of that.
That's good.
Yeah.
Lamont. Well,
Lamont.
in the States they say Lamont,
Yeah.
but it's Lamotte.
Lamotte. Yeah.
Yes.
You keep losing the. But yeah. Oh, cool. We're on camera now. Hi, everybody.
Ah, yes.
So the 5-3. What is the 3-2 entered and anchored? What are we doing?
Yeah.
Oh, because he had the check on the bar. Okay, so he cleared up the 11 by playing 11 to 8, and he's trying to find his best 5 now.
Mm-hmm.
And this
is
looks
not the right one. Leaving 2 blots instead of just 1.
Yeah.
You should play as safe as possible.
Yeah, that's got a
He
reason
may
to
find it.
get rid of the
Yeah,
6
that's
stack.
the one, Mark.
Yeah, it's just too many shots the other way. But I see it. I mean, that's a theme of these games is hitting the checker off the ace, trying to remove that contact, solve the problem for good. But I think it just doesn't work here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a play. And you don't get rewarded for any of the gammons that you might, like, you know, freak gammons you might win otherwise at other scores.
This leaves way too many shots in my view.
Yeah,
I mean,
Let's-
this leaves like twice as many shots almost.
yeah. It's hard to count those
And
out
double
directly,
shots.
too.
Okay. He will hit, and will he play the 3 down? Yes, I
don't
kind
see
of
a
like
problem
it.
with it.
I think I like it.
Yeah. And this is getting back into potential cube territory.
Yes, now especially with the 2 blots.
What is he going to do with the 3? Yeah, I think Michi's going to have a pretty solid cube after this.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess, I mean, it looks like from the evaluation here that Mark's going to have to take it. But it's just already, he has a little bit of advantage, and he stands to win a lot of gammons when it goes right is the big factor in this kind of trailing score.
Sure.
And so he's just got to ship it.
Sure.
But yeah, 7-4, why not just place the checker where you want it? You know, you hope to make that
I
point
mean,
later.
the rolls which point on the 4 point are definitely market losers. If blue dances and doesn't cover his 4 point blot.
And now Mark's got an anchor of sorts. He still has the racing lead, which he might have to count to figure out.
This is a hard one.
So I wonder if he's going to find this take or not. Yeah,
It's funny that I say it's a hard one, whereas the computer says it's like a no-brainer to take.
But it's very scary when you like
Yes.
risk giving up a gammon and go into that Crawford game trailing suddenly.
Wow, he might drop.
Yeah, he's going to think, I doubt it. I think he understands these kind of positions well enough, but it is, the other big distraction here is you don't often have the 17-point anchor, if you want to call it that.
Yes.
So it really, he might not think of it as an anchor automatically, might not see the extra safety he has in that. But he is, I
He's
think,
struggling.
I'm sure he knows that he's in a blitzing position where Mitchi has 3 checkers back and only has 9 in the zone. So the real threat of this position is that he's blitzing.
Look.
But did he just pass this?
He did.
Oh no, okay. Yeah. And I think he'll recognize why that should have been more clear afterward. But
He was
there's
not on the
2
bar.
big factors that make that a really weak blitz, and so you just have to take it. Yeah, it's just not enough threat really there.
Yeah. Now suddenly that was a tricky one.
Yeah.
It was a tricky one. 2 blots, nice diversification of numbers for Mitchi.
Yeah.
But
This is the commentator's cube curse is what I'm going to call this.
yes.
We've been really crushing him on cube action.
I think against a weaker player, you can be justified in dropping this. But
Maybe that's what he's thinking. Maybe he's decided Mitchi, number 2 in the world. I think he can outplay this guy.
Yeah,
Just got to let this go.
yeah. But he is not outplaying Mitchi, not by a mile. Okay. So there's Mitchi, who has just made his 5 point. So should be cubing next roll.
Yeah, 408 2A at the score.
Yeah, especially with
6-4 doesn't do
another
anything.
blot.
So this is, I mean, it could. What is it? He's going to run. Must be his best game plan here.
Yes.
But it's still not the take pass decision from there is. Wow, I'm not clear.
I think it's an easy take. It's an easy take.
Yeah.
It's an easy
I think
take.
it's a cube though. Still.
I think white wins maybe something like in the low 60s winning percentage and less than 20% gammon. So, but it is because of the volatility, the deuces which hit and the nines which hit. So I think the cube is justified.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big cube here, but I think.
But the
think it
take
is gonna
looks
be a
pretty mandatory to
Yeah,
me.
yeah, I agree.
See, not even
Yeah.
low 60s, high
Yeah.
50s winning chances, and below 16. So okay.
Yeah. Small
You
advantage.
cannot
He's
drop
on
this,
roll.
Mark.
Yeah, this one he knows.
That
better
would
than, for
be.
sure.
This one he knows.
Yeah.
Let's hope he does. I mean, yeah, good, strong. And no hit, but an extra point in board. So very playable game now for blue.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, makes a point while safetying a checker too. That's very good. And so a small racing lead here too. He's just he's going to have trouble doing it potentially, but he's just got to get that back checker moving, and then he'll be good to go. He doesn't want to put it on a high point where he risks giving up racing value and being attacked though. So he's likely going to just sit right back there on the ace. Yeah, this is too good of an offensive roll to even think about the back checker. So we're going to make the 5 and I assume unstack and make another point.
I agree.
I mean, the 4 point is better, but the 7 and 3 is probably better than the 4. So yeah,
For
go ahead and
sure.
do that. Yeah. And
Okay, the
turn that
tables
game
have
around
turned.
quickly. Yeah.
Tables have turned in Mark's favor.
Ooh, 6s is not a good response. It is interesting too with the cube turned to 2 and only 2 points left to go that Mark just needs to win the game, doesn't care about gammons, but closing out is still often the best way to do that.
No.
So
This is a pretty obvious play. Stepping
yeah.
up
yeah.
and playing the 4 down.
Yeah, last step here is just to escape that checker with the, if your opponent comes in on the deuce, you're still going to win a ton.
You win more gammons if you hit, but you don't need it.
Yeah.
They are value. This cannot be correct. It wins more gammons for sure, but sacrifices too many winning chances.
Yeah.
Would be my assessment.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Good play.
Yeah.
Well composed. Showing restraint. 4-5,
where's
no
the
hit, but the
5?
5 comes into the 6, I would say.
Yeah. Seems reasonable. It's still a strong builder right there. No reason to do anything too crazy.
Mark is praying for a pointer.
A loose hit's not too bad either.
No,
but
that's a good
or an
one.
escape. This is great.
Safety.
Yeah. He's just running from the back, right?
Yeah, full freedom.
Yep. So he leaves a couple 7s and 1, 2 9s.
6 shots.
Yeah. A 2.
Okay. Yeah.
And I guess that anchor is worth having. Yeah. We're going to do that. Anchor past the 3 point.
Yes.
And so he's got some value in this holding game still. Losing the race for sure, so if Mark can bring that home safely, he should be in really good shape. Great roll to facilitate that right there. Puts the 5 prime in front of Mitchi too. But it's not going to last all that long, that
But
5
this
prime.
this is what, 74% winning chances for blue would be my guess.
Yeah, it could be a good guess, yeah.
76 maybe. I mean,
Yeah. Could be higher.
could be higher.
It's probably a pass for money already, right?
Yes.
So probably higher.
Yeah. Right. Probably around 80 maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. So Mark can only hope for a safe trip home
Yep.
from here.
And he's well positioned to do that. Got spares all where he needs them. Should have an easy time clearing points. Mitchi, yeah, okay, he's thinking about do I want to try to capture some racing chances and not waste pips on the deuce, or do I need to count on the contact and make it, you know?
I don't think there's
Close.
much contact value.
Yeah.
Blue would have to roll something like double 5s. Or consecutive 5s.
What is he counting the race? Mark must think that he
Yeah,
has an optional cube action?
Yeah. No, of course not. The cube is dead.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Cube
why.
is dead.
Yeah. So I don't think they
He
would let
wants
him
to
do
know
that.
what the race is, so to know whether he should clear from the back or not. But there's a 5 already.
Yeah, and I think the shift is right. Keep your spares well diversified up top.
Yeah.
If he could have cleared one of the outfield points, he would have, but that 5 is blocked in the 9. Only gets 1 checker in, clearing the 8. Wants to keep those landing spots to safely clear the 9 first. Clear from the rear. Yeah. Interesting, okay. I like making the 7 makes a lot of sense to me there, but he picks this play.
Well, a good thing for Mitchi is he loses, but he will win on PR. He will win a point on PR
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to make a big
and
enough
lose a
decision to
point
lose
for
that here.
result. And an astonishing PR below 0.04.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, yeah. So it looks to me that both of these players are in good shape to make it to day 2 tomorrow after 3 rounds. Mark already won some matches, so he assembled some points.
Ooh, what is this?
What is this? I'm not sure. I think I stay 1 roll.
Yeah, you
Don't ask me.
can't give up being attacked or pointed on there, so you've got to do it. But it's bad for the race, the distribution there.
Yeah.
Fine roll for Mark, but he's going to have the 6-3 shot lever next roll, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So provided he can keep dodging these unlikely, 2 out of 36 kind of rolls,
Mm-hmm.
you should roll this home easy.
Yep.
Michi's forced off already, not happy about that. The 4-1's okay though, doesn't punish it. There's just so many rolls like low aces, 1s, 2s, and 3s that might have been awkward before that either point on them or can pick and pass after that. So I guess they're well duplicated there actually. But yeah, I wonder what else he's thinking about. This must be the play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mitchi's in dire straits.
Yeah. Sometimes if the race is closer, you do need to hit just to kind of lock up. You don't want to leave him so much. I'm not sure what he's thinking about here. I guess more ways to close Mitchi out.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting thought.
No, he's ahead in the race, so bring
Yeah.
the checkers in and start your bear off
Mhm.
is the strategy to follow.
3-2.
You stay back. Wow.
There's,
Oh, you don't. Wow, that's a shocker. For
yeah,
me.
so you're only playing for like 10% racing equity, but the thing is like so you're waiting for 6s, I guess, is the only immediate shot lever, and there's a lot of other ones that are going to take away the little bit of racing equity that you do have.
Okay.
So yeah, coming out here,
Wow, okay.
yeah, that happens a lot.
I would have missed that one.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be tough. And that's not helping his racing equity at all.
No.
Oh, that does, though, if he plays it illegal. Did they catch it? Yeah, there we go. He caught it. There we go. Proud of you, Michael. Yes, there we go.
So I made it illegal. I would like to think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But I already wrote. Okay, does this count?
Yeah, they'll figure this out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's good. I'm glad they caught it. It's
care.
it's funny how often that happens, though.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, he has a 2-1 to play. I'm not sure if they remember.
Do you have some questions prepared for Mark? Or are you just going to chat your way through the interview?
Oh, yeah. What do we want to... We're going to ask him about why he made that blunder pass, right?
They can't hear me anymore?
Oh, your battery's running up.
Okay. That's okay.
We are assuming that he's going to win this, right? I mean, I've never seen anyone come back. Only 1 out of 10.
These things happen, they have to
Yeah.
happen. They are bound to happen in this tournament.
He's not getting any help yet.
No. Thank you.
It certainly could happen. Certainly could happen. But not a lot of difficult decisions. Mark's just taking checkers off. Michi's gonna as soon as he can. So
Yeah, but Mark will not be happy with his PR.
no.
I think that anything above 4 for most of these players is a bit of a disappointment.
Yeah. But it looks like he'll have enough technical decisions here to get him probably below 4 for the match.
Mm-hmm.
So that's definitely like within his range, a little bit higher than I think he expects to average. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, interesting. I don't know. You're gonna play against people that are gonna play that low every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot you can do if Mitchi plays a 0.3. You're not gonna win that PR battle very often.
now you get a decision. Easy decision.
Okay, we can only sit here and
I don't have any
wait
decision
for the end of the match.
I wonder, with so few difficult decisions, I wonder if Mitchi even ever said, That's my favorite part about watching a Mitchi match on YouTube, is like whenever he thinks about something, he goes,
Yeah, he does.
He's got a very distinctive,
Yes, he does.
Yeah, it's an impressive PR from Mitchi there. Once again, it's I'm Nick Blazer here. We've got Michelle Lamotte with me too. Lamotte.
Lamotte?
Lamotte.
Yes. Don't worry about it.
There's so many different accents to like take the flair on, you know.
But maybe
I'm
we
doing
can
my best.
give the people at home some hope that I'm only here temporarily. At 6 o'clock, so in the next round it will be Mochi, co-commentating.
Yep.
So I'm just here to fill in the empty spaces here and there.
You've been great. Thanks for filling in.
Yeah. It's still possible.
Yep.
I had a position against Ralph Jonas in the final 2 weeks ago. He needed 2 consecutive aces and I needed 2 high doubles, and it happened.
It is no longer
Yep,
possible
there
though.
it is.
All right.
Okay,
Congrats to Mark for the.
Wow.
That'll put him at least 4 out of 6 possible points.
And Mitchi, let's have a look at
And
his
Mitchi
facial
got his.
expression if he hears that he played .33.
Yeah.
Shouldn't there be like a bounty prize on a low PR like this? Another
I expect he'll
1,000?
just say, yes, of course I played a .33.
Wow.
I had no decisions in this easy match.
But we can see the luck rate hugely in favor of Mark. There's nothing you can do, even as a world-class player.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
your luck rate is in the negative like this,
Yeah.
0.3, 0.33. It's fun. His luck rate is negative 0.33, and so is his PR. That's what we have to talk about after a match like this. So
coincidence.
we'll wait for Mark to show up. And let's hope we can. What should we ask him? How did he feel? No, that's too obvious. What can we
Yeah.
ask him? Maybe people can make suggestions.
I'll ask him, you know, unless he's looking at the
What can we ask?
computer. I mean, we got to ask if he knows like what his mistakes were and stuff like that. You know, what he expected he played PR-wise, if he,
Yeah, did he feel
he was
comfortable?
unsure about that pass. Yeah.
Mhm.
That was the toughest one, but if it felt like a tough match or an easy match to him, you know. I think it probably felt like a relatively easy match to both of them. I'd expect lots of
Right.
races.
I still would have managed to play 4.5 in an easy match like this, but
Would
okay,
you?
good stuff. So this was round 3, was it?
Yeah,
round
round
three,
3.
yes,
Quick match for them,
of
so they get to go to
the-
dinner early. That's nice.
Ultimate Backgammon Challenge.
Wait, am I right about that? No, we got one more match before dinner at 6 o'clock. So
Yeah. Is somebody fetching Mark, or should I go and fetch him?
I think someone's getting them, but I don't actually know.
So once again, maybe we can.
Play. Study. Repeat. BackgammonGalaxy.com. Play among the stars. Available on browser, tablet, and smartphone. Prepare yourself for the world's largest backgammon community, where grandmasters and amateurs play side by side. BackgammonGalaxy.com. Professional gameplay and design approved by grandmasters all over the world. Study your mistakes with analysis mode and improve your skills. Play now and find out how you rank among the stars. BackgammonGalaxy.com. Play among the stars. Available on browser, tablet, and smartphone.
Do you have the courage to take a cube under pressure? Do you have the courage to play aggressively? And do you have the courage to take on the grandmasters? Well, I challenge you to prove it.
BackgammonGalaxy.com. Play among the stars. Available on browser, tablet, and smartphone.
Hey everybody, we're back here with the last match's winner, Mark Olson, right? Author of many famous books and such, and the guy that's putting on the whole show here, which is pretty exciting. Wasn't able to secure the PR point in this one because he got severely outplayed, right? But
I did.
By someone with very difficult decisions in that one. That's tough.
Yeah.
But yeah. How did you feel about how you went through that match on your side, though? About making decisions in it?
I was lucky in terms of winning the match point by getting good dice. Winning 1 point by winning the match, and I was unlucky in the fact that I was leading the match and I got some tricky decisions along the way. And he really didn't get any. Even though he's an amazing player, and obviously when you give him a match like this, he's going to play a 0. So that's kind of what I expected. That's one of the randomness about this format. That I'm not dissatisfied by any means. I felt I had a little bit tricky decisions, and I played at 3.7 or whatever it was. So
right. A player like you is going to get it under 4 almost every time by the end of it. You know, that's just kind of how it goes. You make some tough decisions.
I feel like I've been playing well today. I know I played a 2.3 in the first match. I haven't heard the results from the second one, and basically I just want to avoid those super difficult decisions, like the one I assume you remember the position where I blundered. It was like a 5 away, 2 away.
Yes. 5 away, 3 away it was. I remember.
No, I was 2 away, wasn't it?
No, you're right. You're right.
it?
5 away, 2 away. That's when you passed that.
I passed it.
Yeah.
And the thing is that when
everyone in the chat wants to know about that one for sure.
Oh yeah. I can tell you a little bit how I saw this position.
Think about it?
So at this score, if I can actually take quite deep, as long as it's not gammonish. So the problem in this position, what confused me was that I had quite high winning chances, which is what I want, but it was also kind of gammonish. It was a blitz position. I wasn't on the bar, which is crucial, and I know that. I had that 17-point anger. So I will win a lot of games from this position. I know I shouldn't pass easily to let him get to the 4 away score, because that's where he's dangerous for the gammons, the double gammons. But it's just weighing those. Is it too gammonish, or do I have a sufficient winning chance here? It's just so difficult. And that's where the blunder potential arises, and unfortunately I blundered in this one.
I thought, I pointed that out on the stream, that I thought the 17-point anchor would be like a really confounding factor in that one. You don't play a ton of games with that anchor, right? But the thing that I thought you would catch is that he only had 9 checkers in the zone for his blitz, and had 3 back as well, right? So there's
that's why I win a ton of games.
Exactly.
The question is how gammonish is it? And I think the clue is that I wasn't on the bar. So even if I get hit, I have that one shot to anchor up or to get a game going. So I feel like I should have been able to find I think I will find the take most of the time, but this was just one of those times where I blundered.
Someone else in the chat asks if you think you're going to be in the top 12 players tomorrow.
I definitely think I will, because I've won 3 out of 3 so far. I know I have 1 PR win locked down, now a loss, so I'm at least at 4 points within the first 3 rounds, so I think it's looking good. And I could, I don't know about my second round match. I played against Ueda from Japan, very strong player. And I felt like it was a rather simple game. Both players, I think, played well in that game, so it's probably a toss-up whether I got the PR point. So I think it's looking good so far.
Outside of results, what else? Looking at the field, who do you expect to be in that 12, like almost certainly?
This is such a strong field.
Isn't it?
I think it's unquestionable the strongest field ever. Well, I have like a handful of favorites. I haven't really been following the results sheet so far. So I don't know, but before the tournament started, I would probably say a couple of the Danes, like Trabi, Christensen. I know Tendon has been playing well lately, but perhaps lacking experience. So let's see if he can hit that peak level. Obviously, Mitchi played. This is probably going to be the best match in the tournament. Could be.
How do you? I mean, there's not a whole lot of room to play much better. Right?
What was the final score? 0.3 or something?
0.33.
That's
so
probably
if
going to
someone
be.
plays a 0.30, they'll get him. That's all they have to do.
So Mitchi, I don't know. Many strong players. I think actually anyone could win, because there's also a little bit of luck here. Like for instance, I've been lucky now, winning 3 matches. So
There's a ton of, but like you said too, there is a lot of luck in the PR angle too. It's been like match by match for sure. Hopefully it'll equal out a little bit in taking the 2 wild card spots with the lowest PR get to tomorrow. But it's not clear,
Yeah.
you know, like the best PR player in the long run still might not make that slot somehow, right?
They might
Just
get
depending on
unlucky.
how difficult the matches are.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah,
We've
yeah.
already had some matches where they
Yeah,
get
yeah.
into some back games positions and
Yeah.
both players, like the first match you had here on the stream.
Yeah, yeah.
It was like a 5 and a 6, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it's I'm calling it the commentator's curse now that we've had like a really tough cube decision that's killed people's PR in every match we've watched so far, you know?
Well, that's, I mean,
really big ones, yeah, yeah.
it's not easy to play
Yeah.
backgammon.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's fascinating how like the people at this level know so much of the game perfectly, right? And so they can play a .3, and then they still run into like one decision where they just don't have any idea, right? And it can be like a huge swing. Yeah,
For
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the variance
Yeah.
in the PR format,
right, right.
for sure.
So the other
What else do
question
we
I'm
have?
seeing a ton of stuff about up here is like the battle of the authors, I guess, right? Mitchi's written some
Oh,
books.
Yes.
You've written a few yourself, and they want to know what the best book out there is, and if you took any tips from Mitchi to beat him today.
Well, we did have a couple of funny plays actually. We had the double tiger
Yeah, 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 yeah.
from Mitchi, and I pointed out. I said, "Oh, that's the famous play," and he
Yeah.
smiled a little bit. I got a smile out of him.
Yeah.
We had in the first game that was a pretty standard double 5 blitz.
Yep.
I knew he was going to take, obviously, but that could have been a position from my new book, Cube Like a Boss.
Right, right.
Basically, this is like a double 5, but with the 9th checker in the zone. So
Yep.
that's a pretty right in the middle of the doubling window. And
Yeah, yeah.
of course, I knew that he knew that he wouldn't make a mistake in that position.
Yeah, yeah.
What else do we have? Yeah, but all in all, I love Mitchi's books,
Yeah,
especially his colorful language, the way he describes
Oh, yeah.
different structures and formations
Yeah,
and
yeah,
stuff
yeah,
like this.
yeah.
So we have a lot of the expressions now coming from Mitchi.
Yeah, yeah.
Amazing player, obviously.
Yeah.
Honored to play him. Lucky that I won, but I wanted to beat him on the PR as
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
But
yeah. Yeah.
It's
That's the
okay.
one that matters, everyone.
Yeah.
right? Well, cool. Congratulations on your win, Mark.
Thank you, Nick.
and yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Thanks for doing this interview with us. man.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Yeah, I think we can probably get a little more. That was a quick match, so maybe we'll let everyone watch the playing room on the eye in the sky camera now. It's kind of cool that we can do. So
Yeah.
people are trying to ask if we can see more of the matches going on in the room. Yeah, I think we can.
I have
give
a
you guys
question
little
though.
bit of-
How were the heart rates?
Michi's was. I think it was much higher. Yeah, yeah. I don't know
Who
why.
had the much higher?
Just like the whole time through. I think he was in like around 118 or something like that. and you were-
118?
Yeah, yeah, and you were hanging
Wow.
around your 80. You know.
80?
so
Okay, oh, that's perfect.
Cool customer.
I
Yeah,
also
yeah.
feel good, so that's perfect.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember last year I had a match with a heart rate monitor, and I was above 100 like regularly, and I
Yeah.
wasn't really feeling well. I was like
Oh, yeah,
halfway
yeah.
sick, so
Yeah.
maybe Mitch is not even in his A game,
Yeah, yeah, right, right. He could have played.
or he was just nervous playing me. Could be.
It's got to be all of them, I think.
Yeah.
He's nervous being on the stream. That's never happened to him before, right? I'm sure.
I don't know.
No, of
Probably
course,
not.
Of course. I think he's got a billion recorded matches out there. But cool. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you,
Awesome.
Nick.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, Nick Blazer here again. We've got Mochi in the chair now, made his flight from Melbourne, right?
Yes, yeah, only 30 hours flight, not a big deal.
Yeah, so you're very mentally focused and ready to do some commentary, right?
Yes, I'm trying to anyway.
Well, thanks for joining us. And congratulations in Melbourne, by the way. I heard you did very well.
Oh,
there.
yeah, thank
Yeah.
you very much. I was very, very excited, you know. It was a long time since I won last time, and, you know, when I win, it was a big, so I'm quite happy about that.
Yeah, you won the right tournament, I think.
That's true.
Right.
If I have to pick, I probably pick the same one.
Yeah, that's good stuff. So our next matchup, we've got Dagfin Snarheim and Petco Konstantinov. I think that's how you say his last name. Dagfin from Norway, Petco lives in the U.S., but from Bulgaria, right?
Mhm,
So you'll see that flag.
mhm.
Both very strong players. You were looking up their PRs on the BMAB list, I think?
Oh yeah, Petco plays 3.3 and Dagfin plays 3.2, so I say it's like even match, and both players could play much better in the tournament like this, and both players have easily wins the contender tournament. So
Yeah.
I'm very excited to commenting on this match. I played Petco many times. He is very strong both in terms of PR and practical strengths. You know, he knows how to win. He knows how to deal with the situation. You know, in the backgammon tournament, many things can happen. Not only PR. You have to play against opponent. You have to play with the clock. You have to play. You have to think about everything. So not only just playing against a computer well. It's also about a lot of experience you need.
Yeah.
Well, he's quite good about that, I think.
Yeah.
Oops, oh, it started?
Oh, looks like, okay. So we had a 5-1 split with a 6-4 point on the split, and now Petco entered with a 5-2. Okay.
All right, so Dagfin is white and Petco is blue.
Yep. We got them sitting in the right seats. That's very nice. Yeah, I've gotten to play Dagfin a couple times this year too, and same feedback about him. Very strong player. He's performed well in every match that I've played with him, both in Montenegro last year, and I saw him at the Swedish Open too.
Okay, 3-1. There's a choice already. You can make a 5 or you can make a 4. But you make a 5.
Yeah.
That's the best play.
Seems like it. It's hard to pass up making the 5-point when you get the opportunity, right?
Right, especially in the beginning of the match where both player has not a strong board yet. So getting a hit is not a fatal.
So we must hit on the 11, and then where's the 4?
Come down, I guess.
Yeah, you don't want to give him good 6s anywhere, right? Is kind of the concern. But yeah. Oh, interesting. XG really likes coming out to the bar, though.
Interesting. I would come down actually.
Yeah, because of the 6 from the bar, mainly. You don't want to give him.
Yeah, I mean, coming out to the bar gives 8s and 4s and 6. I thought it's a little bit too much.
Yeah.
But apparently, computer likes to come out much better than other play.
Yeah. It does strip the midpoint and kind of leave us with some questionable timing for the rest of the game. But yeah, Dagfin finds the right play and plays out. Very good play. And is punished, naturally, right?
Well, we are not sure yet.
Yeah, true. This could be what he wants, huh? So it should be a small advantage for Dagfin still. And with so many blots around, yeah, he's going to attack on the 4 and try to make that point. Ooh, and
Oops.
a fan is going to hurt, yeah.
So what happens here? He has 4 to cover, 6 to hit. He outballed him.
Looks like a really strong cube no matter what. 4 blots around too. We've got 9 in the zone, 10.5. So in a ton of threats, yeah, I just can't. It seems like we have to send this, and then the take side is tricky with so many around you. 3.5 point board, I almost treat like a 4 point board in this situation, where it can be very close to endgame and just being closed out. So I'd have a tough time with this one. But I see they pulled it up on XG, and it's almost like a break-even take-pass decision here. Either way.
But I think Petco gonna take it. Petco is known as a taker.
Yeah.
This is one of the positions that he likes to take, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So Dagfin correctly doubled.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I knew. There wasn't a big pass. It's like
No,
small
right.
pass, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's basically, I mean, there's not much of an error to be made either way. So it's your choice. If you're Petco and you like to take, then you take, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Make Dagfin figure out all these plays here.
How did you play this 2-4?
I assumed that you would cover here, maybe even bring a checker in the zone instead of stepping up at the 2. But Dagfin's going to go ahead and hit. I don't want the 8 point anymore now that the 2 point's made, right? So I'm inclined to break that pretty quickly to cover. But yeah, we missed out on what the correct play was there. It looks like about a 130 error that was made. Wow, big swing, big turn of events here where Petco can be right back in this game if he just enters an anchoring number, especially like a 1-3. This is very strong.
Yeah, games became almost even now.
Yeah.
I don't
Small
know.
advantage with that advanced anchor and the tiny racing lead, I think, for Petco. Or sorry, for Dagfin. But yeah. Yeah, lots
5-4, I guess.
Yeah. Got a little glare on the die there.
Yeah. Hit and go.
This is, I didn't notice till right now, but Petco's position is pretty, like, he doesn't have a lot of flexibility in it, huh? So this becomes a difficult number to play. I guess, I mean, you must just, yeah, what do you do? Is this what you like, come out to the bar?
I would play it 8-5, but coming out has lots of merit too.
Yeah.
I mean, 6 is a little bit duplicated too. For example, this 6-4,
Oh,
he
yeah.
really wants to make a 14 and he can make a 7,
Yeah.
you know, but he makes 7. But I mean,
You kind of force him to, though, when he
Yeah.
would have been glad to run and connect. Yeah.
we could say 6-4 is really good number anyway. 4-1. Just go to the 9.
That seems, well, yeah, what other play do we have? I guess,
Go to
Yeah, I
the
don't-
8.
yeah. Is that a better point to challenge? I would think you just want to get home to safety. It's fine. Oh, go to the 8 is the better play, though, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Strange. What's the merit of that?
Well, midpoint is stripped, so getting hit by midpoint is not as expensive, I guess. And you're not really trying to make a 9 point. It's good to have, but it's not your aim.
Yeah.
Your aim is just coming out from the back. The backman is your biggest problem. Oh, double 6s. Wow. It's like an equalizer.
The checker back on the ace seems like a liability, but that's the other. White's got a checker trap back, too.
Yeah, but this is by far the best number, right?
Probably, yeah. I can't see you complaining about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, play B, I guess, would have been hitting on the 2, but I can't see that happening, so this looks strong. It's always scary to leave a single checker stuck behind a 5 prime like that. I don't like it. Ooh, that's a great shot.
That's a good shot. For 1. So far, Dagfin's 4-2 that he hit the 18-point area in this game is only blunder.
Yeah. This is.
Petco plays 0 so far.
Yeah. That might be the only mistake altogether.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is an interesting 3-1, huh? Is it that bad. I mean, you definitely don't want to step into the range of that 6, but I can't imagine giving up structure to do it. So I'm just, yeah.
Yeah, I think he should just step up. Giving him 2-6 and 3-5 is way too expensive. I mean, if you play 9-8, those numbers would be a joker.
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed, I think I remember Dagfin looking at a lot of 3-5 as mentioned. Looks at the plays and tends to find the right one, but we have to get up to the edge of the prime here, I imagine, right? Yep. It's a confusing game plan for Petco, though, because, I mean, I guess he wants to escape the prime, but then he's still losing the race, so how do you win this game, you know? Oh, wow, XG likes just making the 3 and continuing your offense here.
Oh, actually, stepping up is not a light.
Wow, it's like a blunder, yeah. Okay, cool. We're sorry about, guess we had some technical problems with the stream. Are you all, hopefully you all are seeing it now. But yeah, we're here with Mochi. I guess, I think we still, did we get the whole beginning of it or not? Yeah? No? Okay, cool. We did a little intro to no one then, but I'm here with, we've got Mochi in the room now, Nick Blazer here still, and we're here in game 1, where Dagfin got a bit of like a blitzy kind of position and sent a cube. That was a really close take-pass decision for Petco. Petco went ahead and decided to play it out, quickly anchored up, and we're in a fascinating game now. I didn't even notice Petco rolled the giant double 6s joker again to escape and have the race in lead now.
Yeah, he's up 1 pips on the overall.
Yeah, I mean, clearly not a double yet, but he's got to figure out what the race is and where he even ended up, right? This is crazy.
Yeah, he's just counting race, and he will take a low, but...
major turnaround, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could easily be a 4 cube games.
Yeah.
And it could be the last game, you know?
Every now and then that happens. It's been pretty well played so far. I think we said the 4-2. There was an interesting blitz technique kind of play that Dagfin wasn't sure if he should cover a blot in his inner board or hit another checker to send it back. Chose to hit the checker and send it back, so small error there. And Petco, his 5-3 that you can see on the board there, he was stuck back on the ace and decided to step up to try to escape, which worked. Ended up letting him run with the 6's next roll. But he was supposed to sit back for contact a little too far down in the race.
Oh, yeah, now I remember last year Monte Carlo World Championship in the final.
Yes.
Petco miscounted the race and dropped huge cube.
Yeah.
First of all, his opponent doubled, probably miscounted, I don't know.
I think it was the other way, but...
It was the other way?
I think so. I think, yeah. I think I was transcribing that one, but yeah.
Okay, but anyway, both players miscounted by a lot, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, the biggest bluff cube potentially, right?
Yeah.
In backgammon history.
Well, if he knew this, I mean, if he made a double on purpose, that was a big bluff double.
Yeah.
But I didn't think so.
Right, yeah. I guess, yeah. I still think of it as a bluff cube, even if he didn't know he was bluffing.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, here he is, still ahead 3 pips in the race. Maybe it would be cool if we got another one. I don't think Dagfin's going to pass in response, though. I think he'll figure out what the pip count was.
Not.
Yeah. We're not day 8 into the Monte Carlo World Championships. Remember that was too? Not quite as exhausted.
Yeah.
Probably in a little better shape for this match.
And Dagfin drank only 3 beers today, so...
Oh, yeah. So he's probably, just very clear and not,
All right, that's still a good roll, W3. He's up like 15 now. That could be...
That's actually, I remember playing him and Dagfin in the Swedish Open. I think him and about 3 or 4 of his friends were hanging out, drinking beers through the end of their match too. And of course he still plays, amazing. But yeah, I forgot that was part of the Dagfin experience. Some alcohol in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's their culture.
Yeah. 7 pips now, so this must be, we must have gotten to a cube now, right? It's still a take.
Yeah,
well, it's close, actually.
Not only 7 pips, but also the 3 more crossovers.
Yeah. That counts for something.
I'm actually surprised that this is such a small double.
The distribution for Petco is pretty bad, having just the one checker on the
That's
floor, right?
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. But Dagfin's got problems too with two checkers on the deuce. It's not perfect, you know, but he's likely to clean a lot of that up. Yeah, and it's a recube too, right? So, got to be a little further ahead.
This cube is actually hard to see.
Oh yeah. People had mentioned that on the stream here. It's wish it was a different color, but what are you gonna do? It's a 4 cube. We know it. We'll tell you. We'll announce what the number is for y'all. Sorry, y'all missed the early game. Was really the exciting part of this one. Right? Like, I guess you guys all showed up right when we were racing, more or less. Right? But I mean, these are some technical decisions here too. You got to have your formulas in order to be able to know if it's a take or pass. I'm working off of a pretty simple trice one, which is just, I think, like round up to the nearest 10 digit and then, you know, divide by 10 and 1. So 80 divided by 10 is 8 plus 1 is 9 as the point of last take. That's my money, basically, formula that I'm using.
Okay.
And I think it's close enough to money probably here at the score. I don't know. What do you, I bet you do all kinds of calculus to figure out your take points, presumably?
I still use all the Roboti's rule.
Oh, okay.
8% double, 9% redouble, 12%, you know, take plus border.
Yeah.
You know,
Dagfin finds
I'm
the
not
take.
smart enough to do those shit.
I think you're smart enough, but I mean, you're smart enough not to do it. I think that's what it comes down to.
I'm
right?
lazy enough.
Yeah, exactly. You got to save the brain power for some more important things, right? It becomes a very real consideration in these tournaments, I think. How you choose to spend your processing power. Yeah. Petco is maintaining his lead pretty easily so far, but Dagfin definitely still in the race. Ugh, 2-1's not the best. It's a good distribution too. That's kind of nice. Ooh. You actually don't take a checker off here, do you? You just do what he did here?
Yeah.
2, 6 to 4. It's such a rarity in the bear off that you don't just take checkers off when you can, but one checker
Oops,
versus
double
much
4.
better. Yeah, it's going to catch up quite a bit after a double aces too. Like dead even in the actual pip count.
Oh, now it's showing EPC?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, yeah, that's the part of the pip count that we have there. So we can see kind of raw in the adjustment too. But yeah, the take point is, I mean, it's still pretty close to money, maybe 1 pip earlier in a 7-point match on an 8 cube, right?
Yes, a little bit earlier, because you will not get to redoubled.
Oh, a little bit earlier too, yeah, because
Yeah.
it's not I got you, dead cube. The take point is still a little bit,
I think it's like 24% or something.
yeah. It's just your match equity, whether you pass. Right? Oh,
Ooh.
there we go. That's gonna.
It's double sixes, wow.
That should earn a cube on the next roll unless something crazy happens.
Hey,
Then it's whether or not he can
what's
take
the pip
it.
count here?
Well, we can see the EPC is, yeah, he just knows to whip it, and I'm not, this like gut feel is probably a pass,
Yeah.
but
Okay, 29 to
Yeah.
37, 7 pips.
that's the EPC.
Mhm.
Oh, 29 to 37, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Yes, yeah. The EPC is listed there too,
Yeah.
which is 37 to 42. Yeah, I mean, that should be way too much for, right? Petco's got to figure it out. I think he'll give us another
Wow,
game. But
he's
you
a-
said he likes to take.
No.
Not this kind of
He's-
like debate.
This is too much. This is too much. He's just, you know, spending some time to make sure that he makes any mistake because it's 4 cube.
Sure. See, Ralph on the chat is asking if I use Mark's modified doubling decision for trice. I don't think I modify it on there. I don't remember what that is. I remember reading in the book that he had his own closed formula, but I think it's the rule 52 or 60, whatever it is. I don't know. There's a point where it changes halfway over. But I do tend to adjust based off of the Keith count or something is what I use. Eyesight is the one that I usually use to make my adjustments. Yeah, and there we go. Petco finds the correct pass, of course. But yeah, good question out there. What Do you use any specific formula for your adjustments, Mochi?
Adjustment.
Yeah.
Yeah, the eyesight count has some nice adjustment suggestion, like 2 pips
so
for third man or less point or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go.
But of course, lots of guesswork too.
Yeah, yeah. It's never the whole story, is it?
Mm-hmm.
What happens here? I guess we must make the 11 and the 4, even though he's split there?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Since Petco is down 0-4, he needs, he wants to create Gammon possibility.
Yeah.
And making a point is the best way to do so.
Yeah. And Dagfin wants the exact opposite, and making an anchor is the best way to avoid that.
Yeah, yeah. So he's doing very good.
The game's kind of playing itself. Now that he has an advanced anchor, Petco's got to have an advanced anchor, so that's going to be the first 2 threes for sure. And I almost expect him to continue to the bar, unless this is an interesting contact play with a better board. Yeah, they're very close. I think Petco likes to tend towards kind of more complicated games like that, slots and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is too simple of a play for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up with the slot on the bar and keeping the deeper anchor with, because he's not winning the race, is the problem, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So getting hit is not a big deal. I think I would make a 10 point.
Yeah. Oh, interesting play.
Making a 4 prime in front of the anchor.
Yeah, yeah.
And the ace is a little bit duplicated, like 1-3 and 1-6.
Yeah.
Double ace is a good number anyway.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's another very
But
interesting
anyway, those plays are really close. And actually, making a bar is the best play, right?
Yeah,
Coming
yeah.
out.
Yeah. I'm a simple man. That's my play right there. I just see the threes go all the way there. I don't have to leave shots. I have a very good, fine holding game from there and still a lot of contact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what Petco goes with. I'm surprised. Maybe this is what he does when he's playing someone that has very good PR too. If he's playing me, maybe he slots the bar. 2-1, not what Dagfin was looking for, I don't think. I'm not sure what he does here.
Okay.
How do you minimize your chances of losing the racing lead here?
8-5.
8-5 seems like, because it builds best too, right? But it leaves your 6 points stacked, so I really would like to use a checker from there. And I guess, yeah, that's just the point you want to make the most. It makes a lot of sense. The XG has these all very close. Fascinating.
Hmm.
Yeah. There does seem to be a lot of sense to this play too. Force him to break an anchor a lot of the time if he hits. I'd rather not use that checker. But with Petco having the better board, it's not such a big risk to have to break his anchor to do it. He kind of prefers to do that, right?
Yeah.
If the checker's moving. So Petco taking a small advantage in this game, I think. Dagfin fighting right back. Oh, cool. I love these games where you end up with a funky, like, 15-point anchor or something like that. They're so tricky. They just play like nothing else. I can't see what else he can do other than, I guess he could play back to the ace, but is that the best play too?
No, I will hit.
Yeah, XG likes
Oh,
going to the
actually,
ace for some
XG likes
reason.
to play 6-1. Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's-
I'm definitely hitting 2 though.
Mhm.
It's just, it doesn't look productive enough to throw a checker behind, you know?
Yeah, but probably getting hit is too expensive.
Yeah. Must be, must be.
And race was really close, and race is still close.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Must be a factor. Well, so we're covering, well, man, we have a lot of options here. I think the awkward thing here is that you almost want to be able to spend that 6 from the 22, I guess, but I don't think it's good enough to not just safety it. Try to get it moving.
Yeah, while race is really close,
Yeah.
I would step up to the 20.
Yeah.
I'm ready to come out, then make 3 point.
Yeah.
And blue is not going to leave any blots in next shake, I don't think. So getting, you know, being back doesn't generate any numbers.
Yeah.
Like 6-4 he can make, he can play. So
Yeah. It looks strange to step into that prime essentially though, into like blocking your own 6. So I understand why he went with that play. 5-4 simple, just coming around. You know,
look at this number.
Now he really wishes he would have played it.
This is why.
Yeah, yeah.
This is why you wanted the B20.
Yeah. Linking him up works. So what do we want to do here now with a big racing lead? Interesting.
This looks reasonable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this looks a little better. Yeah, we don't want to give up the midpoint or anything like that. Yeah, we've got plenty of time to play on the other side. Shouldn't be such a difficult point to clear. So any of these plays look very reasonable, yeah. Oh, interesting, and not even advancing the 20 is a option in a choose book. What is this going to do? Now that we're down in the race, we're not down by a lot, so I guess we don't need to hit.
Mm-hmm.
We're outboarded now, too, yeah.
Oops,
No
that's
pressure.
a big red, I see.
Oh, wow.
What is the play? Maybe he should have hit.
You think so?
I don't know, but it's the only logical play I can see.
There you go. Yeah, yeah.
it's
13,
blunder.
7, 8 to 3. Yeah, I wouldn't have, I mean, they tend to be such a high magnitude when it's a 50-50 game like this. That I've found that a lot. But I wouldn't have thought it was so desperate to hit there, you know? Like, I think White still has enough work to do to escape this anyway.
Well, I think Petco should have given more thought about that.
Yeah.
He played really quick.
That's fair, that's fair. You know, he's kind of stuck doing some unnatural things here, too.
64.
What is this going to do? He's got to give up one of his outfield points now, I think. Well, the one that doesn't leave a shot, probably.
Yeah, makes sense. Just 2 down.
Buy some timing.
Mm-hmm. More flexibility.
Yeah. Yep. And Petco's structure is too gappy to really threaten here. I wonder if it's...
I guess he should hit now, no?
Yeah, if it was time to hit last time, then it must be time to hit now, right? Yeah, this
Now
is
maybe he
interesting. So
stops,
after
yeah.
you do, what do you... Oh,
That's
no
a big
hit.
mistake.
Plays just behind. Wow.
Wow.
That's way too passive, yeah. Okay, and now...
Now he's
You're
probably dead in a PR race. He just made 2 blunders back to back and the same concept.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually kind of surprised. Maybe he did not count the race, or maybe, you know, he misunderstood the position.
Mm-hmm. It's the 15-point anchor versus 15-point anchor. I think that confuses a lot of people, right? It's just not something you practice a lot or whatever it is, the hybrid midpoint anchor.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. Maybe he was thinking holding game.
But it's also easier for me to say after seeing first mistake that pointing out second mistake.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Of course, of course. But yeah, given that he didn't hit the first time, of course he's not going to hit the second
but
time.
I'm just saying that I would think more about that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Clearly a decision there.
Yeah.
This is too early of a cube for Dagfin. Not enough race lead. Still good contact for Petco, and it's dangerous.
And 4-0,
to
of course.
Yeah,
4-0, you don't want to give a air ball.
Mm-hmm.
But he's definitely a favorite.
Mm-hmm.
6-4.
Yeah, I think if he can, I mean, he's probably going to generally clear that 15 before he sends it, even with a racing lead here. But this is such a non-volatile position that we could still see a cube from the leading player in it now that there's not a lot of gammon risk involved. Yep. I think
his take point is much lower than money game, maybe like 19% in this situation.
Okay.
So he can wait a little bit. Yeah, now he's catching up. So definitely no double.
still a tiny but clear advantage for Dagfin here. There's a little better distribution for the race too. That helps. And Petco's checkers are a little all over the place.
So he's trying to keep the spare 6 on 8 points so that he doesn't need to break the 15.
Yep. Hoping to roll doubles.
6-3, he gotta play safe, I think.
That's interesting though, because he's gotta waste pips and start doing it. Yeah, I mean, Petco might too. I would at least have to think about it because he can get one checker passed and reduce the shots just to 12, right? So, but he doesn't automatically win if he gets away with it, so it's probably just not worth it enough to try to break contact there.
Right.
And now Petco's position. I wouldn't think to do this yet. Why not? I mean, if you're gonna, why not just stack the 4? You know. I don't see the advantage, but okay. Now we're gonna do the same thing as last time. Yep. Reduce shots. Hope for the best. Ooh.
Oh.
This is why. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So he's trying for Gammon?
Yeah, it must be technically too good, right? I mean, he doesn't have anything that's gonna leave a shot and ruin things for him, but
He's probably like 7%, 8% Gammons.
oh yeah,
So
I might have
that's
guessed
awesome. Yeah.
less. Interesting though. Yeah, I guess he's got to have 3 even if he has none outside, right? So yeah, there must be somewhere. I want to say 8 pips outside is where you get the 10% gammons though. He's only got 3 pips outside. Can't remember how many checkers off you have to get to like have real gammon chances here too and start playing like it. Like I guess he's just gonna.
This 3-1.
Is he just gonna cash? I mean, he can't take a checker off.
Oh.
Oh, this is sneaky. Okay, you can take a checker off. I didn't see it.
I'm
It
not sure.
might not even be right, right? Because
I'm
now,
not sure.
actually, no, it's got to be because even if Dagfin enters on the 3, he can always just cash, right? So nothing can go wrong.
Yeah, but he has no bad numbers even after entering 3. So
Yeah.
well,
Bad number is like his opponent can roll something that keeps contact. I think that's what I think is the worst thing that could happen there. Maybe there's an outside chance, maybe not. I think this one is just a single game. And he is still in the PR race. He just needs one real monster of a error from Dagfin or 2 or 3 smallish ones.
yeah.
Yeah.
He is basically 300 error.
Yeah.
He needs 300 error to catch up.
Yeah. Raw equity.
So it's
Okay, he gets on the board, 1 point. That
quite
helps.
unlikely, but it's possible, of course.
Yeah. 3 away, 6 away is a nice awkward score.
Right.
Trailing, you must slot here, right? But he chooses the splitting play. Is that right? Do you split or slot your opening? For
I
one
would
as the trailing?
slot.
Yeah. I don't think it's huge, but I thought it might actually be bigger trailing there. But. Okay, I'm just throwing checkers around in all Imperial-like and getting hit, sending more back. It's gonna be a fun game. Oh, this is not a great enter, but with 3 back, I guess you could slot, right? This is the play?
Yeah, just throw everything. I mean, just split everything.
Yeah. Bad roll. I had options of 5 points, makes the offensive one with that many there, with 3 behind it.
Oops,
and only
this
7.
is bad number. He cannot make any anchor. He cannot run the backman.
You still have double coverage for the split to the bar, so I would be looking at 23
It could be double. I think
yeah.
it's a double actually after his play, because Petco will be leading 17 pips. Petco outvoted.
Yeah.
And there's some slats like 2-4, any deuce fun or any deuce non-return.
Yeah.
And even worse comes to worse, he retains our potential read. And 4-1, of course, being 1-4 down to 7. Yeah, computer agrees my assessment. I think it's a double.
Yeah, sizable double.
Yeah,
Looks like,
sizable double, yeah.
probably a smallish no double for money, but close, approaching the window there, based on the numbers that we see.
Good double.
Yep, finds the cube.
I mean, low like 6-5, for example. It's not a super roll, but still, Petco is leading a lot and do everything. And
Yeah, if Dagfin doesn't respond with something, then
Yeah.
he's pretty toast. That could be a market loser, yeah.
5-3.
Ooh, 5-3. What does that do? Duplicates the anchoring 3. Yeah, okay. Certainly not the role he was
6-2
thinking of.
is ugly number 2. What can you do? You can hit a 5? No, probably not. Or
Yeah,
you
you
can
could
run
also-
to the mid. Oh, computer likes the hit. Okay.
Yeah, I was starting to
Or he
lean
can play
towards
safe.
safetying 14 to 8 and maybe stepping up.
But I mean, starting 5 looks really scary, leaving 4 blots.
Yeah, it does.
And how many numbers? Like
Yeah.
25 numbers to hit, being hit.
But I guess not hitting leaves your opponent their full roll. This is the play that I saw too. But you know, he's left his opponent with 10 checkers in the zone with a better board, you know, with
Yeah.
their full roll now. So,
Right.
so like this is
Now.
gonna hit too. Yeah, yeah. When you step both up to the edge like that, you invite that double hit off the double tiger play.
Double tiger, yeah.
Yeah. All right, good response though. Keeps some life in the game now. Petco's not as in great of a blitzing position with 3 back and only 9 in the
Oops.
zone. Big difference. Yeah, 6s from the bar don't tend to be pleasant unless your opponent offers you something, but
Duplicating 2.
yeah, it does look to do that, but it loses some connection it could otherwise, but yeah, seems fine. I guess you don't really want to be double hit here, huh? It's kind of important,
Right.
even though we're outboarding your opponent. Ooh, that's a great roll. Hit and cover. Still a solid advantage for Petco, of course. You know, I don't think he's feeling like he's reaping the rewards of his
Double ace?
cube yet, but yeah. Must be a split in this position, right? I mean,
Yeah.
You're priming, you're only against 9 in the zone. You pressure that 8 point that's stripped as well. Yeah. Finds that play pretty easily. I'm always scared to split in a game where I risk a bunch of gammons like this, you know? I feel like you can play a little more safe. Simple plays. Petco's got that anchor, even though he's primed. It's a little bit of an advantage. Oh, look at this. What a shot. Sends a 3rd behind his structure, and Dagfin's turning this around. I think must be favorite now, right?
Yeah, he's favorite now.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you want to stay back or risk anymore. Well, I mean, he wants to bring the checker down to the 10 as a builder, I guess, to get some counterplay going. But it's such a problem to just voluntarily prime yourself like this, right?
Yeah, I would step up.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a timing to be back on 24.
Yeah, it's your last midpoint
Yeah.
spare. Yeah, I think you got to get one moving past this. It's an interesting feature I've found too of just this prime from the 8 to the 5 like this, is that you really have to respect it, right? It's a very strong structure. It really disincentivizes playing bold or attacking or anything like that, and you really do have to work hard to get your checkers over it, get them moving again.
Right.
6-2. What are we, just simple, I imagine, unless we want to step up, but I wouldn't think that's the idea with your back checker. You just invite a new game plan and being attacked. So, yeah. Oh, Petco's got work to do to stay alive. He could very well lose a gammon in this kind of. This is going to help a lot. This is going to save a lot of gammons for sure. They're right back in the game.
But he might face with 4 cube.
That could happen. I mean, he's going to have a very deep take point.
Yeah.
Really, right?
What is the take point here?
1 away, 6 away is going to be right between, so it must be like,
9%?
that sounds right, because 1 away, 7 away is what? No, 1 away, 7 away is the 9%, right? So it must be a little bit higher.
Oh yeah, so 11%.
Yeah, that sounds right.
All right, so it's a
Whatever
long
the
way
number,
to go.
very low. Yeah. And Dagfin's not going to want to send it unless he gets there, right? You tend to wanna lose your-
Right.
Yeah.
So he must go with this 5-4, and then he must clear the midpoint. Then he must make a 4-point. Then
Yeah.
he can think about the cube.
Yeah.
And most
exactly.
likely still not double.
right. Provided Petco keeps a decent race, he'll still be in it.
Okay.
What does this do? Nothing? Okay.
Nothing. 4-3.
Yep. A well-defined game now. I mean, barring something crazy on this roll, Dagfin's escaped his checkers and coming home against a 3-point anchor.
So he gonna play safe for sure. And 7-5. Well, we could reach that position very likely, actually.
Yeah, the one you talked about, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I
what
don't
is this?
think he can do this.
No, he's not gonna do it. He's just
Yeah.
checking.
You got to look at it. The race is close.
Yeah.
You run out of timing so often. You know, you've played enough 3-point anchor games that you don't like where this is going, but it's just, you risk too much. You just give your opponent new ways to win by doing this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're not getting the leading race afterward. But it looks like it's in the green at least down here. I'm curious how bad this is. Especially like at this score, you know, you're not losing as much to lose a gammon, so you can play for the wins a little more if you really think
Wow.
that's what's going on. But
I don't understand. You know, you are down 16 pips, so why you want to give up the anchor and run?
yeah, I think
I mean, he's just checking. He's not
Yeah.
gonna do it.
what
If
is it?
race is much closer, say, you know, even race after the move, then I would consider, but probably not in this race range.
Yeah. That's a pretty sensitive window, though, right? So 5 more pips than you'd think about it?
Yeah, sure.
I think that's right, though.
Well, now it's a mistake by 70, or he's gonna do it. Wow.
I think
I don't like it.
people are asking about times on there. It's 21 here is going to be, I know we're 7 hours ahead of Central Time, so I think we're just on London time, whatever that is.
Yeah. No, it's not London time.
Not quite 1 hour
Yeah.
ahead of London time? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Did he hasn't, he's still thinking about the 6-5 and hasn't done it. Good. We're still
He
rooting for him to
really
find-
likes this play, I think.
I think, yeah. I mean, I imagine he just really dislikes the other one. You know?
Yeah,
It just
yeah.
looks like what.
I think his feeling is like he wants to do, but his
Yeah.
logic says no.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
down 16 pips, you cannot do it. And now logic won.
Yep.
But
Good.
I know
Yeah.
what he sold.
Oh, look at this. Dagfin continuing just to have an easy ride
Yeah,
home
yeah,
there so
yeah.
far. Yeah.
Well, now he needs to make a 4, then he can think about the cube.
Yeah, it's still a close race. There's still plenty of ways to win this.
Yeah, it's true. 12 pips.
With that, we aren't getting into like, this could be a money pass, huh?
No, not yet. Yeah, actually, very close.
Yeah.
Like maybe a small take, I would say,
Yeah.
because of the race.
But of course, it's going to be a giant blunder to send the cube at the score then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
I think we might have got there.
Mm-hmm. I think we get there.
Yeah.
I think this
Wow,
is
it's still not super clear though. Can he really be down to 10% after this play? I don't think so. I think it's still got to be a take, whatever happens here. So it's not clear to me that it
now,
would be a
but
double.
I'm gonna think.
Yeah.
So 19 pips up. So
Yeah.
race is nearly dead, but of course blue can hit. Wow, this is interesting.
Very
I think it's a
interesting.
take.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
Not a double yet.
not a double. Blue has 15% winning chance
Yeah.
based on the small chance raise and the small chance to hit. So
And white really, I mean, the 6 is of course a great racing roll, but they left him with no flexibility here to deal with bad rolls. I think what is actually a 5-4 immediately is just a nightmare. You have to clear the 6, I guess, so you're safe for a roll. But yeah, it's
on double 5 or double 4.
That's fascinating. I wonder if like just some spares on the 6 point would be enough to make this a cube then. You know?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Because if you put the spare on the 6 points, then you lose the race chance as well.
Yeah.
So you basically you need to clear 1 more point, then it could be a double.
Yeah. These are tough though. It's just not usually the way you're thinking about this game, right? It's like exactly. I'm used to evaluating cube decisions in the 20% range and not so much in the 10%. You know, these don't come up too often. Racing formulas break down a little bit down there, you know.
Dagfin shake the dice twice. Think back.
This could be the pressure of the event a little bit too. I do this to myself when I'm just playing regular matches, but you really don't want to make an error, right? It's just you want to win the PR too. So you really, I mean, maybe if you're playing in a regular tournament, you just think it's not worth potentially making a giant error and you just never send a cube at this, right? But in this format, I think you have to think a little harder and make sure you're not missing something that could be a proper claim, you know? And you never know what your opponent's going to do too. Could cost them on their PR quite a bit.
Right. But I think
is a great roll, by
oh
the
yeah,
way.
this is like
Game
super
over?
roll.
Could be. Petco's still
Needs-
going to have a take after this, do you think?
No,
No?
not with 5-1.
Wow. Because, oh yeah, he's done
I
21
mean,
pips.
now
Yeah.
it's a pure race basically.
Yeah,
right?
he's got to roll double 6s to be behind still. Yeah, giant pass. Okay.
Yeah.
Just chucks it. Yeah.
6-1.
Crawford, but we're at an even score. These are always exciting, right? So it's Gammon. Well, it's not quite Gammon Go. How do you want to win a Gammon?
Yeah, Gammon counts.
Yeah.
So who is leading a PR race?
I think Dagfin still got it.
Yeah.
A bit. Yeah.
Now I remember, yes. He
Open
was reading like
4-1.
300. Yeah, he
Yeah.
retains 300 read.
Yep. Both playing very well though. The 6-3.
Well, I mean, in this tournament, both plays like average. You know, the fields are so tough.
Oh, he made this complicated. How about that 6-3 split after the 4-1 split? I think that's interesting. Probably would have assumed he just run based on game plan.
No, I mean, Petco wants to win Gammon, so
Oh, yeah. So he
makes
goes
more
for
sense.
the contact. Yeah,
Yeah.
I gotcha. The score thing, okay. And we're in that early game blot hitting contest. Petco's got a little better board, so it's good. It's even the 3 back, he's probably got a small.
Oh, double
happy.
5. It's
Ooh.
a joker.
You must hit 8 to 3, and then do you make it, or do you come out and hit the 10?
Right.
And he's gonna. Oh, interesting.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I feel like I'd come out and challenge that checker first, maybe, but no, this is the best play. Okay. Yeah, it's another checker in the zone too. Yeah. Guess I'm not prioritizing right here. Let's cover a blot, I think, and hope we can survive.
Yeah, I think those 2 blocks makes the making 3-point light.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Even if he enters, you know, now he has 3 blocks left.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Oh,
ouch!
wow, what a
40
whiff.
is, big miss.
Yeah, it's
What
not
would you
even.
do?
It's not worth hitting on the 2, I don't think. Here, you still only have 9 in the zone. Are you leading otherwise without it? Yeah. Oh wow, it's very close to hit on the 2. But I would think to just. I mean, the best you can do with this, I think, is make an anchor. Looks to me. Still a super valuable asset. You're against 10 in the zone on white side too. They could develop into a great structure pretty quickly. So, I like this play. You are quite disappointed that you didn't do something better though. Unfortunately, Dagfin doesn't do much with his roll either. Wow, where do we want to be now? Do we need to? The 2 looks like a. Wow, geez,
How
no,
about
it
hit
all
loose?
depends.
Yeah, I like hit loose.
Hit loose with
Yeah. 6 to 4.
outboarded this bad, huh? Okay.
Yeah, but it takes away.
This is
one
what I
row.
see. This seems, yeah, I get it. But now you're off of a point that he wants to hit you on. You safety a blot. It just seems like a pretty simple play. But wow, that's the tempo is worth it here, huh? That's very neat. What else does this do for us? I guess you're going to anchor on the 5 a lot of the time, even if you are hit on the 4, huh?
Yes, and you hit the 4 points.
Yeah.
And using the 5th check on the 6th point.
Yeah.
So how about it can be?
Yeah.
If you get hit, you have a double chance to make an anchor.
Yeah.
Either 2 point or 5 point. The problem with this is giving a free roll and lots of shots anyway, like 2s, 9s, and 10s. 4-3 is like worst number. And 4-3 could have been the best number in the other way. So that's the beauty of the backgammon. You know, even if you make a second best play, you know, it could work much better than best play.
Yeah, yeah.
5-1.
Wow. This doesn't do anything. I guess he must come in high, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
This is okay too. Maybe this is a better.
Yeah, that's fair. Keeps
this
pressure
was a
on the
better
checker.
play.
Yeah. Okay, I see it.
And race is close. I mean, race is down, so.
Yeah. Oh, 4-3.
Mm.
It's a pretty garbage roll. So he just gets a checker moving, best he can do. Not ready to start doing impure things with anything.
61.
Yeah, so he'd like to make the bar point, but he can also hit on the 23. That must be the 6. I think I agree with that.
Wow.
I guess it doesn't have to be. I guess if you're not gonna, you just come out now. You have to. Yeah. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It seems so strange to just leave a blot on the 7 after playing down there. Makes a lot of sense. 5-2. What are we doing with this? I'm just playing simple, I would think. What's he seeing?
I don't see anything else.
Yeah.
Well, Petco should cover sometimes.
Yeah.
He missed the cover 3 times already, so now.
Keep surviving and keeping the gammon pressure on even here, you know? This
Oh,
could go that way.
wow.
That's a strong
It's a
roll.
great roll. And great gammonish roll, too.
Yep. Just got to sweat one more. You can dodge a 6 here, then there's a lot of gammons coming.
6-3.
Okay, now he's kind of got a hit. Now.
Oh, still hits. And 3 and
3 10s and some 3s.
60 numbers. Oops.
Oh, yeah, play that. Dice on checker. It's a good time to declare that rule, I think. There we go.
All right.
That's probably a better hitter anyway, right?
Well, I'm not sure.
Do you
about
want to put the 13 on the bar or rather be here? Maybe. You don't have to leave the joker. All right, now Petco is trying to coast to a gammon. What's the best way to do that here?
Okay, double 3. To just
Yeah.
put everything in, maybe.
It could
Yeah.
be, except you know, you want to use your 6s and 5s to escape. So I guess you could look for ways to create something better. But I mean, this has just gotta, yeah. You get your 4 and your 3. You keep your spares where you want them. Seems right. 6s, okay.
Okay.
Easy game.
His favorite doing gammon.
Yeah, more than 50% here, huh?
Well, probably.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, if he managed to close out, yes, of course.
Yes. Yeah.
But sometimes he doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got 60% gammons. Cool. So
2-1 is a good.
yeah, good potential gammon saving roll.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, 2 pips. Not bad.
Right. Plus, you might not
Yeah.
get attacked here, right?
Okay.
I guess you're going to get attacked, though, right?
Mm-hmm. But then opening the 5 point.
Yeah. Just got a path out.
Just take off. Yeah.
There still must be a lot of gammons here now. Favorite? Not a favorite.
Ah.
I imagine you just. Oh wow.
I would
You
stay
come
back.
out. Yeah. You can save so many gammons if you just get away, and
What's
those aces are
the
painful,
downside
but-
of being there? Like 1-5
Yeah,
or something?
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming out as better. Okay.
Not by a lot. Oh, that's really close.
10. Okay.
Yeah, the downside is anyone, I think, especially 1-1, right?
But I mean,
Yeah.
let's say he was 1-5. It leaves very ugly position.
That's fair.
Right? 1-5, 1-4 is not okay. He's probably happy about that, but double ace is really big swing.
Yeah.
Probably like 1-2 or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I almost think the smallest, like the 1-2, 1-1, 1-2, no, just 1-2, 1-3 are probably the biggest swing, I would guess. Rolls that don't take a lot of checkers off or do a lot for distribution, but in that case, you know, really change things. But, so he finds the come out play and just decides to save the gammon. Oh, and Dagfin's given a little equity back where there's a race for the PR now.
Oh yeah, Dagfin made a big error on 6-2 when he came out instead of hit Bruce on the 4-point. You remember?
Yes, yeah.
So now it's closer.
Yeah. And we're playing for the free drop right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Will be post Crawford after this. Petco will have the option of sending the cube. I don't know if he plays the trick or not, where he.
No, they're playing bigger than free drop, right? I mean,
Yeah.
winning Gammon is huge for
Yeah.
Petco.
Yeah.
It's almost one game.
Yes. Yeah.
1, 2, 3 roll.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, Dagfin is a big favorite to save the Gammon. But
Yeah, set fixes that, right?
3-2.
Well, a certain set. All sets work. Yes, 6 and 5 are pretty big crossovers. He could. There could be a lot of rolls that don't get off here. Natural ways to win a gammon.
Maybe 4-2. Go double 4 counts anyway.
Yeah, what does this get you though?
I don't know. In
Yeah,
case
it's
he
fours
keeps
either way.
rolling 2-1, 2-1 or something.
Yeah, that's a good point.
4-3.
Is this? Oh no. I'm not sure which saves the most gammons.
Well,
Get a
2-1 doesn't
compliment.
off anyway,
Right.
no matter what you do.
And so that's.
If you do that, then 2-3 wouldn't count, then 3-1 doesn't count. So I think it's all the same actually.
Yeah.
So just bring it in. You always have two numbers that couldn't get it off. I think.
Yeah.
I think. No?
It does. Yeah, I think it looks like XG agrees with you. That all plays are the same. These are my. I hate it when this comes up because it takes like a decent amount of number crunching to figure it out and come to their even kind of answer anyway. But you have to do the math there. It's the only thing to be done, you know. And if he gets the 2-1, we'll leave a chance. And so it should have been a 2-1 followed by an ace, right?
Yeah.
It's like forfeit the chance, but okay. Doesn't win a gammon, so there's no free drop here. So what is the, like, given that we're playing a PR match, I guess Petco gets all the cube decisions if he doesn't send it, so maybe it's better to hold the cube? Even though he has
maybe.
a free automatic double? I don't know, though. We'll see if he thinks that way about it, too.
I think he's a very simple man. He will not do that, but
I think he's just whipping, huh? Okay. But he's like an adjuster too, so I would think that he would tend to wait to lose his market. And sure enough, he does.
I'm not sure about 4-6. He could make a 4.2, but the bottom treat's the right play. Interesting.
Yeah, the spare distribution looks funky after that. So I would have been inclined to go for this too. Seems like something he just kind of knew. Oh, the split, yeah, I don't know. Even though you've got a priming structure, you can't split into 11 checkers like this, right? Maybe you have to clean up if you do anyway. That could be the play, 24 to 23 and 8 to 5. Okay, 3-2. Yeah, he's being prime, so
Yeah, I
assume
like
you want
his
to do this.
play.
This looks strong. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Ace 3.
What a roll.
Ooh. Oops.
Yeah, what do you do here? You almost need to hit against this structure a lot of times, right, with a better board. Yeah, XG likes it. Okay, this isn't too bad. But that's something that I've learned is like when you have the bar point with 11 checkers in the zone, well distributed like that,
Yeah.
they're one roll away from having a, like, not just a 4 prime, but like a building 4 prime, right?
Yeah.
So it's time for a tempo there. I learned to watch for that a lot. And Petco still doesn't have any market losers. He's got to get to basically a completed game where there's more gammons on his side than there are wins on Dagfin's side for him to even think about having a pass. So he's going to keep rolling on.
Or maybe he just forget.
Yeah, that could be. That could be. Always a chance.
No, I don't think it happens here. No, joking. But now he's gonna double, I think. Unless he do like 4-3. It's a cube saver, I guess.
Easy anchor game. Yeah, Blues winning the race, but so disconnected. This almost voluntarily primes. Is this clear? You block your
not
sixes like this?
really.
Yeah.
But I guess it was fine.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's gonna have to.
Double 4, double 5.
Goodness. I guess most plain 4s and 5s probably can't run yet, though, huh? And this is gonna get ugly for Petco pretty quick. He's just out of time. He's gonna have to run when he's not ready to.
I think he gonna leave the anchor as soon as he can.
Yeah.
Like now, if he roll 4 or 5, I would leave the anchor. And he likes to leave the anchor. We have seen it already. So he has no problem doing this, especially
that's
in
very
this
true.
situation.
Yeah.
He's up in the race, he's outballed. So for
Yeah.
sure this is the right play here. And the score thing too. He doesn't care about getting Gammon.
Yeah. Oh wow, I hadn't seen any PRs from Tony at 11. That would be a big surprise to me too. They're saying in the chat that Tony maybe had a match at 11 PR, which is possible for one game, you know. That kind of thing can
Who
happen.
did that? Tony?
Tony Bernaba.
Played 11?
Yeah. That's what they're saying in the chat. I don't know.
Mhm.
Unconfirmed. The rumor has it.
Mm.
Have you familiar with Tony Bernaba? Have you played with him much? This is interesting here too. I wouldn't think to leave the shot necessarily, but yeah, actually, sorry, I would. You have the better board by a lot. You're out of time. You just kind of have to make something happen. And he doesn't generally want to hit with the 3 anyway like this, right?
And they give him a headache like
Yeah.
this. What to
Right.
do? Would you hit with 3? I think he should. I'm
I
not
would-
sure actually.
Yeah, I guess the thing is that there's not really a
But
second
now,
option. But yeah.
now he gonna double.
Oh yeah.
I think.
Yeah, and XG hates this too, huh? Yeah, it really wants to.
Uh-oh. Wow. So his 6-1 is real play. Make him.
You think Petco's going to double after this?
I think
still
so.
think that. I mean, maybe the swing's there, but it's not clear to me. Like if he hits with the ace, Petco's still got work to do, and so Dagfin's still probably got to take, right?
Well, but some rolls are really crushing. You need to find one loss through the market.
Yeah. So like what? What's our market loser here?
Good question. Like 1-5 dance.
1-5 dance. That could be enough. I guess the gammons must be sky
Oh,
high there.
4-2.
4-2 is nothing.
Huh?
Oh.
Why he stopped the clock?
Oh, there's some
Something's
sort of
not-
transcription question here.
Oh, okay.
He must have missed the double, probably.
What would you do with 4-2?
Oh goodness, I didn't even think about that there was a choice. But I suppose there is a choice. Yeah. No, I don't think so.
There's a choice. I'm not sure it's a good choice, but
How bad is he in the race and everything like that?
no race is he's up a lot in the race, so
So that's more incentive not to do it. Yeah.
so just play safe.
Oh, someone says that Petco is taking over the PR race. I didn't even notice it.
0-0.
Oh, something went wrong with the software here, I think. Oh, they're having
No,
to take
he
that
entered.
here. But yeah, look at this. This is Petco's choosing to play the trick, has accumulated him enough to pass up in decisions here. Yep. Michael Krakis is, I think this is bringing his transcription PR down to a 3. He was at about a 1.2 before, I think, in the transcribing.
Oh yeah, okay.
But a difficult transcription error. So,
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But he's
So-
still top-notch transcriber. Really appreciate what he's doing.
Who is doing it?
Michael Krakis is his name. Can you see his? He's the one with the curly hair there. They just showed him on stream.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a super nice guy. I went to Denmark for a couple days, and he took me around and showed me what is it? I forget where the neighborhoods are and everything like that, Christiania. But yeah. Yep, we're just gonna get this sorted out real quick. It's tricky getting everything, especially when they start playing fast in the bear off and have forced moves. It's just super easy to miss things.
True.
So yeah.
So his 6-1 is actually a brilliant play that make Dagfin make a blunder
Yeah.
with 3-2.
Yeah. Really impressive, yeah.
And with this format, giving your opponent a chance to make a blunder or giving your opponent just a choice is always a good idea.
Yeah.
Because he might make a blunder, even if he doesn't, he has to think about it. So he has to consume some time.
I don't feel like they should be coming over here. This is interesting, actually, because they're trying to help him, right? But they're going to get some information by coming over here to see the transcription, so I don't know if this should happen. Fascinating. But so White had a 6-2 to play. I don't remember what they played there.
6-2, 10, 3.
So we can't see what they're seeing in the board, but I thought he had a legal play in there for the 6-1.
Yeah.
And the ace. I'm not sure what the confusion is here, but transcription got off somehow by a little bit. I'll figure it out though. It sure is, man. Like transcribing your own matches at home too, right? Like you get one move wrong somewhere, and it sure is hard to figure out where the wrong move happened. Oh, they're gonna watch the stream now to catch up and make sure they've got it right. That's fun. Well, yeah, so we were talking about the format too earlier. Of course, all the players are super strong in this field. We were talking a little bit about, you know, how much of a favorite really even the best players can be, you know. So you had some picks for people that you expected to do very well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, who's at the top of your list you're expecting to see tomorrow and on the finals, maybe play in the challenge later, right?
Yeah. Ralph Robert
Yeah.
would be one of the favorites player.
Yeah.
And Thomas Christiansen would be a good chance. But Thomas has some time issue. He always throw on time in the end, so he must overcome this. And who else I'm missing? I must be missing 2 or 3 people.
Yeah.
But
Dirk
basically,
Schumann's always putting up some great
Dark
deductions.
Schumann has a big chance too.
Yeah.
Basically, anybody who plays below 3.5 has a decent shot in this format. At least make day 2.
Yeah. So we talked about that a lot too, that like the range of PRs we're looking at there's like less than 5 players underneath that regularly play underneath a 3. Everyone plays below a 4. And so practically in match winning chances, those PRs, there's not going to be a big difference between results.
No, not really.
But we do have the PR aspect of this competition where if you can consistently, but there's a lot of luck in what your PR is match by match too.
That's
so
true.
even if you're averaging that below 3, you can still play higher than the below 4 opponent, right? So yeah, it's kind of, I mean, everyone's really curious, you know, to what degree we're going to see the cream rise to the top with the PRs there. And I'm curious if you have we're back in the action here too. They got it corrected. Good, okay.
Uh-oh.
He doubles, and then the 4-2, 5-3 was incorrect. So I wonder if you were supposed to hit there like you were thinking. There can't be any other play like 3-1, right?
Yeah,
wow.
he must have hit.
The split. Is there, you would have thought about that play for sure. Do you think you would have arrived at that as a decision?
I wouldn't have done that, but I would think about that.
That's crazy, yeah. That's wild.
Oh,
wow.
what is this? Time must be, something's wrong. He has only 40 seconds?
He's been deliberate in thinking about it.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah?
he was at a
Wow.
minute before they paused too, so that seems about
He's
right.
in trouble then.
Yeah,
I mean, I
don't-
just saw the
yeah.
Dagfin is losing in PR now because
Yeah.
of his mistake with 3-1,
Sure,
3-2 actually.
So close though.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very close.
Yeah. But also, I mean, you know, it's interesting. Oh, 20. Look at this XG play. Yeah, you got the better board. You can't afford to do these timing things. I like this. This makes a lot of sense to me, and I might find this. Just playing out to the midpoint, you threaten, put pressure
Oh,
on
it's
the
a good
blocks.
play. It's
Yeah,
a really
yeah.
good play.
You've got the blot on the ace
Uh-oh,
behind you
he
too,
didn't
but
see
he doesn't
it.
find it.
It's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
big mistake.
Very big
So
mistake,
now
yeah.
Dagfin's winning.
Presumably, yeah.
But Dagfin is in time trouble.
Yeah.
So I don't know who is favorite.
Could be, yeah. It's one of those things where he only has 40 seconds on the clock, but
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
Look at the PR. It's a really close race. Petco is actually
So
still
close.
leading.
Yeah.
Double sixes. Well, most likely we're
And
going to
he's
see
crushing the
one
race
more
with-
game
yeah, we're gonna
or
get
two
another
more
one.
games.
So he's got time to catch it up, presumably. What is
I'm
this?
not
What is
sure.
this? You don't want the contact here.
No, maybe
There's
he's
no
waiting
way.
for 6-1-6-2.
Oh wow, this isn't. If this is an error, it's not big. Okay.
It may not be even an error.
Yeah. And here it is. He's going to volunteer, but I just figured against a 5-point board and so many gammons at stake, how can you do this, you know? But I guess it must win enough. That's impressive. And Petco needs to play safe here. Wow, after the great play by Dagfin here, he volunteers when he shouldn't. Yeah.
Now Dagfin makes him blunder.
Yeah.
Makes
That's
him
such
to
a
make
fascinating aspect of PR too, right?
Yeah.
It's just like people make plays that you're not used to seeing and you get kind of lost, right? And it's very easy to always make more mistakes against the humans than the computers, I feel like. You know?
Well, it was a great play.
Yeah.
I think he made a right play anyway because
Yeah.
he was down like 40 pips.
Yeah,
and,
that's fair. There's no other way to win, you know?
Yeah. But it's tough to make over the board because you can lose Gammon actually.
Yeah.
But apparently the risk-reward ratio
Sure.
was doing that.
Yeah. This. You could still lose again this way, technically, too, right?
Yeah,
Unlikely,
it's
but.
very unlikely.
Okay, so Dagfin has temporarily recaptured the PR lead, but I have a feeling that it's going to be hard to hang on to given the double situation, right? The automatic double that he can wait on it, and Petco's going to get so many more decisions, right? He can just choose not to double, so it might help his PR
Depends.
more.
Yeah.
Playing longer is probably easier to get it down.
But look at the total equity he missed. Dagfin missed 750 and Petco missed
Yeah.
over 1,000.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
still PR-wise, it's like a close race because of the decision numbers.
Yeah, and so I think that's going to continue to be compounded because Petco's getting so many more cube decisions.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. A fascinating feature of the PR calculation, right? I don't think the PR number
don't
was
think it's the right
designed
way.
for this,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
you know,
no,
but that's what
no,
we've got, so that's what we
no.
used, and yeah, it's fascinating. I wonder if that'll. I guess we almost need a new version of software before that's ever going to change, probably, right? But it's fun. All right, one game closer. Petco winning. And he's just going to, oh no. He can't give away all
Petco is
this
a
PR
simple man.
equity. Petco?
Oh, by the way, he has 15 seconds. Does he have 15 seconds?
No, I think he has like a way more. No, 15 delay.
15 second delay?
Yeah.
Ah,
So
okay.
Petco's got 4.5
I thought
minutes.
it's 12 seconds delay, no?
Look at this. He could still get taken. Yeah, I don't know why it's 15 seconds delay, but it is there for some reason. It's Monte Carlo time settings, right?
No, but I'm
And look at this. Dagfin's already a little bit on the ropes. Yeah. He could just lose a very, what a roll. Double
number
threes,
three.
too. It
Big
seems
roll
like we
coming up.
must, yeah.
1, 2. One
two
down, 2 down. Okay.
Yeah, I like 2 in the zone. Seems good. You don't really want the bar with the ace point made ever, so.
No, I was thinking about split maybe, but it's all
Oh,
right.
yeah. Yeah, I think I'm always thinking about finishing the blitz, but, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
And if he does, this should be a straightforward game too. And actually, Petco is going to get all the decisions. For the
Yes,
most part
so
too,
he's gonna
right?
win
he
the
could
match
pass
and he's gonna win the PR race
He
too.
could. Yeah.
So the 5 here is really important.
That makes a very complicated game. Yeah.
Oops. 6-3.
I'm having such
What
a
would
good
you do
time
with
thinking
6-3?
about. I feel like you split from the back and would
Now
play
you
the 3
don't
down.
Yeah, you don't want to give it double 5.
Yeah.
To
And also,
him.
it's just that checker on the bar is deeper than you want it for attacking, isn't it? But okay, XG seems okay with this play. Oh, so that's why you don't want the 3 down is to give the double 5. I get it. Okay.
No, I mean his own double 5 is also crunching. So.
Yeah. Yeah. What do we do? This seems reasonable.
Okay. Now really the last row.
Oh goodness. Small error. Oh no. Petco isn't playing these perfect, so he might not overtake it, but soon. He'll have a bunch of bear-off decisions. That'll save him.
Yeah. I don't like this. I would play 14.
Yeah, he's worried about
Why?
the Joker. Yeah, I don't. XG doesn't seem to mind it. And just, I would take the extra cover numbers and the flexibility. Yeah. For example, I would be closing out right now, I suppose. He's got an option. It's an option.
To today's point?
Yeah.
No, I like this.
I don't think so. I mean, you've already got the 3 up and you don't need the 5 point to close it, but you just don't lose anything if you get hit on the 5 either, right? So, okay. I don't know what happens here. It looks like we're going to leave that block there for another roll. Ooh, 6s is fun.
How many times he?
We need a fan and then double 6s. Oh, you're not allowed to put that up there.
5? No.
Double 6s plays really nice here.
Oh, look at these numbers. So
That's a little
Petco is
awkward.
3.88 and Dagfin is 3.73.
Yeah.
So I would say actually Dagfin is still small favorite.
Yeah? You don't think you can shave off the 0.1 PR?
Yeah, I mean Dagfin will have some decision after he gets in.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
So
Maybe he might not.
Yeah, I know, but he's reading. I don't know. It's really close. He needs to enter really quickly. 5-2.
Yeah.
Okay, he got another decision. Now down to 3.78. So difference is
Oh, Petco really can't afford to roll.
5.
The 6-5 is double bad, right? Because he doesn't get a decision either. And
No,
he leaves
yeah,
a shot.
yeah. Oh, look at this. Now 0.02.
Oh, he really needs a decision here. Oh, what a great decision too.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that?
Oh my God. Now.
Yeah, he just got it. Okay.
Okay.
And I think if Dagfin just enters, I don't think his decisions are relevant if he can't save the Gammon, right? So I don't think he can catch up.
Well, mathematically he could save the Gammon. If that's the case, then everything is a decision.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It didn't move.
Didn't move.
I think it's
No. Wow, it's crazy.
3.7 to 3.73. This is gonna have to go to the XG++ rollout court, I think.
What
before
about
we
this double 5?
declare the PR winner. Yeah, why not that? But yeah, so it's clear. Oh no, there he goes. There he moved down to 3.69. The aces is a decision.
Oh, you gotta
oh, he
play one
resigns
more.
now. Oh no.
Is it crazy?
Is it
Wow.
possible?
This-
1, 2, 3 rolls. Yeah, he can't get off. Okay. So it's a correct resign. But actually, it might be, he might only be giving Petco decisions, right? If Petco rolls an ace, he has some choice here,
Okay.
where Dagfin's are relevant.
Wow.
Potentially, I don't know. I really actually don't know how XG scores that. But what an exciting match. I bet they're going to be really excited to see on the screen how close they are, and we're not going to know the PR result of that right away.
There are a
But,
couple of interesting decisions, such as
3-2,
which was apparently a big blunder. in the end. But the 6-1, previous 6-1 was brilliant play because that makes, caused him a blunder.
Give him the chance as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So it looks like we'll get Petco down here in an interview too to talk about some of these plays as well. Yeah, what were some of the, we didn't have any, we've had a lot of crazy cube actions actually in the matches that I've commentated. Now that you've come here, I think you've brought sanity to the cube action is what happened. Was there, there was nothing that really, that we missed or like crazy
really.
takes
The
or
first
anything?
game was like ordinary double takes and it comes down to race, 4 cube take, 8 cube pass.
Yeah.
Then 4-0 next game was just all of a sudden Gammon try.
Yeah.
Of course not Gammon for 1. The next game, good double take, turn around. Okay, so it's not really. In the cube action wise, the match was really.
It seemed like somehow Petco was missing more early in the match. I wonder, and getting sharper. I wonder if it's just a function of the games that he happened to run into, or if it was like had to get into his rhythm in the match somehow. If he was not focused right off the bat. But I'm sure he'll be able to tell us. Yeah. We've got people in the chat are always upset when someone resigns early because it might. But I think so. It's entirely possible in this case that it's a correct strategic decision to resign on Dagfin's part because his decisions are irrelevant, but Petco might roll an ace and have like some decision to take off or not. I don't know, But it's not clear to me how XG would calculate that,
No,
but
I'm not sure.
Oh, it's too funny. It's
but I would say it was extreme case. Usually it doesn't really matter the winner. It's usually clear.
Yeah.
Even all those small tricks that cannot compensate your mistakes basically. But it could happen, 1 in 25 games or so.
Yeah.
And that's probably the case here. I don't know.
I really do think sending that automatic double right off the bat is a big PR mistake, though. Because I think you just compound your cube decisions by so much by waiting to do that. But I'm not certain of that, though, because at some point you are likely to make a small error on your not sending the cube decision right in order to get to that position. So I don't know what it averages out to. If it comes out to less than whatever you're already playing, right?
Right.
It's got to be perfect, so I don't know. Yeah.
Well,
we'll get him down here in a second here. Yeah. But yes. Yeah. We'll break here. We're going to go on break really quick, and then in just a minute or two, probably Petco's going to come down here, and we'll do a post-match interview with him. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll see you in a minute.
Thank you.
Later.
Play. Study. Repeat. BackgammonGalaxy.com. Play among the stars. Available on browser, tablet, and smartphone. Prepare yourself for the world's largest backgammon community, where grandmasters and amateurs play side by side. BackgammonGalaxy.com. Professional gameplay and design approved by grandmasters all over the world. Study your mistakes with analysis mode and improve your skills. Play now and find out how you rank among the stars. BackgammonGalaxy.com. Play among the stars. Available on browser, tablet, and smartphone.
Do you have the courage to take a cube under pressure? Do you have the courage to play aggressively? And do you have the courage to take on the grandmasters? Well, I challenge you to prove it.
BackgammonGalaxy.com. Play among the stars. Available on browser, tablet, and smartphone.
Horse match.
Hey everybody, we're back here. Mochi and I, Nick Blazer here, doing commentary now. We're interviewing Petco, the winner of the last match that we just talked about. Yeah, congratulations, Petco, on your win.
Thank you.
It was a very good match, very exciting in the end, especially because of the PR race we've been talking about too. You know, so it's fun to watch you guys swing back and forth, and we'll still have to see the analysis to see who comes on top in that aspect of the match. But yeah, we were talking about some different plays. You had some ones that you were curious about, Mochi?
Oh yeah, there are a couple of interesting decisions that. Do we have official confirmed PR race result yet?
Oh
Or
no,
just
I don't think.
realizing?
I think it'll probably be another hour at least. It takes a while because they got to run all decisions on
Okay.
plus, right?
Okay.
So
okay.
yeah.
So any of those blunders that Petco made, Ant made, then he was clear winner, right?
Right.
The most interesting one I think was a double four in the game before. I mean the game before the last game.
Yeah.
He could have go to the midpoint and that goes to the midpoint. Then put pressure on two blocks.
Put pressure, exactly.
Yeah.
I didn't even look at this.
Oh, you didn't see it?
I was so happy to roll down.
Okay. But you seem to be spending some time on it, right?
Yeah.
So you just enjoy the moment.
Yeah, but I should have looked at all possible.
I think we saw you consider okay, I mean, I think first you thought about just running one, and we're like, certainly I can't do that.
No.
And then you looked at 3 out and looked,
Yeah,
do I want to leave a
but-
shot or bury a checker, and just never,
Yeah, this is a great play going to 13.
Yeah.
I just missed it, but it happens.
Right. Doubles it happens with all the time, right? You never,
Yeah.
so common
You
to
should
not
be
find the
careful
best.
when you play doubles.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I see your brilliant play. In the same game, you wrote 6-1 and made ace point, not leaving by leaving a blot on a 7, which actually caused him make a blunder.
Yeah.
That was a brilliant play. Not only this is the right play in extreme gammon, but also that's practically that giving him a choice, and he happened to choose a wrong one, right?
Yeah.
It was a huge blunder.
Yeah, I haven't checked.
No,
yeah,
I mean,
think
his
yeah,
3-2 must
his
have
3-2,
been
yeah, it
big
was-
blunder, because
it
now
was-
we saw that the PR jump
it was
up. after that.
0.16 or I'm not.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted to make my board stronger,
Mhm.
and I didn't care if he hits with a 3 because he had another bot. And plus, I'm playing for a gammon. I'm
Mhm.
not playing for a single
Right,
game,
right,
and
right.
wanted to, because you need to have a good board before you start running and everything else.
Right.
At the same time, you're giving your opponent a chance to make an error,
Mhm,
like by
mhm,
giving him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this format is very important to give your opponent a chance to make a blunder. Not only finding a best play, but even if you are not sure about the best play, you trying to make his chance to make a blunder.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm always skeptical of that strategy, because I think a lot of
That's
times if
true.
you make his games difficult,
Mhm.
you tend to make yours difficult as well, right?
Mhm,
So you
mhm.
don't really know
Mhm.
who's going to get the difficult
But it's a
decision coming. But yeah,
consideration, you know.
yeah, you got to think
It's-
about it for
yeah.
sure. Yeah. It's very
That's
interesting.
very true.
So how did you
But-
feel going through the match? Like how you each were playing? Did you feel like you had a pretty clean match, or?
I thought we were both playing well,
Yeah.
But then at the end I made this checker blunders. I just
Yeah,
probably lost focus or something.
I gotcha.
But
There was the early game too, where you had where Dagfin had a single checker back. You both had 15-point anchor, midpoint kind of things, like this
Yeah.
dueling game.
Oh,
you
the
had
2-1.
yeah, the 6-5 where you could hit, and the 2-1.
Yeah, that 2-1
It was confusing what the game plan was, right? So yeah. But that was, I think, early where you got behind him and then you caught back up in the
Yeah.
PR race, and yeah.
I
it
was
very
so
even in
happy
the
to have a good structure. I didn't want to leave any blows, just win,
yeah.
comfortably. But
Right,
it was bad.
Yeah, but at that point the race was close, and
Yeah.
he had a 3-point
And
ball.
plus,
but it's
I
some
was
block.
down in the
Yeah, actually
match score, right?
Yes, that's true. That's
so,
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, after I saw your blunders, two blunders back and 2 blunders, and I saw the PR race is dead, because now he's leading like 2 PR. Then he made some blunders in later on,
Yeah.
and he catched up, and eventually you won a PR. Like,
Yeah.
It's not confirmed yet,
I don't
but
know.
like
It's
so
too close
tiny,
to go,
tiny.
so they'll have to do all the plus
That's
plus.
easily the most exciting PR race that we got to see so far. So thank you, Petco.
Oh,
for that,
you were seeing the PR?
yeah, we're seeing it running as it goes on, you know,
Oh.
and that's the.
So
I
how
mean,
was the PR at the beginning? Like in the
Yeah.
middle of the match, was it like?
It was Dagfin was low up front, and then you made a couple errors that, like he was saying, it looked like you had fallen behind. You caught back up, and then
Oh,
that
so
last
it was
game,
back and forth.
Yeah, it really
then,
was.
but then,
So
then in
close,
the end,
yeah.
he made a huge blunder with 3-2 that he hit on the bar point and
Yeah.
leave the anchor. That
Oh.
was a big, maybe like 150. I don't
Yeah.
know the number, but that basically catch up the PR.
Yeah.
And but you gave him back double 4, so I don't know who is gonna be the winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my 2-1 blunder was huge.
Yeah.
So that we'll see.
We've got all our guys in the room are trying to get to dinner break here, so I think we're going to wrap that up for now. We'll be back after dinner for the next round at 2100 at 9 o'clock our time, I think. Well, I forget what time that is, what time zone we're on. In an hour, in a little over an hour. So we'll see you soon. Mochi and I will be back. And do you know who you play next?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, you'll find out soon.
Okay.
Congratulations, Petco.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Congrats.
Thank
Play. Study. Repeat. BackgammonGalaxy.com. Play among the stars. Available on browser, tablet, and smartphone.
Hey everybody, Mochi and Nick here again. We're ready to get watching the next match here. We've got Tony Bernaba playing Dirk Schiemann. Tony from Lebanon, Dirk from Germany. I know Dirk's been like recording some really strong matches on the scene in places. I don't know has he won any tournaments recently? Any
Tony?
No, Dirk.
Dirk.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think either early 2019 or end of 2018, he has a winning streak and he won like 6 national tournaments, something like that.
Oh, amazing! Yeah.
Outstanding record he had.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, look,
he's
they're
very
getting going
strong
already.
players.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if we have the avatars on top, but Tony's on top, and Dirk's playing the bottom blue checkers here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, of course, Tony won the super jackpot in Monte Carlo. Remember that? I was part of commentating on that match. So after we open with what is 6-5 run, 6-2 split to contain, and then 5-4. This is an interesting play. Yeah, you don't really want to put it anywhere, huh? You like this play, stepping up under the gun?
He should have just run, but
yeah,
it's
that makes
probably
sense.
Same small error or something.
Yeah.
Well, 4. Okay, it makes sense.
Yeah.
He definitely should hit. On 4, I want to go to 14, so that his 6 will be a bad number.
Yeah, 6 from the bar, you never.
Yeah.
It's a common theme in the early game here. Since he can't enter on the 6, he doesn't have any good 6s to play, or you don't want to give him good ones when he does enter with one.
Right.
Takes his time finding the best play, and of course we're going to make the 5, and then the last ace, one of these fun problems. It's always goofy when it's 6-5 is right, but this could be one of those spots, huh? It's just so rare that you actually want the spare checker on the 23, right? It ruins its chances of escaping and takes away 6s that you don't have to play elsewhere. So,
Right.
yeah. Those are small tactical things, though. I don't think it's ever a giant difference between the 23 and the 5. And it's shaping up into 2 single checker back games here, right? And so the board advantage to white, of course, lots of blots to attack out there. So looking pretty strong.
Okay, what is this 5-3?
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't hit anywhere. Doesn't seem very productive.
Maybe making heavy 8-point?
Yeah. But you love that checker there to contain, but you don't want to strip the...
Yeah, this looks reasonable too.
Yeah, making the 5 stack, they all just have huge drawbacks. This is complicated. It's really confusing what you should do with this.
This leaves 6-1 and 5-2, but 6-1 is really duplicated.
Yeah, I would be inclined to believe that the heavy 5 is just not worth it. I'd be more worried about doing that than picking up that blot that you wanted on the 11. So I like that play. 4-2 down, this seems pretty natural. I guess he could spend one of them from the 8 for distribution here. Slotting doesn't seem necessary. Yeah.
I think it's too much.
Yeah.
He's not going to do it.
Yeah, this seems fine though. We still have 3 checkers on the 7, or on the midpoint, sorry. 6-1, nice shot. But white's going to be in great position to, well, was in great position to close the bar as well and probably take the advantage, but now we're in a attacking game possibly? I don't know. I guess this loose hit on the ace looks like your only option. It doesn't seem like you can let your opponent potentially make a 5 prime for
Yeah, I
free
agree.
here, right?
I'm going to hit.
Yeah.
And if should he fun, maybe he should double.
Yeah, even though he's still kind of not at the edge of the prime there. Looks like a pretty strong option. Making the 3 has to happen. I can't see how we can not do that. Then he just wants to make a structural play because it looks so weak to hit on the ace, right? It's not usually what you want to do, but I think you just have to defend the possibility of being primed here and go for it. Way too early to switch to the ace, of course, too.
Yeah, probably switching is unnecessary. Oh, double 2 is
Oh, he just makes the 5 prime anyway, okay.
huge roll.
Yeah. This is going to be challenging for white to stay in this game on this roll. This could be enough. It's kind of like a prime versus prime now,
Yeah,
right?
it is a
Even
prime versus prime. I'm not sure.
yeah, I don't think about it as that way as much.
Do we have
when-
anything here?
Yeah, it's not clear.
Oh,
The
look at
single
this.
checker just leaves the attacking game plan open. Oh, this is an interesting play. It seems too rich, but I think he's losing the priming game, so I see why you would think about it. Of course, the
Oh.
cube is coming, okay. We might have a 6 prime, we might just escape. I can see the market loss here for sure.
But definitely a take.
Yeah. It's challenging. Okay, a little bit early on the cube, we can see on according to XG there. I don't know if they can see it on the feed there too, but it's kind of hanging off the bottom, the PRs at least. So hopefully we'll get that updated. Yeah, there we go. There, he's got it. Okay. Oh, Dirk, I wonder what is, the double 2s was an error. Interesting. The 9 to 7, you probably, oh yeah, he's got to leave the back of the prime slotted. That makes sense. But okay, so we got a take, and he's still alive, didn't close it out or anything like that. So what are we going to do with the 6-2 now? We have to leave a shot, so might as well put him on the roof too, right?
Well, I'm not sure. Well, it's a tough one.
Ooh, we would take that roll. They're not sure if dice on checker plays. You would like it to, I'm sure. No one else has played dice on checker today yet. But good, this is a great time to get a ruling and make sure.
Wait a minute, they are playing 4th games. I mean, the 5th games. They're still not sure Dion Checker is valid or not.
Yeah. And we got, you got it right, we got people saying Maestro is, on the left there, Tony Bernaba is Maestro on Backgammon Galaxy, if you've run into him ever before. And we do still have Michael Krakus on the transcription here, doing a great job all day. He's in a rhythm, he says. He says he's, you know, he was nervous in his first transcription game or two, but he's on top of it now. Yeah. So what did we decide? Okay, it's a reroll. Good. Yeah. One of those funny things with like live backgammon, right? You got to have these different rule sets and everything.
It's true.
Yeah.
True.
It's funky. It gets confusing. Ooh, this is bad. This is Gammon Town.
Yep.
So we're hitting here, right?
I guess make the 3 and hit Bruce and do something on the last 4.
Yeah. Something, anything. Doesn't really matters too much. It just seems like we've got so many in the zone that it's time to...
Interesting.
Oh, the 6 prime. That's a fascinating play. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see this.
Okay.
That must be safer, I guess. But if, like, the loose hit is going for a gammon, so you feel like you should be making a board point along with it, right? Strategically. Creative. This could work as well. It's hard to see how it's going to backfire if he hits the second checker, at least, right? That's actually fascinating. Is it clear that you hit the second checker?
Yeah, I think he should.
Just to try to avoid gammons, maybe, and like run some
just try
checkers
to
around?
get rid of some spare checkers. So that in case he keeps rolling ace, like ace 4, then he starts cracking.
Oh yeah, he can do that pretty quickly.
You see this double two, he makes a deuce point and step up and do something.
Yeah.
Then he can roll ace x twice in a row. Then he can clock.
Actually, he doesn't make the. I guess I don't know what he does next roll if he makes the bar point. So yeah, stepping up makes sense. The 6 prime is too temporary. But Dirk is not cooperating with Tony's plan here. What do we do now?
Well, I'm gonna put the check on the 6 point. I'll put the check spare on the 6 point.
Yeah.
So that 5 will not be disaster.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Well, we've got XGC and heavy 4 here. Safe plays. Yeah, I was.
Oh, heavy 4 is better.
Yeah, interesting. Well, this is neat. The variant strategy with the 6 prime is really paying off for Dirk here. All right, still not cooperating. There we go. Okay, we got some game here now. Tony's got a fan on this board a couple times, and it'll be fine. Ooh, ace 5. That is a brutal roll. New plan is to recirculate all checkers, right? Keep getting hit on the ace.
I think his new plan is saving Gammon. That is what he's thinking now.
Fair enough. They want to know if this is the Dirk that you called one of the favorites in the tournament. I think yes. There's one Dirk in this tournament, so. And this is he. Very strong player. And yeah, we've got Tony is, I've heard, second on Backgammon Galaxy right now.
Yeah.
In the rankings.
I think he is.
Yeah. Ooh, he escapes the prime. Great roll for Dirk. It's getting scary there. Would have been a bummer to crack.
Tony's in big trouble now. He can win one more blots. Now any deuce and 3 leaves double blots.
Yeah, yeah, there's a lot back
and
there.
yes, he has an anchor, but if you have enough men back, then you can still lose Gammon.
Yep.
3 is a disaster, especially. 3 is a disaster.
Yeah, there we go, there we go. Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh. That's a pretty lucky fan there. There we go. Safety's up quite a bit, and now, I mean, there's still a lot of Gammons in this position. With 4 back, I guess they're up on the 3, but do you got a reference for this? How often does blue win a Gammon here, you think?
I don't remember, but long time ago somebody told me that the 5 checkers on the 3 point is like a 50-50 Gammon.
Oh, okay.
So this is not quite 5 checkers, so maybe white is favorite, but maybe, I don't know, 35-65 or 40-60.
Yeah, 35.
35-65 sounds fair to me.
It does seem to be about how much they
27.
Go. Okay.
Not much.
Six to 1 it wants you to play here, huh? I wonder why that is. Is XG already thinking about trap plays? Trying to contain? Yeah, this. So he can't get Tony off of his anchor, but he can get him to start playing and put him back in the air. Maybe like recirculate some more and do some funky things there and buy more time to win a Gammon. So he's starting to think about the best way to get the most out of this position here. Are you thinking about a trap play here, Mochi, or are you just playing around?
I probably don't do this.
very close.
but I'm not sure.
Yeah. This is one of those positions where like the real wizards might argue about whether XG knows what's best here or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a complicated game when you're all cracked like this and coming around, but...
So how about this 6-4?
Yeah, well, this it seems like sticking with the theme here, right? He wants to, if he's going to try to trap in any sense, then he wants to have a checker back in the outfield covering in the event that Tony does roll some sort of 4 to escape. So I think he's going to try to hover there as long as he can. I'm not sure what he's trying now. Yeah, simple seems best, but maybe he's got a more creative idea. Yeah. It's like one more, I mean, if you crack here, it's just one more roll you offer him to maybe roll 5s or 6s, right? It's a bummer when that happens. I'm not sure you win a ton more gammons from it, so 6-4 would be a funky roll too. 4-2, okay. A little bit of life for Tony. Gammon saving life, I mean, of course. Currently the 4 was duplicated. Is this, you want to stay back more?
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
Okay.
5 is okay.
Yeah.
Not
Cleans up a checker.
Mhm.
Gammons must have gone way down from here. Maybe that's been Dirk's plan all along, though, is get a couple freed up and then break him off the anchor and close out 2. Okay, here we go. Step 2 of Dirk's master plan. Could get in trouble here, though.
It looks like he wants to stay back as much as possible. Now 6-2. Oh, this
Wow.
is a very scary moment.
Yeah. I would have had to think for a while to be certain that I need to hit there,
Right.
but yeah, you have to, I guess. But there is the opportunity for closing out 3 checkers here and winning a lot more gammons than Dirk originally had, so you can see how this can pay off for sure. And we probably just have to move the front checker as close as we can, I would assume. That's the gut instinct, but I guess you gotta count shots here, figure it out. It's not certain.
500 is terrible roll.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I don't know how many great rolls he had, but this is not one of them.
So now deuce, 3s on 5, and double deuce is almost joker.
Oh,
Switch.
yep. Now we're on the path to closing out 2. Yeah, what could go wrong? Just get on those double 5s. No big deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do with them, though? You hit 2? Okay, that's a pretty good roll. Above average. And yeah, Dirk fought hard for this trap gammon here, and it worked out. Looked a little risky along the way, but I think it's going to pay. I don't see any way to get off of double 6s here, so yeah, you just want to get good distribution, right?
I think the cube is really hard to see.
Oh, yeah. It's on the 2 on that side, though.
Why don't we use a different cube? Is there any reason for it?
Oh, I don't know. We can ask him about it, though.
Oh, this double 5 is easy. I think he should get 3 off.
Yeah, because you leave yourself odd on the outside otherwise.
Yeah, no
more
what,
bad.
So he has three more.
But I
than
think
enough.
he kind of earned this with the. There might have been a finesse play with the 5-2. I thought 6 to 4 is kind of clear there, but he chose to just move straight to the bar. Did you notice that one? Were you?
No, not really.
Yeah, they don't tend to be huge, but
Yeah.
you know, I've been studying hard on those because they add up and you hit them every time and they feel like the big difference maker, right? You know, they're often the difference between leaving a shot or not, which doesn't always win the game or lose it or avoid a gammon or anything like that, but it's a big swing. Oh, the inverted colors are confusing people. Yeah, they backed it around. I don't want to risk messing with Michael's XG setup right now, but we'll get used to it, I think. There we go. Clever PR plays. Make sure you don't save the backgammon until the last moment there, so it's really relevant. Get a decision. Look at this. Pretty clean. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, Dirk's 2-2 was like the one blunder this match so far, and we're already 4 points in. There's just so much swing on decisions in that. That's crazy. Pretty well played so far, though. Then leading, you should just run, right? I think this is right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who wins most games and loses fewest gammons.
Yeah, yep.
65, I guess just one.
Yeah. Most of the way there. Simple race would be the ideal game plan for someone leading 4-0.
Right.
He's got a ways to go to get there, though. This should get him along his way. Yeah, it's kind of a fascinating decision, huh? You got to leave yourself a 6 and 5 stack to do this, but it's the 5 point, so it's hard to pass up. And Blue's got a huge pip lead here, so...
Yeah, all he needs is playing safe and coming home.
Mm-hmm. It still must be at the score too early to be thinking about cube. I think even for money, it's just too much work to do to even this out. Too early in the game to cash in on any sort of race, but you got to be thinking about it once you get in this sort of defined state where you have 2 checkers escaped and your opponent has 2 back. That's a big advantage, almost regardless what else is going on. Well, this is fun. I would prefer not to make a stack of 6, so I would...
You hit double hit?
Maybe, I guess. I mean, you can't make the bar. I don't know what else you have, but it looks like this is right. Yeah. What else can you do, right? The double hit isn't ideal, especially at the score either, so reasonable. You're likely going to have to hit soon anyway, though, right? Now your opponent has a little bit better board.
Yeah. This 6-5.
I would think you just hit on the deuce. The slot's an interesting idea.
Hitting a deuce leaves 16 numbers. Hitting on the ace leaves a little bit more, like it's 19.
Oh, I see. Yeah. 2 blots as well versus 1. And yeah. I mean, I don't see the 2 down slot typical play being right when you're playing into a double shot, like a true double shot. So, yeah. Keep it simple. And Tony's thinking about action. He's got the better board now, and he's got a lot of... I guess when he loses market, it's probably not by a lot, so we take a roll. And even in the race,
Well,
I think he's still got... Whoa,
he
there's...
must have a double now.
Yeah, 11 in the zone. I think you got to...
Yeah, it's an even
flip
race,
it.
but it's 0-4 down. He has some good numbers, some jokers.
Yeah. Yep, you got to go for the big swing. Try to catch your 4 points up now. Probably not something that you would do for money, it doesn't look like, but at the score for sure. I imagine Tony will find that cube. I imagine Dirk sees that he has enough race to play this, and also just the one checker back to 2. You know, it's far from hopeless. So it's just a lot of life in this game. A little too much.
Good double, good take.
Yep. Nice when it's clear and just in the middle like that.
Shit, I think.
You can point on the 2 as well, but it seems like sending a second checker back's a little stronger, not giving up the 8 either.
Right. Fun.
Ooh, it's a bad time for a fan for Dirk. Now Tony's going to win a lot of gammons. That's a great follow-up as well. Gammon looks like easy work now. Until the anchor on the ace happens, I suppose, but... Yeah, it seems fine, but step up's a little bit better, huh? Fascinating. Guess there is some priming potential, but you're behind right now. Tony would love to hit Dirk off of the ace here, and he's gonna... Oh, wow, that's a fun decision. Hey, do you? Why?
Well, this wins the most games for sure.
Yeah.
But that wins most gammons for sure too. Ah.
Yeah, that's tough. You can still win a lot of gammons this way. I would be inclined to make that play as well, and he finds the best play. That is a funny one, though. That's the kind of play where it's possible I would just hit on the ace and not even notice that I could make the 3. Be so excited to roll a 5. Let's go ahead and make the play. Yeah, that's a good roll. Ace would have been great for Dirk, but he hasn't hit that yet. Okay. Tony's nearing closeout.
Yeah.
We're headed to a 3-point match, possibly. Could happen very quick.
Yeah. Now he's like 80% favorite to win gammon, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of pips outside, along with those 2 closed out. 2 closed out on its own gets us like 35 or something like that, right?
Yeah, unless some accident happens.
Yeah.
An accident happens a lot in backgammon. Like double 4 here, you know.
Yeah, he's stuck behind a 3 prime, you know? People undervalue that. Yeah.
Oops.
Ooh, 5-4 would have been temporarily nerve-wracking, you know? One more roll where it can happen. Yeah, 3s can open up at least, but okay. Now we're into smooth sailing. This is not the desired Baron structure necessarily, right? Guess we got a little space, so that's nice, but... Ooh, yeah. That seems like the best he can do, yeah. Good roll, even and out up top. It's going to be no immediate shot leaving numbers next roll. We had one for a moment with those. There we go. Just in time. But yeah, having this extra spare up high is going to be really hard to come home safe now. There's going to be, not only is it likely that Tony leaves a shot this roll, but it's likely that he won't be able to clean up after that next roll and repeat it too, you know? So even if he does get away with not leaving a shot. Yeah, this must be the only play. Now, if he gets missed, at least he's in good shape to clean up. But, yeah, this one's... All right. Dirk needed to hit the shot. He missed the shot. Should be smooth sailing to a gammon now. And that 3-point match, like we said.
PRs are relatively close.
Yeah.
Tony played 1.5, Diak played 3.16. I don't actually remember what was the blunder Diak made.
We didn't see it on the stream because they were moving things around, but it was, I think it was his double twos.
Yeah.
He played.
Can it be that bad? I mean.
Yeah, it surprises me, but it was the only thing that I saw come up red. And yeah, I think it probably made it a lot more difficult for him to roll the prime forward. And maybe it's why he ended up in that place where he had to make the double fours, the 6 prime, you know. It's possible that rolls forward better. Oh, he goes for the 2 point.
Interesting. He changed the play. It was 4-0, then he run, and 4-4 he makes the deuce point.
Right, yeah. Avoids being punished on the double 5, so nice job there. Ooh, these get confusing because now he's made like a blitzing play, but his opponent's made a better blitzing play. So I don't think he typically wants to come off the anchor after someone rolls double 5s here.
Yeah.
But I guess, I mean, the other game plan is what, just 2 down or slot the 4? I mean,
I think 2 down makes sense.
Yeah. Feels strange, but okay, they're very close in this situation. That's interesting, yeah. And white maybe has more need to split, but I don't think it's a good time for that either against 10 in the zone and a made 2 point. So I think they're just both got to be stubborn and hope the other one cracks first, right?
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the race is close, so it's not time to go for race.
Yeah.
Splitting up, basically giving a lot of chance to attack when he has 10 checkers in the zone.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense really. But
yeah,
I mean, to be honest, over the board I will split one of the guys, maybe double split like this.
Yeah.
And it will be a big blunder, but.
Yeah. This is inviting, a lot of your opponent's number one game plan to just come, you know. But yeah, it just looks like play B is not there, right? I mean, it's kind of easy to just dismiss playing 6-3 in this game, right?
Yeah,
like
the best play according to Extreme Gammon is 9 and 6-3, which is not human-like play.
Right. It's just so. Ooh, this is. He wants to play 6-3, but with the split now. Okay, it's a good variant. But yeah, it's just, it doesn't. I think to newer players, it probably doesn't look that bad to play that 6-3. It still builds on the 2. It's still active, kind of, but it's so much less productive. You've committed it to a deep point that you don't really want. You lose so much priming value out of that checker. It's just not where you can place it. So, yeah, this is like a thematic kind of play that I think a lot of players would end up making this instead. Even if it is a mistake. Mochi would.
Yeah, I would have made the same play.
Making the 4 point okay. He's got to perform here. If he doesn't, he could be in trouble. But lots of return numbers, of course. And we get one. And now it's going to be kind of who's going to hit last, probably. Ooh, this is, I think, do you hit on the 5 here? Is that better? Same number. You don't like the return, but you'd rather make that shot, and you don't want your opponent to be able to come in on the 5, right? And anchor up.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think this is something that I've seen a lot. And he goes with the outside hit. I understand you don't want to leave the return, maybe conserve the race. But here's the problem with it, right? Is that, like, when he comes in on the 5, you aren't winning the race. So you're not really risking much by slotting instead, and you gain so much when you hit. All right. It's starting to develop. It's Dirk's turn to fight for an advanced anchor 2. He really needs to make that 20 point on his side. Oh, wow. 3-2's not that strong, huh? Your best is to bring a spare down to the 8. Ouch. I believe it, though.
Yeah. There's not much of an option.
Yeah. Ugh.
65.
Where are they coming up with these rolls?
Right.
Yeah. Can you really run off the anchor against 11 in the zone to a losing race? I guess, there's not a lot of other options, but another one I would have had a harder time making that play. Well, this is starting to play itself at least. We love the hit and the cover, right? I guess leading the race, he maybe wants to try to find something safe, but this just seems too strong to take him off of the 20
Yeah,
point.
this is a great roll.
Yeah.
If he dances, you cube him out.
Yeah.
It's good odds.
Mm-hmm.
3-1 now. What gonna 3? I wouldn't split this one. I
Oof.
don't think this is ideal.
Yeah, this is too brave with the
think
deuce and
it's,
3-point made.
You are
and,
not up in the race, leaving so many numbers to hit.
Yeah. Your new
Oh my
game plan
God,
is the
this is
eighth
a
one.
big blunder.
Yeah.
Wow, this could be a match decider already because it's all
PR match
3-point match.
decider,
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
this is big too. Oh, and he
he
misses
didn't double.
the double.
Oh, wow.
This is one of those things with some of the errors like these is you might not be used to seeing someone split against this many in the zone, so you don't know it's a cube, you know? Or you probably don't if you play against XG because they're just not going to do it. So fascinating here, yeah.
It was such a big blunder because of the cube, but he missed the cube. So apparently the magnitude of the error is actually reduced because of his error.
Yeah.
But now it's a big pass.
Yeah.
11 checkers in the zone, one on the bar against 4-point board and stuff. It's too good. Wow.
Yeah. Not by a ton. These are one of those where, as evidence today, you think you're playing against a perfect opponent, so maybe you should try to find these technical too goods. But when they're really close like this, it's just sometimes your opponent will talk themselves into a take and see some hope, You only need it to happen like 6.2% of the time for it to be a correct double, so like about 1 out of 20. So it's a lot of times, plus then you don't have to play it out. You claim the point instead of having to figure out how to claim that extra 0.045 of equity.
True.
Yeah, but 3 away, 2 away. So Dirk's on the aggressive side with the cube here. And Tony's probably just playing this home pretty quiet, and this is a great roll.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to play it.
Yeah. Yeah, we know it's a great roll. Now computer already told us. Okay, well, computer doesn't even know what to do. It's like very close to place.
At the score, making the 20 seems like the first two. I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would tend towards unstacking, even though you're pointing on head. Yeah, I like that. Fine roll, not too productive, but it cleans up that blot that was under direct pressure. Dirk's still in this. Needs to make an anchor, though, before he gets blown off the board against those 10 checkers in the zone. And better board. 4-3. That's a little tricky.
Let's just make a 5 point.
Oh, yeah, you can do this. Okay, I didn't even see that play. Break 2 points to do it and leave a direct 6. That is a lot that you're giving up, but it's just, all your other options are so bad, too.
Even if you get hit, you have tons of returns from the bar. You have 3-point board against 1-point board.
The best 3-point board, too.
Yeah.
That's a common thing. You gotta be like really certain to not make a 5-point when you get the chance. Well, the small swing on the double sixes after.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yep. What do we do with this? You must have to bring one out to the bar, right? I can't see how he has time to not do that. Yeah. Oh, 13-7 with 2. Oh, this is one of those. Seen that before. Once your opponent has the 2 checkers on the mid like this is more of a human play to me too. Something I'd be more likely to do. But XG is preferring to just give up the midpoint because your opponent doesn't have that much presence in the outfield either. So you can kind of battle it with just the 1 checker, I think. You put them all where you want. Is this a play you can find? I would have trouble with that one.
Yeah, me too. It's very complicated.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be 4 times. 5 times.
Yeah.
He played 3 times already.
Yep. I think our man Michael Krakis is going to catch him if he tries to play a 5th one. But yeah, 13-7. I wonder where that ranks on the list.
This doesn't make sense to me. Oh,
not too bad though.
Not too bad. But it gives like so many good numbers.
Wow, how does 5s do this little? This is amazing. But he's going to be ahead in the race afterwards, so I guess it does everything it needs to. It just goes and gets ahead in the race. Why not?
Not by only 12 pips.
Yeah. But leading 2-away, 3-away, you don't mind a game like that too. It does seem like it should just blow your opponent off the board and close him out for a blitz, but...
Okay.
Yeah, it does actually look like this is a score play too, to just run for the the pips. Yeah, and usually you'd want to play for those gammons, but it's hard to cash in on them.
Consider making 3 point and 1 point.
Yeah.
Because of 3 blocks we are facing. This is fine, but we are not really exploiting his weakness here.
Yeah.
And focusing on race game.
Yeah, yeah.
But I guess it's right because it's a score.
Yeah, it's
Obviously
a very DMP
yeah.
type play, right? Just coming around and taking the race is the... It's not, those are really hard to find for me if I am aware of what the best play is for money. It's hard for me to differentiate and find one that just wins more a lot of times there.
Oh.
Okay, now we're really ahead in the race. Yeah, I think you still just place the dilly builders there. It's not better to make the 2 than it is to stack the 4, is it? Okay. So he's going to be down 9 after the play, so he doesn't want to break contact. I guess you can make the 4 and start the 3. Unless, I guess 2 down and start the 5 is pretty reasonable too, but... Just feels so strange to build your board backwards like this, but I guess when you have the ace and the deuce made already, this is okay. Definitely doesn't want to leave the anchor because he's still down in the race. He wants to keep contact back there. Tony is kind of creeping up on a cube here, huh? That's with the 2 blocking points in a row, but the impurity on that side too for the hit. It's fascinating. I wonder how close the cube was there. Now it can't be too close, not enough race. Even at the leading score here, it's 25% take point, which is higher than usual.
Yeah. That double 4 was
5-4, I think.
5-4.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, the double 4 before.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Tony, yeah.
Yeah. And I think Dirk probably recognizes that he is just going to drop this.
It doesn't really matter.
Right.
Because actually take point at this score is higher than normal. It's 25%.
Yeah. Oh, I see people are asking about the format again. It's complicated is the answer, but they're playing 6 rounds here today. Each person, if you win the match, you get 1 point. If you have the better PR in your match, you get 1 point. And the 10 players with the most points at the end of today will move on to tomorrow. And additionally, the 2 players that aren't part of that group of 10 players, the 2 remaining players with the best average PR across the day will also move on to tomorrow. And there's going to be a similar thing happening tomorrow where we play down to 4 players, 3 top players in the points, 1 top player in the PR. So that's the format for this event. So it's not really like exactly like a Swiss or knockout. I guess it's kind of a knockout in a way. But then we're just going to play a pretty standard 2-match format for the finals on the 3rd day when we get to that. Undetermined when exactly what time that's going to get played so far, but later in this week, probably Friday.
I had an interesting discussion with Mitchi.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about the tournament here, and I was really happy that I don't need to play this format against those pairs because it's too tough, you know, too intense and too strong pairs. But Mitchi told me that he was very happy to play this format against those people because everybody's strong. You know, it's like completely opposite attitude. That's why Mitchi is Mitchi and Mochi is Mochi, I guess.
That's awesome. Yeah. I hear that a lot. I remember I've asked you at some point too. Yeah, it's a huge pass by the way. It's interesting that he spent so much time making sure of it. But yeah, Dirk's going to think about his decision here now too. This is always fascinating to me too, when someone spends like 2 minutes of clock time thinking about a cube decision, and then the next person still thinks about whether they're taking a pass. Like, I guess he could have decided while they were doing that. But yeah, easy pass goes to Crawford.
Right.
But yeah, I remember talking to you about that before. There's definitely aspects about the competitive nature of playing with someone that plays really well that people prefer in certain ways, right? But certainly must hurt your winning chances to play against someone such a strong field. And then I think it goes by player whether you tend to play a better PR in this format or a worse one, you know? I think I tend to have more trouble in matches I'm not used to playing against players that make like suboptimal moves and get you into games that you're not comfortable in, you know?
Right.
Yeah, this 24 to 21 with it. Yeah, okay. I guess. This 11 to 8 cleanup seems pretty natural to me, but that's fine. Kind of a boring racing play, but what are you going to do? And gammons mostly don't matter at this score, so close to double match point type play. We're just playing to win a game and get to the next one.
Right. Both players want to just win. It doesn't really matter if you could win a gammon or not. But backgammon matters for Dirk.
Yeah, if you can get there somehow. You adjust your checker play pretty dramatically for the backgammon go score. Oh, cool. Okay. Legal play, I think I figured out. I don't think we want to step into somewhere where we can be attacked like this, do we? I would think that it's just 13 to 8 here. I guess there's some duplication of hitting numbers, but
How about 22 on 6 to 3?
I don't see.
Oh, he
wow,
plays
this
the
is best. Wow, that's impressive to me. I don't see why you want to invite the contact up here. I guess maybe it's a distraction from making the 5. That could be part of it.
Yeah, this is a Y. One we see here. Now, if he makes a 5, he's gonna leave a shot.
Yeah. The anchor, it seems like a fine play, right? Oh wow, XG actually wants you to.
Makes a 3.
They're super close, yeah. This is again like the simple rule that I think a lot of players that go by here is you got a chance to make the 5, so you just make the 5.
It's such a wrong.
It's rare to be very wrong. Okay, this we're
This one just make a 4 blind.
Yeah. Very close race. White has the anchor if blue's able to escape, but also has the option of attacking if he doesn't. So it's looking like a pretty strong game for white in a close race here, I think. A little more development. Pretty close PR race, too. It could still theoretically go either way. Ooh, this is a pretty killer roll. Tony's going to move along.
Yeah, it's a good roll on the easy moves.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the key of backgammon, actually. Good roll on the easy moves.
Yeah.
I mean, especially in this format.
Yep.
5-3, you're gonna run. You're up in the race. You're outboard. He's on the bar. Nothing fancy.
Yeah. Blue really doesn't have much of a game plan here.
Right. He just, he needs some joker here. At least he has to enter. Otherwise, the game gonna be over. So.
Loose hits aren't out of the question if he does come in here
3-6
either.
This is better than nothing.
Yeah. It is at least a score for blue where he doesn't have to worry about risking gammons or anything like that, so he can play really loose here now. But okay, Tony's just gonna roll the nuts, Aces would be like interesting at least, but I don't know if they're enough, Just a 5 or a 6 to escape, and it still doesn't even matter. 4s, okay.
1. Still down, I guess.
Yeah, why not? Not really much reason to leave something elsewhere. 2s. Be nice to be spending those rolls. And productive.
Yeah.
It's a very good shot. Great place to leave it. Now we know what we do with our forced double 1 though. 3. Sure, sure.
Oh, that leaves double 6 bad.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But I guess the computer likes it.
Yeah. There's like specific scenarios we're worrying about that giant anti-joker. It's the most relevant thing, but yeah, it's not. Blue doesn't have a ton to punish you yet. You're gonna get a checker off at least, right?
Yeah, I actually like his play 6-3, 4-2. It's most smooth play. This is kind of heavy. You have a heavy 6 points, so you might have some trouble.
Yeah.
If you keep rolling some bad numbers like 5-2 or something. Yeah, this is really nice. Good play.
Ooh, aces, okay.
Again, it's better than nothing.
Yeah, he's got some structure to punish in case Tony can't close him out right away here.
Oops.
And 6-5 is not a closeout number, yeah, and it got very hard to actually take that checker off the ace, so
6-5?
a bit of life. 6-5 is not very strong. It's not what he was looking for. Oh, what is the best of a bad roll here?
Not sure.
Just start the 3, yeah. Keeps the
This
checkers
is
pure.
reasonable.
Yeah,
It can't be bad.
yeah.
It's actually the best.
Yep. Oh, the 3-2. That's a lights out kind of roll. That's he's gonna need Tony to roll a big ace here or something like that. Need some shots. Oh, we're odd on the outside at least. Needs to stay in the air. Success, okay. A big set right away. Ooh, so he can even out quite a ways here, yeah, by just, yep, got real hard for Dirk again. It gets even harder if he enters. Ooh, there's an ace. I think this one's from the 4, so you don't have to leave it on the back, but I guess I'd have to count the numbers.
This is 16 numbers, I think.
There's a lot of them.
The other way is 6 1 5 1 4 1.
6s, 5s, 4s, 3s.
I'm not sure which one.
Yeah. Slightly better to do the 4 still. Oh yeah, and he opens up the 5, which successfully wins in the match. So there you go, that was right. All right, well, pretty well played match by both of them there, you know. Tony takes it down. What were we didn't get to see Dirk's biggest mistake with that double 2.
The biggest blunder was he split the backgammon with 3-1.
Yes, that's right. Really
but
aggressive
then
play.
Tony missed the cube.
Yeah. That was a really interesting pivotal sequence there. I forgot, I didn't see who won the PR battle there in the end.
Tony won the PR by 1 point,
okay.
so he's a clear winner.
Got it, okay. 2 points for Tony, that's strong. Not sure where he was sitting in the standings before that. I think he had, I see 4 points on the spreadsheet already too, so I think he had 3 wins already before this match and a PR win, so that's going to put him in really good standing to make it into tomorrow.
Who is leading?
Leading.
Yeah.
We have, I think, Volker and Giorgio. I'm pronouncing that wrong. But I had heard Steen has 7 points, right? On the spreadsheet, he's marked as 5. I know Mark's doing really well, too. I think he's at 4 points already.
Oh, okay.
Or was. I'm not sure about his 4th match. So, but yeah, I shared a link on my Facebook if anyone wants to go there. Dirk was in good shape with 3 points already, too, but that really hurts him to not score any in this round, so he might fall out of the top 10 there. But of course, we have those 2 PR wildcards for people too. So even if they're not winning their matches, they got strong hopes of getting in tomorrow if they're playing well.
That's true.
Yeah.
So basically, as long as you keep playing raw PR, you will be on day 2 anyways.
Right. Yeah. If you play a 0, you'll get there.
And somebody told me Mitchi is lowest PR so far after round 4. I'm not
Oh, yeah?
sure if it's true.
Oh, wow,
But
okay.
It's very likely to be true.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. It's tough to beat the
Yeah.
.33 match, right? So, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's good for him. That's cool to see someone have such an awesome tournament. You know, we were talking beforehand about what we thought the lowest, like, winner of the low PR would be. And we were talking, I think you came up with 1.8 maybe was like a good line, kind of. I don't know. What do you want to adjust that now? No, you've seen Mitchi having a good tournament. You want to go lower?
I have no idea
Yeah.
because as you know, as we saw 2 matches, none of them played below 2.
Right.
So maybe my line was a little bit too low. I don't know. Maybe the line should be like 2.2 or something. I don't
Yeah.
know. And also, you know, player can be tired
Yeah.
after 6 matches, and some players have a jet lag, like Mitchi,
Yeah.
or whereas the players from Japan could be very tired, and some of them actually fly from Australia, so like myself,
Yeah.
and I can understand.
Yeah. Challenging environment. What do you think they're having a harder time maintaining the PR against such a strong field, or do you think they in general are going to
No,
have
I
lower?
think it's easier than
Easier.
against
Yeah.
against strong players, because
Yeah.
now you can just focus on the best games.
Yeah.
As much as you can, because if you play against weaker players, you know, you have to think about the skill difference and what he gonna do and stuff like that. Many things to be in my mind. So
Yeah.
but overall, you know, basically this is competing understanding of backgammon. So if you understand backgammon, you can play, you know, low PR. If you're not, your PR tend to be higher.
Right. Yeah.
Of course, there are lots of luck element in PR battle too. Sometimes you get easier decision than others, especially in the 7-point match.
Yeah.
But it's a very interesting format.
Yeah.
We saw that Diak played 1-3, split the backman. It's like a huge blunder, and he didn't think much about it. He played like probably within 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And if we present this as a problem, for sure he will stop and think, and very likely he will find the best play.
Oh, interesting.
So,
You think so?
I mean,
okay.
over the ball, you have to know when to stop and think, you know. But on the other hand, if you do all the time stop thinking, like myself, you will be very low in time in the end, you know. So it's a balance.
Yeah, I think
key.
I agree with that. I played my first speed gammon tournament this past summer or fall or something like that too. And it gives you, I think, good insight about which plays those are, right? Where your intuition, you got to slow down a little bit. So, very good thing to practice as well, is knowing when you're out of your comfort zone, when you're somewhere where you got to look twice. I was wondering if you thought, so you think it's more likely that he knows that position well, he understands.
Oh yeah, I think he's good enough to understand the concept of that position. He's not up in the race, and his opponent's position are not really climbing position, so he has no incentive to split the backman at that point. It gives him a lot of good numbers. And no, that was.
No, I agree. It looks. Sometimes it's easier from the commentator booth to notice all these things too. But it seems like a fairly clear play. But I think that's something that you run into watching this too, is that everyone's got certain areas of the game probably that they're like, you know, there's only so much you can study or really that you get to. You don't always know what your blind spots are in it too, right? Sure. So I think you find out that people have little things that they just don't know, these like little technical areas or something, right? So or maybe it's just all the tiredness factors that you talk about too.
I'm
you know,
not
there's
sure
a lot
what
of
the
them.
factor make him play that way, but I'm pretty sure if he could present it, it was presented as a quiz, and he would probably find it.
Right. Yeah. Very strong player.
Do we have an interview with Tony?
No.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a prediction that Bernaba is going to get down to under 2 in some matches. I think that's, it's tough to imagine that he won't play under 2 in 1. But next match is going to be up at 11. I think this is it for you for tonight, right? Is that
probably?
Yeah. Okay. So I'll be back for the last one. I might have Michelle Lamotte back with me. We'll see. But signing off for now. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We'll have round 6 soon.
my friends. Ramesh Balakrishnan in the house. Here's a little story about my favorite game of all time. Backgammon. 1.2, straight out of India. Shake that cup and roll out the dice. Perfect number, I don't need no advice. Opening move, it's clear what to do. Make that daily point right in front of you. Now it's your turn to turn this around. Only bad numbers, no luck to be found. Moving like a blind man without a clue. That's a big blunder right there, it's true. Oh no, what do we have here? The eyes of Shiva is my big fear. My body is shaking, I'm sweating like a pig. Use ginger powder to protect you, go quick. Praying to the gods cause I'm going insane. Roll the devil's number and you'll never walk again. Listen to me please, God save my soul. We have a game to play, that's the one true goal. Shake that cup, real good. Yes, my friends, we're back full speed. Rolling 6-5, it's the Darjeeling leap. Gonna run now, cause my pip gun's low. Heading for the victory. Go, Ramesh, go! Back to the Gammon, it's the name of the game. I'll put you on the bar, oh my god, what a shame. Just kidding, man, it's the plan all along. To keep you dancing to my favorite song. Shake it, shake that cup. Oh no, not this roll. The eyes of Shiva burns through my soul. Must play fast while I still got time. Only one move, gotta build that prime. That was too close, but I'm still in the race. Trying to avoid Shiva's red gaze. Putting my checkers right where they belong. 1.2, yes, so damn strong. Okay, let's take a status update. It's very clear to me that my opponent is inferior on so many levels. He totally missed the Calcutta point. What's up with that? And when I made the Darjeeling leap, he should not have come up on the Jaipur point with one checker. What was he thinking? I'm 100% favorite to win. This is it. I'm picking up the dice and kissing them for good luck before putting them into the cup. Let's do this! Goddamn, can you feel that burn? I'm rolling like a god on every single turn. First a 6-5 and now 4-2. Making that Mumbai point on you. You shovel, you roll, you dance. No matter what you do, you don't stand a chance. I'm making more points, gonna close you out. You're losing, my friend, I never had a doubt. Going fast forward to the end of the game. I'm bearing off checkers, say my name. R to the A to the mesh, I'm a guru. 1 point to me, 0 points to you.
Okay, my friend, thank you for watching my video, my music video. I just want to say one more thing. If you want to practice your backgammon skills and maybe become just as good as me, you can head over to www.backgammongalaxy.com. It's a very good site. I totally recommend it. Okay, my friend, have a good time.
Hey everybody, Nick Blazier and Michelle Lamotta back here.
Yep.
Doing your commentary for the last match of the evening. After a long flight, Mochi wanted to get back to bed too. It's late here. It's about 11 o'clock. He was coming from Melbourne too, and so we got a really good match here too. Maybe one of the more exciting ones of the day. Really, I mean they're all exciting, right? But Thomas Christensen and Hideyaki Ueda, right?
Yes.
Both very strong players, of course. I think I've heard a couple people pick out Thomas Christensen is potentially on the BMAB list, maybe one of the few. I think there's like maybe 3 or 4 players under 3, something like that. And I think he's one of the few in the world that that's like made that achievement, got up there. So always a big contender on PR. I don't think he's had the dice to win matches yet this weekend, or very many. It's a tough shape there, but probably shooting for that PR wild card.
There we are. Yeah, Hideyaki told me he was also a bit tired. He was in Melbourne a couple of days ago, then flew to Osaka, spent a day in Japan, then flew here.
Oh, wow.
Not surprising that you are a bit tired.
Yeah.
But we'll see what he can pull out of the tank in this last match of the day.
Yeah, I think that's the theme. I think everyone's a little bit tired. It's been a long day, 11 a.m. to now playing again at 11 p.m. with some short breaks in there for food, but really not a lot, so taxing to be thinking hard this hour.
Exactly. And I've been talking to quite a lot of players, and they are all struggling with some level of frustration. They have a position, they are not sure, they check it afterwards in XG, and they find that they made a blunder, and it takes its toll.
This is an interesting play here. A lot of plays that are very close, but I'm inclined to just kind of run off the 20. You don't want to be attacked there. He's got an attacking position.
Yeah.
Sure enough, we get double hit for it, but not a big difference. Little tactical early game things, and swings around pretty well.
So Hideyaki, 29 years old.
Yeah. Well, this is fascinating too. I guess I don't know about this just because I think you have to do it. Yeah, you can't leave the double shot. But it's really bad to put the third checker on the 24, and you don't really want the 8 once the 2's made. So it's, competing bad plays. But I would have thought about it for a moment.
No, I think it was pretty plain.
And White's got pretty solid lead here in this game. Yeah, got to get that checker off the point. It's not clear to me that you want to directly challenge the blot on the 10, but you can do some aggressive things there. So I like the positioning on the 22 best, but I guess if you're going to do both, why not? Yeah, tricky.
Yeah, 6s are duplicated, but I think that mobilizing the back checkers takes precedence. Good, well done.
Yep.
A pointing number would be nice.
Yep. This point's good enough.
He'll have to, he can double hit or make the bar.
Yeah, I think with the weaker board in the racing lead, you just settle for the bar.
I agree. 3 checkers behind this mini prime.
Yeah. And
you anchor and you jump out.
Yeah, against that 11 in the zone, that makes a lot of sense. And you're challenging a stripped midpoint, so I also noticed that it runs clean to the midpoint, but it's not constructive enough. And this is a great shot, of course.
Yep.
Comes around the bend to hit. If he gets away with this, he's going to have pretty solid advantage. But nice return here too. He gets to at least put up some attack and threaten to hit that blot on the 10. Good response. Okay, I think only option here is probably going to be to hit loose. He could come out and try to escape that. But I don't know why you want to give him a free roll when he's got a point slotted on all these things.
Sure, for sure.
Yeah, and you have to leave direct shots anyway, so this makes a lot of sense. Ooh, and now, yeah, you have the better board. You're down in the race. I think this makes a lot of sense, yeah. It's hard to pass up making the 5, though. Hit right back. Both are doing clawing for life here, Could be either one's game very quickly. And yeah, one of the back checkers, it's tough to have a strong preference in these, but the 21 to 15 keeps your checkers linked at least, right? So they're still 5 pips apart, where the other way they're 7 pips apart. So if one gets hit, you don't have a direct shot. Duplicates 3s too, and aces to anchor.
What I also like about the checker on the 15 is that it aims at the 9 points with 6s.
Yeah.
So you create a 6-4, which makes a 4 prime.
good feature too. And now we're in a similar position. Well, I guess I don't think you want to add a blot to the mix, so you're just picking which one you want to come out with. Looks like 5's already a link, so I would be inclined to play out to the 15. Yeah, 13 to 7 is a real option, but I assume with 4 back already, you know, it's just, I don't know why you want to get another one in the mix. And he does have 11 checkers in the zone, so you're going to get double hit a lot. So it doesn't seem like the right plan to me. But they're all very close again. Technical things here. Interesting.
Yes. Making the 15 and hitting is an option, or you can hit on the 11 and...
Yeah, I struggle to see how hitting on the 11 could not be better than the 4, but wow, XG really likes that. They're very close because you get to keep that point. Less blots. Fascinating. Yeah, this would, the hit on the 11 would have been my first play, and then I'd be trying to figure out if I want to just come out, and it seems very logical. Very good structure for Hideyaki, but he's got 4 checkers back too, so there's good a little bit for everyone in this position. This is interesting. And the 2 is not clear at all. That's,
no. I think I would make the 11.
Yeah.
But that would just be my play.
Yeah. It's nice to, I mean,
it's not good. It's bad even.
Yeah, taking away the full roll with these 11 checkers in the zone is like the one advantage you have. You know, you're not too worried about getting blown off the board if you do get hit inside your board after this hit. He's only got 8 checkers in the zone and a 3-point board, so I think it's just early enough to do something bold like this, you know? Even though of course, you know, all the other safe versus bold criteria don't call for that, of course. The anchor we're going to keep, right? Yeah, this seems natural. I don't know if you can slot into a double shot. But he's much happier, right? This is just a safer position to be dealing with some inflexibility because we've got an anchor now, right? If we have to go hit later, that's fine.
I think I would, do this and bring the checker into the 6.
I think that, I mean, it sure is scary. I like this play.
Okay.
You're out of ammunition on the front side. You inactivate that checker. And, well, your opponent might hit you in the outfield, might get a chance to run with the 6. It's scary. There's going to be a lot of returns, and it plays into your game plan, right? You want this contact. So I think you're effectively searching it out by doing this.
Yeah, nice play, pure play.
Strong use of all your checkers, yeah. So now I would think that you don't want to leave the 6 from the bar, so it is tempting to move 15 to 14 here. But he really likes that distribution 8 to 7 as well. It looks pretty strong. That's interesting competing criteria. You're not communicating either if you move 15 to 14. You can see XG still likes that by a little bit. Tough one to find over the board, which certainly says I think he's going to have to spend some time thinking about it. Good logic for both of these aces, really. The hit seems mandatory. What other 6 do we have? I guess you could just play quiet. But it's just a good opportunity to leave, you know?
Sure. Doing 2 things at the same time, escaping and hitting, and sending a 4th checker back behind your mini prime.
That duplicates 2s nicely too. The 2 that hits on, so now 3s, 6s, and 2s all hit, where before it was 5s and 2s.
It's a miss, but it establishes a 3-4 backgame structure.
Yeah. What to do with the ace, though? I guess doesn't have to worry too much about timing here. So this can play. I guess I would just move the only. It's just so important to keep that builder on the 6 a little more flexible. So advancing that, plus you maintain more timing too when you do get hit in the outfield, right? So you kind of like losing those pips, spending them there. But okay, it goes for this. This is a great shot, of course. Interesting. I'm not sure. I guess he's thinking about just simplifying this game and buttoning up, but this 4 prime in front of 4 checkers and making finally a new board point, it's just got to be too good. Yeah. Okay, 4s, there's not going to be a lot of options. Yeah, I think that's all of them. I guess he could make the ace, but with 4 checkers back, I just don't think you can afford this kind of impurity. So I think you got to give up the mid. I think that's the point to go here.
Yeah, I wouldn't make the ace. You don't want impurities like that in this back game.
And this is big here. We can see that based on the plays that Hideyaki would have a pass if he were to make the error of making the ace. So it could even be a bigger error than it's indicating, just because he's only going to lose the 1 point equity, presuming he passes. But so we have a pretty clear double now. You know, very impure on the other side. Even though he's got the back game, he doesn't necessarily have the timing to support it. So it's a tough take, but he's got enough kind of middle of the ground. It's not quite a back game. There's other options, right? So he can play this out. He's got a good double anchor game. Doesn't lose too many gammons yet. White's checkers aren't perfectly placed either. The checkers on the 8 and the 6 all just are inactive, right? So they're not really going to help him prime here. So enough things keeping this not like a back game to go ahead and play it. And Hideyaki knows that.
Yeah, very confident take. Yeah, this is these are murky waters for uninitiated players.
Yeah.
You don't really have the timing to play the 4-3 back game, but you can play forward and you can switch to a holding game with 6s. You can jump out from the 22 point and establish the 16 point, I guess, with 6s. So you have like multiple plans, would be my assessment. But in the meantime, blue has a 4-point board. So this game is far from over.
Right.
It's good. Aha. Yeah, this may be something.
I didn't see where the position started here, so he began by covering with 1, 2, 3, and then there's a interesting. He's going in the air, okay. Yep, and it's just, I mean, he doesn't have the timing to support 2 anchors, so he just gives one up, tries to get the edge and run. And this is a 3-4 now. Very nice.
Yes.
Yeah, not sure if he should
Do you
hit it.
hit?
I would. Why not? Why not put another checker behind there?
Yeah, I think so.
Instead of giving him freedom to maybe make the 16 and escape, maybe attack you. I guess the 5s are duplicated, but the 2s play a lot better. I just don't want to give him a full roll, and it gets really potentially ugly. There can be some bad entering numbers for blue, certainly, when he gets hit on the 9 here.
Yeah, this is tough. It's tactical.
Pretty sharp play so far, too. And it's been really exciting to be in this room with all these players all day so far.
Sure.
Just so many doing this that are capable of playing a clean match, you know, end to end and everything. The way they all talk about it. I'm getting the, you know, no one's outright saying that it's affecting their play, but I think people are really putting a different kind of pressure on themselves to perform the best they can, and I think it's giving them challenges, you know. I think some people are really struggling to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very neat format.
So that's a mistake.
Yeah.
Hitting was apparently best by far.
Can see why you would think that.
15 shots.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to get another blot involved, which is a reasonable thought here, right? Like you're in a pretty strong position without doing that. So presumably he's going to keep it relatively safe.
Not sure. I wouldn't know.
Oh yeah, actually with the blot on the ace, he should see that signal that he's not worried about the fly shot and just go ahead and make the 3, I guess. Make use of those spares, but seems reasonable too. Okay, and we got this interesting little, it's got the prime boxed in there.
Yes, and the position is a bit, how can I say that, misleading, because the race deficit is not dramatic.
Yeah.
I mean, 155 or 66 for blue.
Yeah. I think this is the right idea.
We suddenly find ourselves in a racing game.
Yeah. No, he is clearly in the racing game. The problem is that he doesn't have the flexibility to deal with it. And that's why I think advancing 16 to 15 makes a lot of sense. You just want to free those checkers up and make sure you don't have to lose checkers behind the prime again, right? So I think he wants to keep them connected. That looks really nice too, but you have coverage of the whole. So a lot of, you know, people talk about connectivity, but coverage is a similar concept that maybe applies more often here too. And blue sees the whole board from here, so he's still covering the board in that sense, right? Even if he's not directly linked with a 6. But obviously double 6 is a great role for Hideyaki.
Sure.
And so clearly dominating this, or sorry, for Thomas, clearly dominating this game again.
Yeah. Takes the sting out of the position.
Yeah. Went from a pretty complicated, you know, multiple checker back position to just, you know, this is why it was a take, is that it can turn into this holding game a lot of
Yeah.
times as well, and you have options to go backward too.
I agree.
Tough one to win from here though. Big set would help out a lot. If you can get, no, not anymore, now he's evened out.
Okay.
So not going to be any shot leaving rolls anytime soon for Thomas, not next roll anyway. And he's a lot down in the race. He's really got to hit a shot to win this one.
Yes. Uh-huh. Maybe coming in with a 2 and playing 6 to 1 to pre-clear the 6 would be an idea, but
it's a thought. It looks to me though like you just really like that flexible. Yeah, the spare on the 6 gets you a lot. Like for instance here,
ugly 3s.
You have at least one spare on the outside.
Some hope.
But yeah.
Okay, this is volatile. And there's the 3, it leaves a shot.
Wow, okay.
Wow, what a...
Ugly.
Yes.
That's a real, so it's funny.
Ooh, 13 shots.
If we wouldn't have kept the spare on the 6, then we would have double blooded here. How do you like that?
Wow, and look, the 6 is... But it's too late.
I think he's still got to stay for one roll. There's a lot of rolls that are going to leave another shot, right? So just play deep. You still don't have racing hope to really cash in on here.
Right.
But it's confusing because so much is wasted deep here that the pip count itself isn't representative of the racing situation necessarily. Great roll for Thomas though, of course. I think if Hideyaki has a chance, he'll spend one more roll waiting back there. This is his last chance though.
Yeah.
6 1 5 1 4 1.
And there's
there
one
it
of
is.
them.
Okay,
wow,
okay.
Second chance. And what now? I think we just hit.
Yeah, it's gonna. I mean, you want to reduce shots first of all. You want it to be over with, so you don't.
It's
well,
the
I guess
same
it
number
doesn't
of
matter
shots.
that much. Yeah. There might be some extra freak gammons by doing this too. So, yeah.
And a dance.
Yeah. Very unlikely to win a gammon from this position, but it's possible. So putting him in the air is going to be the best way to do that here. Let him fan on his board for a while.
Okay. Okay, so this game brought us to all kinds of different game types.
Yeah. Cruel and interesting game that way, right? Again, really big swings. Everybody gets a little bit, tends to go that way. All right, gonna save the gammon easy. I guess it's technically possible to win from here still.
No.
Getting harder.
3 rolls, can't make it in 3 rolls.
4 he can though. Yep,
Okay.
that'll do it. Well, good start for Thomas.
Yeah.
Good start on the PR for Hideyaki, of course, too.
Yes.
Found a couple challenging plays to get him the PR lead. So I don't remember what the blunder would have been, the checker play blunder. Looks like he found one that was 0.08 or higher.
I forgot.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I remember there were a couple technical plays coming around from the back game, but yeah. 5-4. So common theme here, hit on the ace. Yeah, the hit
You
and
have
split.
to. Yes, you have
split
to.
to 6. And there we go.
Alrighty.
We're in the blot hitting battle right here. The fight for the golden point. Thomas is going to send a third checker back. A little bit of trouble on the transcription here too. Yep. I think Thomas is not sure if he'd prefer to be hit on the ace and recycled or missed. Very different and complicated game plans. This is probably his least favorite of all options, having someone anchor beyond the blot on the ace but not pick it up. That checker is just completely out of play, and now we have an army of 14 instead of 15. And Hideyaki won that competition for the golden point, which is very strong too. This last three, I don't see a huge reason to clean it up 8-5 here, especially with that blot on the ace, you know. It always looks awkward to bring that down 13-10, but I think it's just right here.
Yep.
Actually, I guess I probably would have gotten off the sixes, I would have thought, 18-15 maybe. Oh, now trailing 7-5, he's got a good lead in this game. He's ahead in the race, a little bit positionally ahead. I can't see what his clear market losers are, but look at this, big double by the score. I have to think about. So yeah, it's probably like a reasonable double for money too, but I guess we must have some, making a point in a fan must happen some of the time, you know, fives on the ace. Oh, he chooses to roll though. And it's a kind of an awkward position. You can see why he'd be nervous about sending it early there. Now I feel like we probably consolidate our race lead by just coming out to the bar. Yeah, probably with both. 18-10 is a little better, it says though. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Fascinating. These are very close plays. Yeah, it's great to make that 0.6 away from the 4. It's the next point you want to make. Helps you make that point. I was just thinking, you know, I think we've probably lost our market with this roll a lot of the time.
Yep.
And so I think making that anchor just keeps your position the way it is the most often. Like even if he comes in and hits from the bar, you're going to have that shot on the ace. It's going to be hard for him to play this game. So you're going to get a cube very often by making the bar point and be in just a dominating position most of the time. I suppose the same is true even if he hits you on the bar point though. So, oh, and he can't actually. Yeah, I guess you just leave no shots when you come around and make 18-10. So, yeah, I'm seeing the logic now. I'm seeing the logic now. These doubles, though, I've seen a couple people make errors with them. Just, I mean, it happens a lot. 4s, 2s. There's so many options come into play, and you kind of think about moving things in pairs and such that can be easy to overlook plays. There's just a lot of options, and it's easy to not even see what you might not have considered the best play around.
Yeah, remember the double 4s that Elias Kritikos had to play,
Yeah.
where he used his first 2 4s to hit on the bar point and then was
Yes,
struggling to find the last 2, whereas he shouldn't have hit in the first place.
Yeah.
So yeah, these double 4s are always tricky. It's good to spend, to change gears and spend some time trying to find...
Petco had a tricky one that cost him a lot of equity too on double 4s, as it were. Yeah, and so this probably looks like a double and maybe even a pass no matter what the 4 does here.
No, I thought now you have a take in my view.
Yeah, it's
I'm not
clearly
sure.
dominated. You know, it's tough. If he makes the
I'm wrong.
4 point.
I'm wrong.
Yeah, okay, we can see
It's
that.
the checker on the ace that's probably
Yep.
too much of a structural weakness.
It's a huge structural weakness. You haven't made any points, and what are you going to do with the 4? That's not going to be pleasant either, right? So this is fine. I think the 2 duplication makes a lot of sense, and if he'd already had the cube, this is probably your best 4. But yeah, I think this is just a little too much. Yeah. He's going to go ahead and
this
cash
time
this.
he finds the cube, and I don't know. I mean, an ace-point game with 2 gaps always can be deceiving.
Sure, yeah.
You can be tempted in thinking, okay, he's got 2 gaps in front of me. He still needs to clear the 18 point.
Sure.
Thing is, you don't have any structure in the front.
Yeah. So you really have no offense here as
Right,
white,
no
right?
contact
Which sucks.
value
You
in
have
front.
liabilities, and blue has a very flexible route home to this. He's got a lot of numbers to make the bar point or the 4 point next, which are great priming numbers. So it's just everything works in their favor. You know, like worst case, maybe a 2-3 is going to end up hitting in, continuing, and sending a 3rd checker back. So yeah, I think you can find that there's, you know, you got to have a little bit of something in the ace point games, you know. You can see by the numbers still you win quite a bit, but it's just too many gammons too.
But look at,
hard to
I
battle
mean,
it.
Thomas is pondering this.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So
think
what-
these are tricky. They're like, I
yeah.
find the ace and deuce point games to be very sensitive and just all unique in their own way, you know.
So the trick here is to see the whole board, apparently.
Yeah, yep.
I mean, if that checker on the ace, if white's checker on the ace were, let's say, on the 5 point, ready to, you know, as a blot or as a slot, I think this might, it would still be a pass.
It might be enough,
But it
actually,
would
yeah,
definitely
okay.
Improve white's position.
I like it. Michael's
Thomas
trying to
is
show
a-
us take points here too. And it is a 2 cube coming. Yeah. So that's a feature in XG. I'm sure many of you know about that already. but he was looking at the cube information, trying to show us how this score affects the take point.
It
and
does.
so
does.
it should be fairly similar to money on the raw take point, but the gammons are going to be worth a little more. The recube value is worth a little less for white. So there's just a lot of reasons why. So that the money action could be different here too. Actually, I guess this looks to be a very close cube for money based on those numbers. It's
Close
17,
pass.
8.5.
Take. Well, pass. You mean?
Yeah, I think it's still a pass. Probably.
Yeah, close.
But I mean, it must be very close. Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's good to know that a close pass for money becomes a very sizable pass when you are leading to 0 in a match to 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, 2-1, 6 away, 5 away, tricky score.
Yeah.
So 1-2 and the 11 point makes 3 and I would come up. But Thomas decides to put a third checker on the 11, which is correct.
Are you thinking about making adjustments at this score?
Oh,
I like the anchor.
a little
and play to the
bit
6,
maybe, but
yeah.
I wouldn't really. This is one of the scores I have most trouble with.
Okay.
I always have a trouble remembering the recube take points.
Yes. Those I know, I mean, they tend to, so that's the risk that you get into, and they tend to jump up to what, like 25 in a lot of the asymmetric ones close to the end, so I'd probably just work with that. But yeah, initial cube I'm probably not adjusting very much unless I really am just not sure on the exact edge kind of, or maybe a super volatile cube I'll be less likely to send. I don't know though, I'm probably just going to try to play it like money for the most part. Keep it simple. Yeah, none of these aces are pleasant, but I guess, wow, I would find the 24 to 23 here just because maybe it ruins some of the building plays, but you hate to have that checker there. Like you put it there and it's nice for one roll, and then very quickly it becomes a liability in case he rolls 4s, 6-4, brings some more ammo in the zone, and you feel more attackable. And your 6-5 doesn't work to run anymore.
It's a good play though.
Yeah.
In front of the stripped 8 points.
Yeah, yeah. Very close, a little bit better just to stack up the 6.
It gains a bit on 5-3.
Yeah, exactly. So right now there's going to be like a 4-1, a 5-3, maybe a 6-1. Some rolls like this that it puts pressure on.
Okay, Thomas once again realizing that he may be getting closer to cube territory.
Yeah, even race. He's got the single checker back. 10 in the zone, 10.5. Yeah, wow. I wouldn't have thought about that too much, but pretty close. Yeah, yeah. About right for money too. I mean, a lot of the time you're not going to have anything better to do than attack that checker on the deuce. And so if that's going to be your next play, that's usually a good time to send the cube when like the whole swing's just on that next attacking plan. Okay. I mean, we got a lot of those checkers up and step up to the 20. You know, you never...
Race is close.
Yeah, super close. And then I don't care too much about the other two, but it looks like the distribution 6-4 is best.
But what I notice about Thomas's composure, I mean, he looks like really motivated.
Yeah.
He's really in there.
Yeah.
He looks sharp and motivated. He is willing to invest energy in this match, probably because he senses that he is in great shape to make it to day 2.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to screw up.
Yeah.
Here in this last match of the day.
I think Mochi was suggesting that's a bit of a blessing and a curse for him because he finds himself in time trouble late in matches a lot. He's very willing to think about these plays and try to find the best one, and he's got enough experience to do that, to find it with infinite time, but it can leave him with not enough later and kind of put some unnecessary stress on him towards the end of the match. But a player like him's never going to run out of clock and lose a match or anything like that. He's just going to maybe have to make a decision faster than he wants to and thinks he can find the best play if he has more time. But yeah, I agree that he seems very comfortable and deliberate, and finding very good plays.
Is a good word.
Yeah.
Okay, bring 2 checkers in maybe.
Sure.
Just can't matter much.
Start the 2
That's
is
also
fine too.
possible.
Yeah. Ooh, that's strange.
Yeah.
Not sure why we would play Delia to the 3, but okay. That's a fascinating thing, watching how people decide these kind of barren, you know, sort of contactless. Like, I wonder what their logic is, because you see people do all kinds of different things, and sometimes they're okay, sometimes they're right, sometimes they're just clearly wrong, but it's just clearly different than how I'm thinking about playing this position. It fascinates me. Yeah, so like I like this play. This makes a lot of sense to me. You like the extra spare on the 4 for the race and all this.
Okay, that seals it.
Yeah, he's got to roll something to still have enough race to play
fours
this.
at least.
What is
4-1,
this?
that's it. Game over.
4-1, 17 pips. Yeah, this is close enough to a race, so you can't really play the contact here. And we even it out, huh? 5-way, 5-way. Thomas should find a pass easy here. He's getting closer in the PR, it looks like, too, but Hideyaki has still got a small lead. Yeah. Huge pass, but I guess he's probably doesn't keep a running count and must need to count the pips real quick and double check, you know? Yeah.
Applying the dictum by Mochi that you should always spend at least 12 seconds on any cube decision.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's so tempting to just snap drop, you know, how do they call it? Just to say, look, hey, I saw this one coming.
Yeah. I think I prefer to keep a match flowing than make my opponent wait 12 seconds. What's going on? But I hear you. Yeah.
Maybe because they have just taken a looks like they've taken a break. Maybe we can look and see what if people ask us questions.
Yeah. Dimitri is wondering where he can see results. I've got a link on my Facebook page, Dimitri, with a spreadsheet, and I think Backgammon Galaxy actually posted a nicer looking points so far. But of course, they're still running and tallying, you know, doing the plus analysis on all the different matches. Some are, you know, still making sure they've got everything in order for all the rounds. So I think it's probably won't be tonight that we'll know exactly where everyone ended up on PR. We might have to wait till tomorrow morning for that.
Yeah, which has a bit of a, how can I say that? It's a bit problematic maybe for some players who will have to go to bed not knowing whether they will have to perform again tomorrow or not.
Right.
So players may be tempted to stay up and wait for the results to know what they're up against.
Yeah. You got to find a way to just assume you're playing tomorrow, I suppose, and go to sleep.
Yes.
Pretty tough to do.
Yes. And some people are a bit in the dark because they know they have like 3 victories, 4 victories, but they have no idea where they stand as far as PRs are concerned. So you don't know. I mean, do I have a realistic chance of continuing to day 2, or am I out of it already?
Yeah.
Alrighty, they're back. 5-point match for a change.
There we go. Okay.
Have we had that today? No.
I don't know that we have.
No, we haven't had that.
I know I've watched a 3-point match. Oh, this is an interesting awkward
sixes. You make the
sixes.
deuce. I think that's the correct play. Yeah. What do you slot?
Well, he's definitely not going to split. I think
I would slot here.
Yeah. Seems okay.
It is correct.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's no ace, so I mean, that even rolls splitting out further, but because your opponent's made the deuce point, you know, it's just in your way down in the race. That's not your game plan anymore, so you're going to leave that ace point for a long time here until he starts to really threaten to prime you.
Yeah, good play. Okay, there's the ace. I would be tempted to lift that blot, but...
Good response. Yeah, it's not where you want it, though. It's not very active, you know, kind of aiming at the anchor on the ace. And the nice thing about the 24 to 23 that I noticed, too, is that it unduplicates your hitting 4 with your anchoring 4, which is a strong reason to leave that blot on the 9 a lot of times in the early game when we've made this particular split. So Thomas is going to find this little tactical idea here and not worry too much about being hit on an entering 8, right?
Okay.
Great play.
Yes.
I don't think we want to break structure to hit or anything like that, so we just clean a blot up.
Sure.
Yep. This is fine. Awkward little game we got going here. Yeah, So funky. You're probably going to make the 8, but I mean, you don't want the 8 though. You made the deuce.
Well, no.
And look at this. It actually,
what is it?
XG wants to just hit on the 5. Yeah, go with your attacking game plan. Come out.
Wow,
and he's going to find this. Yeah, yeah.
Wow, this is
this
is good.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, so. When we look at the resulting structure of making the 8, look how stiff you are, and just you don't have options. He can make the 5 and make all those checkers on the 6 dead, and you're 2 behind it.
Yes.
So it's really the
think
follow-up's
like
difficult.
You bring an extra builder into the zone without risk.
Yeah, yeah. But the risk is that he's just going to deactivate them all, right? So
yeah. Wow, I would miss that one.
Yeah, this is difficult.
Wow, he finds it. Classy.
4s.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That's a killer.
Wow,
I need one more.
Yeah, you can play like 6 or 7 4s here.
I'm definitely going to hit that one. And now maybe you just make the deuce, huh? Put the 2nd in the air. Oh, he's going to hit that one. Okay, we'll put 3 in the air. I get it. I didn't see the 3 in the air play. Hideyaki doesn't miss the double 4s. He finds the best play. That's very good. Okay. And so with no improvements in 4 back, I
think there's a cube here.
Oh, really?
I think
he does
so.
have 10 in the zone. I wouldn't be thinking about it necessarily, and he's got an anchor. Okay.
I would. I mean, pointing number is very strong.
Sure enough, yeah.
White's structure is compromised in the front.
Yeah, the deuce point isn't very strong, and he's got so many active and ready to pounce on that 4. I guess that fits the rule of thumb I was just trying to sell you on, right? Is that when we have a bunch of likely attacking numbers on the next roll where you're going to hit the 2nd one, there's a big swing on that roll, right? It's a good time to send it before you know, so you get full value out of that when you do get away with your play. I would have a very hard time sending this one too. I might find it, but just we call it a pointless double, right? He hasn't made any new points yet, other than the bar point. We'll give it that. But yeah, it's like no structural inner board improvements makes it. I mean, it's not going to be a pass almost ever, right? So it's tough to find it. I don't know. It's just it doesn't look very threatening.
Your gammons are worth more. 5 away, 5 away.
Yeah, it is a score that incents you if you're not sure to send a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think your gammons have a 0.7 or 0.65.
And the recube gets interesting too because the gammon value is going to go down on it, even though the take point's probably going to rise a little bit. So
you are right.
Yeah, yeah.
Take point goes up to 23% and the gammon value goes down.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, he's going to spend some good time on this. I like that.
Yeah, let's have a look at his body language.
It's just I think he really has to think through.
He doesn't do it.
But this feels like his style, doesn't it? He was late on the cube in the first game too. I mean, and so, you know, if he doesn't see the volatile situation, he'd rather cash. You know, people err in their different, and this is the reason you got to send it, right? This is too good now, probably. Like, how does Thomas get back in this? What role is going to save him? I think he can afford to just throw it once. And it's technical, so it's probably worth still cashing. If I saw these numbers over the board, I would send it every time.
Yep.
But I would probably be thinking here, you know, what's going to harm me to throw the dice once more? Maybe I'll turn this into a gammon.
Yeah, another thing to take into consideration, when you are thinking if you are too good or not, possibly, is what could be the immediate turnaround, like you say. But another thing is also, see, might he erroneously take? Could this be a position but I think Thomas is never going to take this.
Yeah, I doubt it, but it looks pretty bad.
So I think it's a coin toss whether to play on or.
Yeah, another thing is, I mean, I guess you only have 2 checkers in the inner board, but kind of 3 back, so it's hard to finish this game, right? You do have a lot of work to do as blue. So I can see good logic in just cashing this instead of playing on 2. Another temptation in this spot too, in Hideyaki's shoes, is to think, you know, like, can it possibly be too good if I must have missed a cube if it's too good now, right? You know, and you start to kind of think about the wrong thing sometimes and get distracted about your last decision or something like that.
But I mean, like, one of White's best rolls would be, I think, double 5s. But what kind of game does he have then, White? I mean, a 5-2 back game with the deuce point made. Not very appealing, so there is nothing much as far as immediate turnarounds.
Right, yeah.
But let's see how Hideyaki copes with this.
Yep.
He seems to be investing a lot of mental energy in this decision.
I do presume that he's thinking about too good or not. I'd be very surprised if he was like not certain if it's even a double, but
no. There
we
he
go.
goes.
Yep.
And sometimes even by thinking a while over a cube, you might make the opponent think that you were unsure about the cube and tempt him to take, but that's all a little far-fetched.
I think that works better on players that play a little bit above 2.9 or whatever. But no, it's worked. I don't know. I've had it. It happens to me, whereas someone tells me that, just by thinking that long, I've gotten confused and thought, oh, maybe I am supposed to take this. And just kind of read into it.
So a classical opening, 4-3, 2 down, followed by a slotting play with an ace.
Yeah, and these, I think you could make 2 points, but I think it's better to just keep your opponent from making their own 5.
Oh, so. I would never know. I'm not sure. Personally, I think I would make the 9 and the 5. But
fascinating. The best play is still to make the bar points, actually. Yeah, that makes sense, because you don't risk anything with all your fly shots. You're going to get returns on it, so you still just make the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. I did know that generally you tend to make the bar and the 5 together.
Find that.
Yeah, it just looks too pretty, and why wouldn't you do this kind of thing? So
you do like 3 things at the same time. You make the 9, you make the 5, you clean up a blot.
Way better than
and you
hitting,
split
though.
in the back.
Yeah.
It's a lot of. No. He's just putting it up there to show what not to play.
It's a little confusing, though.
Thomas has these mannerisms.
Mm-hmm. You do. I know with the opening 3-1 here, you would do that. You would do the hit instead. And maybe he is going to find the make the bar play. He's finally moved his checker back to the 24 so he can think about, is there something better? Nothing looks quite right, you can kind of sense that he knows something's up there. There's the best. He found it.
It's his style.
Yep. I think that's a good strategy with the doubles too. Yeah, like sometimes when you're not sure, you just have to look at it, and something becomes very apparent. Also, you notice, hey, this play has 0 blots versus the other one, and I wasn't thinking about it that way, So yeah, great play.
This is also
still a strong play.
You split
against 10 in the zone. It's not clear.
Is right.
Yeah, but yep, sure enough.
The Tardieu principle, I think they call it. I mean, Yorgos Kleitsas, the Greek player who passed away recently, wrote a book, and he said that if the François Tardieu principle, when your opponent has split and prepares to make an anchor, that's also what you should do.
Yes, yeah.
So,
that
and
is a good
it applies,
rule.
or it is valid in many positions.
Yeah. He doesn't particularly want to hit loose while he's kind of exposed on the other side too. So that's good reason to do it. I like it. Yep, and that making the 11 point was strong. We made the next point. Thomas got the next point in his board, which is a great play too, switching over to the 4. I guess, Thomas is pretty clear favorite here now, and he's got, making the 5 prime would be a market loss a lot of the time. He's got the 10 in the zone to really threaten an attack too, even though it's a little shallow. It looks like a thin cube. Yeah, sure enough, XG confirms. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Good. Well, okay, he puts his cup to the side, so he's going to invest some time in that.
Yep.
5 away, 4 away, of course, we had this score before.
Yeah.
Remember the very high gammon values?
Yeah, this is
Question
one where...
how gammonish is this?
On Thomas's side, I'm more or less just thinking about this like money again, too. I don't think I would
say 18% for white.
Yeah. And that is the feature of it too, right? That like the raw take point is lower on Hideyaki is on the leader's side as well. 5 away, 4 away. The gammons are a little more pricey, so it tends to balance out to about some money action. But of course, you're going to get into exceptional cases.
It's a hard one to figure out.
Yeah.
I mean, your market losing sequences are, like you said, the 2-2, 6-2.
And this should actually, well, the recube is a big issue too. So you got to think about you're handing him a weapon that's going to balance it out too.
But you're not going to get recubed soon because you have a high anchor. And this high anchor on the bar point there mostly
it becomes a very efficient cube
high
that it
winning
gets to
chances.
send you. Yeah. But so, I mean, this looks like a clear money double for money and just, tiny one at the score.
Okay, there's a good one that makes the bar.
Yeah, strong.
So now,
on the
if
edge of the prime.
Hideyaki can't find something good,
And now he's
Now
going to have
it's
to send it
tricky.
just because
Now
he's
it
going to get
becomes really
attacked.
tricky.
Right? The 5, I guess he'd rather make the 8, but this is that same rule that I was talking about where when you're about to pounce on him, like there's just too much swing on this to not send it. You just have to, now's the time. And the winning chances and everything like that is full equity in the position. It hasn't actually changed that much. It's really the volatility on this roll that's made this a big double versus last time when it was kind of small.
okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so he was good, very good approach to wait one roll.
Yeah. But we see the Mochi's warning coming into play too. He's burning off. I mean, he's got plenty of time, just over 3 minutes there, but he's going to burn into, could end up in time, you know, in a challenging position later in the match if this keeps going point by point.
Yes.
But I like that. I mean, I'm a strong believer on the flip side of clock management is that it's a resource to be spent while you have it, right? A lot of times you're going to finish a match with a bunch of extra clock time because it just went fast or it's just one game. So, yeah, I think it's worth thinking about the decision while you get to. You know, you might not have another decision to think about later.
Yeah.
And this is, I guess, I didn't really think about this, but this is a scary take for Hideyaki too, right? He's down in the race with a single checker back, and so your issue is that you don't feel like you have much of a game plan here, right? Like you're trying to escape your last checker to a losing race. But
losing race, it's, it's kind of close-ish.
But the real value is that extra blocking point too, instead in front of the anchor that he's got. So he has some value in threatening to not let him get off the 18 there too. Could give him some trouble there. The 5 prime, obviously, we're losing our market here. 3-1's not too strong. We're just going to bring a checker into the zone. And Thomas is thinking close out as fast as he can. I mean, I think he's going to win first, but there's going to be a lot of gammons at stake.
It's an important deuce.
Yeah. It's almost scary. I guess I know Hideyaki would save a lot more gammons if he came in on the ace, but if this is a 5-4...
No, you want to come in on the deuce.
I think he's going to attack here for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't leave him at the edge of the prime.
I mean, there's no way to play safe.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. I didn't notice that. Yeah, you're right. So, for sure, yeah. We're hitting. Big swing on this roll. There's a couple hitting covers, but not too many. Yeah, it really just feels wrong to give up a 5 prime to hit loose, right?
Yeah.
You want to bring home your winning race first a lot of times in the ace point or in the single checker back games. Why this? I don't know why we would do this instead of the 9 to 5.
Because the alternative isn't safe either. You have to leave 11 shots anyway. So you have to shift from prime to blitz.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, sorry, the 7 to 2, yeah, I think you got to go for it here. But I'm not sure why he was looking at the 7 to 3 with it. I think the 9 to 5 is clearly better for covering.
Yeah.
You might add a 1-6 to the mix, but it's just too valuable. You get returns in his board. He has a way weaker board, and
well, he's
the
not
follow-up
going to
is just
play.
too much
He's
easier.
not going to play 7 to 3.
He looked at it though. He hasn't looked at 9 to 5 for some reason. He looked at 7 to 3, and here he goes. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, this is.
I'm really not sure.
Because now, if he gets missed, he only has 15 or something or 16 covers.
Aces and 7s. I'm not.
And 6-5. There's the ace. Good.
I just realized that's what like the goofy Baron technique thing that confused me too. He put a spare on the 3, so I think he's got he just favors spares on the 3 is what it is. Right? Just feels a magnet toward that spot to put a checker there. That's his style. Everyone's got to have their style. 6 prime is going to be pretty strong here.
Yes.
Yeah, and then he's going to make sure he doesn't get primed. You know, we'll call it primed back there and get flexibility here. It doesn't hurt to be hit too much. Hurts way more if he rolls a cracking number from that bar point that he didn't break. Yeah, making the midpoint seems strong here, but I guess you can make an argument for just maintaining more contact. But you just want to close him out here. You don't need more checkers. If you can close that ace before he comes in, you're winning a gammon. Almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
I wonder what the percentage is that. 21 pips outside, 22 is 43, 49. Yeah, it's just, it must be like 90%, like very high, I think, if you can close them out.
Let's see, 21, 31. Yeah, about 80%, I would guess.
Yeah. I'm going higher.
Okay. Okay, there's the ace.
This is going to save some, yeah.
Save some gammon.
Not a lot yet, though, you know? It's really, he's got a lot of pips to clean up. Yeah,
points.
so I think this is going to be, that would, if we had to bet on it in like falafel world, right, I'd go with 90. That's my guess.
That's too much.
Yeah?
It's too much. You have to count the pips, which bring in all your checkers to the 6 point, multiply that by 2 and add 5. That's my trick. So you need 21 plus 10 is 31, plus 4 is 35, plus 4, 39, times 2 plus 5. Yeah, 85% gammons, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, the one I always work off of is the 8 pips outside is worth 10%, and every 4 pips after that is worth another 10%.
Okay.
Works out pretty well.
Okay.
But of course, once you get into the 80, 90 range, it doesn't go to 160% in this situation or anything like that. So it's got its limitations, but yeah, this looks like we're gonna bear off very safe too, because we don't have a lot to risk. You know, even Hideyaki came in really early, and he's still gonna have a miserable time saving the gammon. Yeah.
Yeah, but he can still save the gammon, I think. So every checker play will lower his PR a bit.
Yep, yep.
I think we should see Hideyaki's PR go down with every roll.
Yeah.
Even though it's only like 5 millipoints. Mm-hmm. It's important because remember the match where Dagfin couldn't enter?
Yeah.
I forgot who his opponent was.
Ooh, fours is very strong here.
Yep.
Get max crossovers.
Yep. Yeah, saving the gammon would be huge.
Yeah. This looks, I'm not sure why you wouldn't play 13 to 9 here. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. You get full value of the pips, so you don't want to, every pip counts, so wasting one coming into the 5 is not worth it here.
Wow, this is a bit of a miraculous save, should it happen.
I think he's still not the favorite to do it. Well, he could be.
Yeah.
Because he can roll a double, but he needs Thomas to miss or to roll a set to do it, doesn't he?
No.
Oh, no, I'm off by a roll. You're
Thomas
right.
needs a double.
Yeah. Okay. So he plays the 2 there. The 2-1's still going to miss.
Yep.
Are there other ones that are going to miss, though?
No.
Nope.
Not that I can see.
I think it's just the 2-1. Ooh.
Yeah, wow, what a save. Unless he rolls 2-1.
Yeah. Oh, how does knowing the gammon rate? Thanks, Mitchi. I don't know. Well, in this particular position, you're right. I think I'm just kind of testing myself estimating, but it's fun to know what people's formulas are for that, and there definitely are situations where it's relevant, right? Mm-hmm. It affects whether you run off of anchors and things like that, and just, I don't know, yeah. Looked like a lock of a gammon to me, but.
Yes, it looked very much like a lock.
Yeah, but he got off. Well done. Yeah, and it does, as Roberto's saying here, it affects how your bear-off decisions are going to be played there too. If the gammon race is a lot closer, then you got to rip checkers off and go for that gammon when it's in that 50-50 range and each checker matters a lot. Mm-hmm. Here, I expect Thomas was going to err on the side of safety quite a bit, but somehow, Hideyaki still came in early and just saved the gammon naturally anyway.
It was a huge 6.
Yeah. 3-way, 4-way, this is a fun score. I'm excited to get into this one. Mm-hmm. Very volatile. The trailing player is going to send a lot of early cubes because, again, at 4-way, like we've talked about, the gammon value goes way up.
Yes.
Yeah. And recube value for your opponent goes way down. Recube value goes...
I think the gammon value for the trailer is not much more than 0.5.
For the oh, really?
Yeah, it's like 0.55, I think.
Yeah?
I used to think it was like, I think it's only 0.55.
Yeah. Look at it. Okay, we opened with
Alrighty.
5353, okay.
Okay.
Oh,
huge.
This could be enough. Yeah.
Yep.
What are we? He's ahead 12 pips. Yeah, I guess he's got the advanced anchor, and you're primed. He's got a split.
He pauses.
So, yeah, and I think, this is, again, just with a little bit of advantage and threats, I think you got to whip these. So it seems like I think Hideyaki will find this at the score. Hideyaki is missing out on decisions. Yeah, we've had a lot of commentary about that all weekend, about people not necessarily being aware of the little things that'll affect PR. And I'll be really impressed if it comes down to that somewhere. And look at this, he stays consistent with the conservative cube action.
Yes.
Fascinating. A little area of his game that, I don't know, it could be conscious. Maybe it's just like how he prefers to play. He doesn't want to put too much on the line. But he's probably going to get, well, no, okay. So yeah, with the anchor, of course, Thomas has improved greatly, and there's not going to be many cubes. The Gammon volatility just went way down, and so we don't have the same kind of threats, and he can take this very similar to money now for the rest of this game.
Yeah, the match proves to be quite a worthy apotheosis of the day, because there's like 2 points at stake in this match, because the PR race is close and the result is in the balance.
God, what a terrible 5-4 this is. I guess this is your best. You just have to volunteer and stay pure. Actually, no, XG likes safe. You can't leave the shot. I mean, it's outboarded. I don't think this is enough threat to send still with that anchor, but yeah, he's got to think about it again. And look at this, just like we were talking about, his winning chances have gone way up since the last cube, but the Gammons have gone so far down and the volatility is so low that it's just no longer technically a cube. It'd be interesting if he felt more comfortable, like the game was more resolved and ended up sending it here instead or something. Maybe just, I think he doesn't feel comfortable sending those early game cubes.
By the way, Thomas's checker play in the previous move threw him back in the PR race. He's now a little under a full PR point down.
Yeah.
But of course, or I think Hideyaki is not aware of this.
Right.
It's hard to keep track of running PR. I mean, running pip count is difficult enough, but running PR, I mean, you would have to be very confident.
Yeah, these players are so strong together that I think it's difficult to be confident that your opponent made an error.
Yes.
What I think a lot of people are confident in is that their opponent had difficult decisions, perhaps, versus them, and they saw that too. And so a lot of times you might feel like you probably came out ahead in the PR decision because your decisions were easy and theirs were hard. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think anyone's, with this comparable of skill levels, I don't think anyone can keep anything like a running PR going, you know?
Now this here, I'm not sure whether this could be a cube or not. I mean, a 4.
XG is showing that it's not by a tiny bit, but it's barely an error to send it, so it's fine, you know? And it's a reasonable thought too here. Like, again, we are in a situation where there's a lot on this next roll. If he rolls a 4, he wants to use that to try and escape, and if he gets away with it, then it's going to be a pass, probably, right? But with that anchor, it's not that big of a pass. It's not going to turn into a lot of gammons when he hits that checker and gets a fan or anything like that. So better to just go ahead and lose your market.
Yeah, so if he's consistent with his style of play, he should wait to roll.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Michael Krakis, our transcriber, is watching the comments in there too. So if he misses any implied moves or something like that, I know he's gone back and at least fixed up one match doing that. So appreciate, when you guys notice that, definitely call it out. I think it'll help him catch that.
Now
he finds it,
does cube.
This is really neat, learning a lot about how he approaches cube
right,
decisions. He just likes a little later in the game to go for it.
Okay, he is rewarded.
Yep.
Now what do I think I played 2 of them.
Seems fine, seems around the bend must be okay too, but I think you get a little closer to home and you usually get both home more often. So yeah.
Straightforward.
Double 4s.
But it misses.
Yeah, it's a really good entering number though, because he's got his holding game right back. You know, he hasn't. I guess Hideyaki didn't get a ton out of his cube now. Well, this could be still definitely a cube and approaching a pass where they got here. But with 2 to safety, probably not. Yeah, this seems reasonable. And he's got a blotting board, so maybe he could even find something more bold to do. But I think this is fine. This seems good. Thomas really needs to get one of those checkers moving off the 21 point. He doesn't have timing to sit back there with all 3. I don't think he wants, I guess maybe he'll be happy to park in front of that midpoint and give a little more pressure out there too, depending on how this goes. Ooh, this is an awkward roll, isn't it? No, he can still handle this, but no spare on the 6 means we're definitely going to have awkward shots next time. 3-2. Nice for Thomas. He doesn't have to think about how he wants to come off the anchor, so easy decisions. Good for the PR anyway. It's going to catch back up a little bit. 2-4, okay, that's a good natural roll, even though we're stripped on the outside.
Okay, so it looks like now Hideyaki will have to give the 4 shots.
Ooh, 3-1, okay. We're going to break a landing point, yeah.
Yep.
What else is there? Thomas really doesn't want to have to crack here. Okay, 6 out. And I guess we keep them linked, I would think, and play 5-4. Why not? In case we get hit, might as well have returns from the bar and such.
Okay, 6-5 looks ugly. 6-4 just plays fine.
Just barely, huh? Okay. Now he's got a dead checker behind the anchor and not a ton of...
Oh, wow, that catches up in the race.
Yeah, he's down just a little bit, so he must... Ooh, this is... Yeah, I guess this must be right. Typically, you keep the contact when you're still down. He's playing faster than that.
What a reply.
Yeah. You can see, I think Thomas has moved into a little bit like different kind of clock conservation mode here now, too.
Yes.
You can see he's conscious that he's got a minute 30 and maybe some decisions left, so he's trying not to spend time on things that he knows are small. But it is a very clear indicator to me of his experience too, right? Like he's never in trouble in the clock. He just knows that he needs to do different things when he gets there.
So we're back in no skill mode. Yeah,
small skill. I think people can get something from it, but probably it's tough. It's tough.
But I use these.
There could be a recube. What if that happened, Michelle?
Ah, yes.
Yeah, that would be very.
Okay,
interesting.
you have to be aware of that.
Yeah, the 18%, 18.5 is where we're at, right? That's where he wants to get nice and close to that, and then he's ready to whip it. I don't think he's leading though, unfortunately, so probably not going to happen, but
well,
very close.
9 checkers versus 8. I mean,
he is technically leading, yeah. So I say technically leading. You can see his EPC, which is a better measure than raw pip count, is trailing by 1.5. But typically being on roll is worth 4 pips, so in a sense he's ahead.
Wow.
And now he's
These are positions where you need your time.
Yeah, they're complicated. This doesn't, I mean, this looks like I would have a fairly easy time rolling this, I think.
Wow.
And now we probably lost our market. I mean, that's just the thing with this score too, is that you're happy to lose your market and cash it, you know? So if it's not super certain, then you go ahead and send, and this is going to be an easy double pass.
Yeah, wow. That's a bummer for Hideyaki. That's a cruel blow. I mean, he was clear favorite.
Yeah.
18 pips up.
How you want to go. But now in the Crawford, we're going to have a Crawford game, cubeless, where gammons matter. So that's going to affect checker play a little bit here, where Thomas is going to want to do everything he can to avoid losing a gammon, and Hideyaki is going to want to complicate it, so this opening 4-3, well, that's how you usually play it. But I thought it was a 5-4 at first. He would have played just about any roll down that doesn't point or something more constructive.
Yes.
And now Thomas has to slot in response.
Oh, wow.
2-1,
wow,
interesting.
It's always difficult.
Yeah, what is this? Looks like I think you always just make the 9 and split here. But
well, he is a bit gammon go. So
right.
How does that affect his choice?
The thing is, I don't think that the bar point's going to win him extra gammons here, really, you know? No. So I think you just split. That's the best way to do it. This might, though. This is going to put a lot of pressure on those blots in case he wants to cover or something like this. This is interesting. He's not dying to make a blitzing play here, but I guess that's what he's going to do, even with the blot on the 5. And he could get in a very awkward situation very quickly here if he's hit on the 5 and maybe anchors or something with all these checkers out of play. Like this. This is very strong. He can sit on this deuce point for the rest of the game with all those checkers so deep probably and just very effectively prime Thomas in here and potentially win a gammon that way. Yeah, so this is the blitz, the double-edged sword that way, right? It's when it works, it might just end the game really quick and easily, and when it doesn't, you're in big trouble and you gotta Complicated decisions. I would have thought stack the 8, but interesting. Okay. Yeah, better board. I can see that. Yeah, he doesn't want to use the 6 to run. Okay. So a lot of times the deep anchors, though, you want to make a high number blocking point instead of an inner board point. So let's see. This looks like...
Wow. The 4 to the 20.
I don't think you're splitting here. That seems a little big. I get that you don't have the timing, but that seems like a great way to lose a gammon right now. And he would... Well, no, you got the better board. Maybe you do have to have... Yeah. Yeah, sure enough. Wow.
Wow.
Good play. I don't know if I would have found that. You got to do it while you have the better board, though, huh? Yeah, there's not going to be any better time. And of course, Hideyaki is going to go for it with the loose hit, even though he's outboarded. You know, maybe you'd have to think about it more at a natural score, but he doesn't mind losing a gammon if it doesn't work, so I guess gets to go really aggressive.
There's another
great shot.
Deuces from the bar. Wow.
Yeah, the blitz is back on here.
Just as you're thinking it's not Hideyaki's day,
Yeah.
there's a joker rolling out of the cup.
Yeah. 2-1. Oh,
Wow,
nice shot.
yes,
That's going to keep Thomas busy.
Wow.
Yeah, of course, pointing on him better, catching on the number is better, but putting 2 in the air is going to be a great way to win a gammon. 6-4. What does this do? What
That's
is this?
difficult.
Makes the 2-point, right?
Or
you really
run
need
to
to-
the mid. Makes it 2, wins more gammons, I'm sure.
Yeah, I love having another, but I mean, having 3 checkers on the deuce is a big liability, and I tend to underestimate that. But yeah, I would.
Wow.
What a
there's
shot!
Joker fest.
Punishes the making of the deuce. You know, can't let that fly. And now, I guess Thomas must be a big favorite in this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How unfortunate. He was looking very strong to just win a gammon. Hideyaki was.
Wow. These are moments when you're thinking,
This, I don't see the pure play here. I would think that you need to clean the checker up. You don't want to get hit. And
no,
let
no,
him
no,
run
but
around.
you have to leave blots anyway. I mean,
No, you can just play
or
with
like
a 4
this.
like this. Yeah.
I'm not. Well, maybe.
I don't
maybe,
think. I
maybe.
mean, your priming play lasts for 1 roll before you have to break it a lot of times anyway, right? So, yeah. Plus, this keeps him from running with 6s pretty effectively anyway. A lot of times, right? Not double 6s, but I mean, it's gonna. He still sees more of the board from here too. That's another problem with coming off the 11 is you cede more outfield control, and make it even easier for white to contain those 3 checkers on the deuce. But it does, the merit of the 9 is that it's another priming point, blocks those 6s, and you know, we are playing a bit of priming game here. Very impure one.
So we can see
They're
the
very
clock.
close, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Clock is in close up.
Yeah,
Both players have about a minute.
this is fine. I guess you don't have to be stressing about slotting yet to maintain your position.
So the PR race is close.
Very close, yeah, he's caught up.
And
to a bit.
there may be some tricky checker players coming up.
Oh, okay, a 4-2. Michael's got to catch up on the transcription here. The 6-3 is a great shot. He's going to make the bar. Let's just go ahead and do that. What's he pointing at? Making sure it was a legal play. Yeah, yeah. What a roll. I mean, that's what else do you want? Hope he doesn't roll a 6-3, 4-5, something that goes and takes outfield
The
control
3
back.
ace is a funny roll. I mean,
That's pretty
wow.
good, but yeah, it gets a
very
checker
good.
moving, so it's great. And you don't have to
Yeah.
kill anything, activate a checker. Oh, what a roll
wow,
this is.
Wow, wow.
It's nearly forced, right? I mean, I guess, oh, geez. What else? You can hit on the 5, but then it forces a 7-1. And I can't, oh, wow. Yeah, okay. So he just plays clean. Oh, he finds that play pretty quickly. That's impressive. That's not an easy play.
Okay. 5-3, double 4s,
New favorite.
and
New
5-6.
favorite.
So that's 5 rolls.
And that 6-5 is mostly interesting because of Hideyaki's their 11-9 switch. So good game plan there. It's funny how crucial those things end up being.
Yes. Spectacular stuff. Jokers on both sides. 2s.
Ooh.
You see, and now, I think now, it's kind of important to play precisely.
Yeah, I don't want to be
That
hit with the
stage of the
fly
match.
shot, so I'm quite tempted to just link up 2 blots and then play the last 2, the only place you can play it. What does this leave? A 5-4? It's only a 5-4 too. That's a nice feature. This could be right though because it contains better. It only leaves a 5-6, and if he does run off his anchor, he's got more ways to hit it back, right? So he doesn't cede the outfield control, and it's a close race, so he might need to do that. Yeah, good play, good play.
Yeah, good play. And the,
probably, yeah, I think the other one for distribution is probably a little stronger.
But this leaves no shots.
Yeah, that's
or
fair.
Unless it's 4-4.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 4-4 leaves 1 shot. I bet if he saw that, he would probably go for the other one then. Because he didn't clean up as much as he thought.
Well, the other one was 6-5.
Yeah, must be close though. 2s. So he can get there, and then he has no 2, so that can't be right. So he must have to advance there, and yeah, sure, leave the 7. He's got a blot and board, no problem. Thomas's best is just to roll some big sets and win a race. Why not? Why wouldn't we do that? But Hideyaki is in pretty good shape to get a post-Crawford game here.
Yes.
But really just even like a 6-5 here is okay for Thomas. He's got good racing equity if he can not be attacked here. Beautiful roll. That's a perfecta. And now that's just about locks up the game for Hideyaki. Very unlikely gammons here though. So our formula's here, right? 9 pips outside. I think just over 10% by my estimation, whatever you've got. Yeah. I think I would call it 12.5. So they're relevant. So he's got to do some aggressive things here. I'm not wow. Maybe you do need to rip one off to 3. It doesn't get you a roll closer is a big drawback of it. It probably doesn't clean up very well, but yeah. And this, I think I like that play. That makes sense to me. Still dances.
Wow.
Yeah, your opponent can enter on the 3 and stay there, but this is a possibility too. And you just need him to oh, he dances. He's going to win a gammon. All right, we can feel it, right? This feels like a certainty. 1, 2, 3. And 1 checker does get you 1 roll closer, so I think it might be worth it here.
Yes.
Plus, even if you get hit, you don't lose, probably.
And you take off an 8th checker, so you are justified in leaving 2 more shots.
Yeah. Worth it. 4-1 has to be the worst entering number that doesn't hit, right?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. Great for Hideyaki's gammons. Seems quite likely. He's got 3 rolls, and Thomas has quite a... Yeah, that's going to do it. Wow. Yeah. So he's still going to make them do it to make sure that they get the equity. Thomas gets to save the backgammon, which is very relevant
yes,
here.
that's a decision.
So that's an important decision.
Yeah.
Wise man. Yeah. Forced 4-1. Okay.
Ooh, wow, that swung all over the place.
Yeah. The cube is, you can see it over on the next to the clock, but there's a glare on it. They switched to a cube that's easier to see. We had the metallic one, and it's still the light just makes it very difficult to see. But that was also the Crawford game, so, out of play, but now it's back in play. The 2-1 slot, I don't think you slot at this even score because he has the free drop and there's no payoff.
Wow.
Wait, what am I?
What?
Is that a take?
Really?
It could be. Oh, yeah. No, you must do
strong.
that. Sorry. Yeah. I'm thinking the other way around. Yeah, that's the 2-1 makes perfect sense.
Oh, wow.
But opening roll, I think it's pick 'em. You can do whatever you want.
Yes. You win the opening roll.
Yeah.
Confident play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess a lot of times, once you've studied them, you end up remembering a lot of those, right? So, yeah. Yeah, and so this is going to be the last game. We're playing DMP now. We decided to play it all for this one. I like Hideyaki is feeling the time pressure a little more than Thomas now, so it's got to make him feel good to not be the one in bank trouble. But yeah, Blues clearly leading this game as well with the 3 checkers back, the better anchor, the racing lead. But White's got a lot of life here too, so long game to go. I think he's going to, I'm not sure if he has the timing to, 4s. Yeah, I like this kind of priming play here, but I was going to say I'm not sure he has the timing to sit back on the ace. Now he almost certainly doesn't. He's going to have to get that checker moving sooner than later. Fortunately, Hideyaki doesn't have a ton to do with this 5-4 either. Can he afford to come off this anchor with just a 2-point board? I'm not sure. I think it opens up a new game plan for... there isn't another play, really, so maybe that is what you have to do. Yeah, it is just a situation where there's nothing else. Okay, fascinating. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. And you've got the extra spare on the 6. A lot of times you leave the 4s. If you've, I think you make the 5 here.
Really?
The rule of thumb here is if it's like the last spare on the 6, if it would leave no spares on the 6, then you would just make the 4. But because it leaves a spare, I think you can make the 5.
Okay.
Kind of a goofy little rule that I learned. He chooses the 4 and is correct. Well rewarded. In the rollout of 1, much better, much better. And yes, everyone's noticing Hideyaki is low on time, but I think, I struggle to imagine him losing on time. I think he's just conscious that he's got to play a little faster, and he's going to be frustrated to not possibly make the best play that he's capable of making, but he knows better than to lose on clock. So I think he'll be okay, but it's going to change his decision-making process for sure. Yeah, priming point I like. Coming up to the edge is very interesting, though. Maybe I would have been tricked there. But just closing out a single checker is a pretty strong way to win this game, too. 3s is going to make the 3-point and then step up, I guess, unless I don't see anything more productive anymore. Yep, very strong. Thomas is kind of coasting home here. Okay, but coming in is strong. Hideyaki can just roll a good 6 very soon here. Ooh, 5s.
Wow.
That could be it. I don't think the switch is going to make sense when you don't need gammons. Puts him ahead in the race, escapes the prime. It just kills so many game plans, covers the whole board. Yeah, I think this is a very strong play. And Hideyaki's in really tough shape here now.
Yeah, his only consolation is that he is leading in the PR.
Oh, 4-2 for the 6 time.
This gives Thomas like another 15 decisions, which will nibble away at his PR. So he may catch up. He's only, 16 millipoints? Is that how you say it?
Yeah. This is really interesting. This is difficult, though. I think Thomas has the harder side of this for sure.
Really?
Because Hideyaki is just going to make his board and improve his prime. Thomas has got to figure out when the right time to come off to break this contact is, if this is worth possibly getting primed, and he finds it. It's a good play for him because it rates to improve on Hideyaki's side, if anything, so now is the time to leave it. But, he doesn't like leaving it and leaving shots because he can fall behind a 4 or 5 prime pretty easily. But now it should be pretty easy to roll home. Yeah. I think rolling a prime through with good distribution tends to not challenge these kind of players too much. I think they've
look
practiced
how close
this.
the PR race is.
Yeah. Fascinating. I wonder, Thomas has the lower PR, or close, but with significant more equity lost, so he must have more decisions. So I think each decision is probably going to lower Hideyaki's more too. We're getting super technical now, but yeah.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So he gave away more equity, and the PRs are close. So that means that Thomas had more decisions. Is that what you're saying?
I think so. That's I mean, I guess I'd have to do the mental division to know for sure. It looks like, but so Hideyaki gained 0.02 millipoints with this decision. We'll see. I think Thomas actually got around 0.02, so they're close enough where it's pretty similar. But really, I mean, if they each keep getting decisions, they should probably keep shedding at the same rate. But once it starts to count tenths of a second like this, too, that's just it's its own stressful thing. It feels like it's rushing you because it's moving so fast. I love it. Plenty of time.
Unless Hideyaki rolls some stuff which is forced. Because if it's forced, your PR stays the same.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you're right. Yeah, Thomas is going to have more decisions because eventually he's going to get hit and closed out probably. And there's still priming potential, though. So I think he's going to have to hit loose, but if he gets hit on the ace, he can lose that way still, which is fascinating. So maybe he does just let him crunch with a 5-3 play, but I think, tends to be overthinking to not just, come through. There's still, I guess, what can he enter on the ace with as well that's going to leave? Yeah, there's
okay, you see, he's like 8 millipoints away, and he has the rolls.
Yeah.
So Hideyaki doesn't get to roll, so I think this will be a close
I hope he
finish.
read.
He will win it by a nose length.
I hope he read Michi's book here so he can perfect this whole bear off. But I know his favoritism of the heavy 3 worries me here. I think he might put some checkers there when they don't belong. We'll see. There he goes, loading it up. He's got one spare there, so he's comfortable now.
Yeah, he's within 4 millipoints.
6-1.
Okay, but
Hideyaki's getting decisions again.
Yep,
So we're right back in. I don't think he can gain really again. So I think Hideyaki should hold on.
Yeah, that's a decision. 1 millipoint. Wow, this PR race is, it's like the match Petco against Dagfin.
Yeah, yeah.
Petco Kostadinov against Dagfin Snarheim. There was also just a couple of millipoints separating the two of them.
Except the second part of this race is, can one of them get down to 2? I don't think we can break down that low.
See, this is all decisions.
What a brilliant match, too.
Yeah,
Both of them playing
wow.
at 2.2 and 2.13.
Yes.
Very well played. Wasn't like it was a short game 8 we're in, you know, a nice long match with lots of complicated decisions, and they just crushed it. It's really, and I think Hideyaki's biggest mistakes were mostly like style cubes, right? Like just things that might be thoughtful choices, and he chooses to play that way. So yeah, very, very interesting match. Super sharp with the checkers. And
Hideyaki holds on to his PR advantage, and he can still win this.
Got some hope.
He can win it.
That'll do. Yeah, okay.
Yep, he can win it. An ace followed by a high double.
Okay.
Wow.
Keep it simple. Yeah.
But Hideyaki wins on PR, so this match is drawn. 1 point each.
Amazing match. Yeah.
Amazing match, but a strong level of play.
Pending ++ rollout as well, which very well could change some of this.
Yes.
Since we did go after Hideyaki's cubes, I don't know if that made them lighter or not, but I'm not sure. I think we've gone off after everyone's errors too. So maybe actually we probably did ++ all the decisions where XG faulted, so I bet that's fairly accurate, but we'll find out. You know, maybe we'll find some other errors or bigger ones. I don't know, are we going to do any interviews here? It's kind of late at night, so I don't know if we want to hold anyone up anymore. So we'll probably just call it, but action starts at 11 tomorrow again, I think. It's been a super exciting day. I can't wait to get back here.
And it'll be super exciting to see which 12 players will make it to day 2.
Yeah.
Because we are like a bit in the dark. There are some guys who are pretty certain, but there's like at least 10 players who have no clue yet whether they will play tomorrow or not. So that's there's some tension, tangible.
A ton of it. I think we felt like it would be that way at the start of the day too. It's really, you know, anybody's guess who's gonna, in a field this tight and equally balanced, like you just don't know who's gonna come out on top on any given day. And I think we saw that too. I really liked the spread of matches we saw too. You know, we saw these top tier players that all average under a 4. Some of them play some of their like worst matches that they've played in a while up in like the 6 to 7 range or something like that. And others that, you know, we saw Mitchi play a .33, and we saw this match where both players played at a 2. So yeah, I mean, this is what we should expect all weekend, is to see some unbelievable matches. But there's that spread where they're going to get challenged sometimes and pushed outside of their comfort zone, and no one plays a 3 every time. You know?
Exactly.
So I think it's very cool to see all this. I'm excited to see the sheet of all the result PRs at some point too, and just kind of see
the
how
average
that comes
PRs of all the players.
Yeah. Watch the Backgammon Galaxy Facebook page, I imagine, for all these results. I think is where we're going to be posting everything. But
I hope so. Yeah.
Cool.
Looking forward to that.
Well, thanks for keeping me company late at night here. I've got
I had a good time. I mean, it's instructive.
Yeah.
So thanks also to the viewers at home. We have no idea whether they were like thousands.
I heard that. I think we peaked around like 200. We got some American names I noticed. Berto, it is 12:20 here right now. Yeah.
Bedtime.
Right, exactly. Past bedtime, really. I've been up since 4 in the morning. I tried to go see the sunrise from the Rock of Gibraltar, but it wasn't open, so I came here instead.
What wasn't open?
The park.
Oh, the park. Okay, I thought the
I showed up. There was a guy in there, and I was like, "What time?" He's like, "Not till 9." You know. And also, the sun doesn't rise till 8:30, so I don't know why you're here at 5. But yeah, of course, jet lag will get you. Yeah, but
so a lot more to talk about and a lot more action to witness tomorrow.
Yes, yeah.
So everybody at home, I would say thanks for watching.
Yeah, we'll see you at 11. So
and you'll see
10 and a half hours from now. Set your alarms.
With Mochi.
Yeah.
Fresh.
I bet you'll get to fill in a little bit and give us some breaks too. Yeah.
Okay.
Pleasure, Michelle.
See you.
Bye, everybody.
Play. Study. Repeat. BackgammonGalaxy.com. Play among the stars. Available on browser, tablet, and smartphone.